fuga, vai! Então fuga, vai!
Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente.
Tá? Então fuga, vai! Então fuga, vai!
Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente.
flank around and completely clear out the area around the pit. We talked about how good Elaborate has been this map. And the need to make something happen again off the face check. Luvely falls, leaving things in a 1v2. Emlo still around the pit. Has been exceptional, and she's gonna do it again! Emlo was in a spot to get both. He tried to satchel out, but off of the paranoia. They had no idea what hit him. And the cam to deal with. Luvely gets caught out. Leaving all in the hands of Millia. Nice shot out from Elaborate. YFP, full steam ahead.
For a bit of extra money. Deny that, and into the meat grinder they go. Noya finds 4, on for her ace, the classic. Spike still yet to be recovered. 15 seconds. Floor takes down another 1v1, and 4 on the drive-by.
Trying to go for the swings. As Starbound was just running for the spike. Really gutsy call.
Play the game again. Will it get placed? Not yet. Lines go Thunder. Now no stars left to work with. Double swing, drop down, that's the first spacing, not good enough. Thea has opened up this round, and now it's Noya with a judge on a retake. She's gonna go all the way around though. And the spike ticking down, tap from Noya. Thea holds her nerve, doesn't swing just yet, second tap. Noya spots out Thea, another tap, another fight, and Thea wins it. A 1v3.
Hello everyone and welcome back to another wonderful day of Verizon VCT Game Changers. We have the lower finals ahead of us and a lot of excitement. I cannot wait to get started. My name's Sierra, joined here by Ender and Mimi. Mimi, we've been changing the game out here so far. This Game Changers right before the qualifications for Berlin as well. It's been so exciting so far.
Yeah, it's been really sick. I think thus far the script has been followed. Shopify make an upper bracket run. They beat FlyQuest in the upper final. I think now the big question today is whether we can get a real upset if YFP can go all the way, or if it's going to be 3 times in a row an SR versus Fly final.
It's been really interesting because, like, the script has been followed, but it's been pushed to the limit every time. Like, we've had some pretty insane comebacks. Shopify dropped a map to YFP earlier. Every series YFP plays just seems like it's down to the absolute wire, and I think today is going to be no different.
Yeah, the biggest script that has been followed right out of the gate. Athena and Baby were talking about this, the big 3 as they coined them when they did the tier list. Shopify Rebellion, FlyQuest, and YFP. And sure enough, looking at how things are grouping up, it has been those 3. Shopify Rebellion in the grand finals, I don't think it's a surprise. And seeing this lower bracket finals play out ahead of us, Mimi, I think this is really exciting because FlyQuest, of course, is, I think, the favorites coming into this, but YFP has been a team of upsets, and I think make things really interesting heading into today.
Yeah, and I think it is really interesting that they were considering them a part of the big 3, because this YFP team is still really new. They only got signed to YFP at the beginning of September. Before that, only really played 1 event together. This is a squad of a lot of newer faces that have kind of been around on rosters in the last few years, but have never made a deep run like this before. Some of these players have made top 4 in the past, but already making it into the top 3, it's the farthest any of these players have gone in their careers in GC. And now they have a slight but possible chance to maybe go all the way to Berlin. They'd have to win today, they'd have to beat Shopify, but it's not out of the realm of possibility. And this team has already been good for so many upsets for this team.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? YFP got that upset against Shopify in the second open qualifier for Series 3, and that's why they entered the conversation as one of the big 3, but they also have played tons of close series, right? They very realistically could have been knocked out as 5th seed here in their series against Oomphies, but they grinded back, had a really insane comeback, had a close game yesterday as well, and now they're on pace to play their first best of 5 ever as a team. And best of 5s are completely different how you have to go into it. FlyQuest Red, of course, have tons of experience. Both them and Shopify have just been running BO5 after BO5. But now if YFP want to make that final step, that final hurdle and go to Berlin, they're going to have to win 2 back-to-back best of 5s in back-to-back days.
Yeah, I mean, to reiterate, Shopify Rebellion, with how they've placed throughout the season, guaranteed a spot going to the championships in Berlin. So huge congratulations. FlyQuest, if they win this series today, if they can make it into the grand finals, there's no ifs, ands, or buts. They will also be joining them. But for YFP, the journey ahead of them here, Mimi, they have to not only win out today's series, but win out tomorrow in the grand finals. And maybe when we're talking about the Titans here of Game Changers, it's a smaller possibility, but we've seen these upsets. We've seen these possibilities. There is still a road ahead of them here to try and make it.
There absolutely is. And it's so funny watching that bracket play out because it is almost the exact same scenario as last year, but with different teams. Remember then, it was Shopify, not this Shopify, but the KP era Shopify, and V1, who is now this year's Shopify, constantly in the finals against each other. The script was playing out. It was a Shopify versus V1 upper final. V1 made the finals, and then Shopify went down to the lowers, and they lost to an upstart EG team that was led by a new IGL in Thea, a fairly unknown player at the time in Starbound, and they honestly did the funniest thing possible. They denied Shopify a chance to go back to Game Changers Championship after being a runner-up at the first ever GCC. And now here they are again, but the cards are flipped for these players. It's a new team for that core from EG on FlyQuest now, and they're the team that's in the pole position with the points in their favor and really an easy path forward. You win one match, you go to Berlin.
Straight up, it doesn't get any simpler than that. And I think FlyQuest came into Series 3 with a lot of momentum for them, right? They won that first qualifier, so they've had a big break in terms of actually playing competitive games to get here. And I think a lot of people are expecting them to put up a stronger fight against the Shopify Rebellion. Today, for them, it has to be taking care of business to qualify for Berlin so they can have that rematch tomorrow.
Yeah, and that's the scariest thing, considering, Mimi, we have seen this upset. But when we're looking at FlyQuest, we're looking at Thea. This is a team that going into this, we had the highest as an expectation score. Even if the roster coming together is a little newer than the Shopify roster, they've been kind of cooking.
Yeah, they really have. And I honestly, I think my biggest worry for FlyQuest coming into today is just how, streaky this team has been. Once they get on a roll in these games, they're really good at pulling together a lot of rounds in a row. We saw that in the Shopify series. But unfortunately, they couldn't come up with it. I think, especially on that bind, they had some really good mid-rounding on their attacking side. Thea was getting them in some great positions. But then towards the end of so many of those rounds, it was the Shopify individuals, Sarah especially, stealing away these rounds. And then the momentum shifted, and they couldn't get it over the line in both maps, where they, at a time, had a massive lead.
Yeah, honestly, going into this match, both from watching these teams play and going up against them, both of them seem very streaky. YFP as well had some insane comebacks versus Shopify, versus Oomphies yesterday as well. Both of these teams go on really big runs, and I feel like these teams are very much led by confidence and sort of their feel round to round. If they feel good heading into fights, they're winning them and just keeping that snowball going.
I mean, if we're talking about FlyQuest and who's leading the charge, we have to talk about Thea here. Because when we're talking about that upset from the year prior, I mean, she's top of the list. But also, some of the calls that she's made throughout this tournament have been phenomenal. Sure enough, in these upper finals, it wasn't enough to be closing out, trying to get that upset to go on into the grand finals off the gate. But Mimi, these callings, as well as being able to just back it up with the fragging potential, top tier.
Yeah, it really is impressive what Thea's been able to pull off. This is only her second year as an IGL, and she only picked up leadership at the very end of that run with EG. She started calling for the team in GC3 when they turned it around and went on that run that you're talking about. And now here, she's had a lot more time working with the same coach, Jovi, that she had back on EG, and I think you've really seen the development in how this team plays. They play a lot of these slower mid-rounds on their attacking side, but I think she consistently does a really good job of finding the gaps, eking out what her opponent's setup looks like, and also for her as just an individual player, she's in a moment where Astra just got the buff, one of the agents she is favored for a while now, and I think has really come into her own throughout this run in 2024.
You could see that in yesterday's series against Shopify so perfectly, right? Like that insane 1v3 clutch where she's going around the world, finishing off Noya at the very end. I think she was able to get a lot of big kills as well, whether she was lurking or playing on the extremities. There's that one round she shut down floor outside of shower. So I think that she sort of stepped into a really nice position later in this year in this tournament where she is both calling a good game, but also in the critical moments has been so consistently clutch for the team, and that has rounded out FlyQuest Red's style to put them right at the top.
And this FlyQuest Red roster is the one that we're talking about, the ones that are just nipping at the heels of Shopify Rebellion. We've had an opportunity in Series 2 where we could have seen that upset. We could have had a different story going into this, but now we have to start talking about their opponents on the day and talking about YFP, because going into this, when you're looking at these upsets, you're looking at the potential. YFP have embodied that. This has been a roster that we've talked about a lot, Ender, and has a lot of hype going into this. Even if they're not necessarily that core of players that you would think, they have really been able to show up throughout this Game Changers.
Yeah, YFP is a really interesting team to me because they have talent in every single role, but to an extent their players are a bit inconsistent. Like you could have people that are putting up, you know, single digit numbers one map, and the next map they're instantly bouncing back and dropping a 30 bomb on the day. And I think in a lot of these recent series they've played, you've seen that, right? Where a player will have a bad map, but then they'll come in the next one and just drag their team to a win. Different players can pop off game to game, and it's those players like a Marceline against Oofy just went completely ballistic and won some games that came down to just 2 rounds. Games that could have gone completely different, where a different individual stepped up to carry it across the line.
And it was Marceline as well in this last series. They played against Refrag. This game looked kind of cooked. They lose a close map 113-10. They go into Haven. They're trailing at the half, and then they string together 7 rounds in a row. Ran up largely by Marceline and Elaborate having incredible performances to come back into this game and then stomp their opponent on map 3 to come out big time. This team, when you watch them play, they don't play the super slow game. They don't have as much structure as a team like FlyQuest, but they have some really incredible individuals who play off each other really well and are also very comfortable in changing up the game plan. They're constantly switching around their comps. They're constantly switching around the ideas that they're playing with. And so I would imagine they're a really tough team to prep against, especially if they're coming in on a hot day for their individuals.
100%. I think that it is a bit of a weakness, I would say, to not have a ton of structure in yourself, right? Especially when things stop going well for you in the game to fall back on. But the fact is, because they're so confident in their individual play, they can change not just agent picks, but completely different styles of compositions, right? They could go from playing double duelist on bind one day to playing double senti on bind the next. And you're just left kind of thinking like, how do you actually go into a game against this team? Because you also have players that are switching their roles up. So it's not even like you can have hard reads on individual player styles when who's going to be playing smokes might be changing day to day. So if you're FlyQuest Red, for example, going into prep against this team, it's a lot harder to have a specific game plan against them. And it's much more about just focusing on yourself, which, to be fair, I think is where FlyQuest Red thrive.
Yeah, there has been multiple opportunities. I mean, when you see some of these teams that have that longevity and everything without game changers, you see the agent selection, you're like, yeah, all right, we knew this from a mile away. YFP have not been a team that whatsoever have really been afraid of kind of changing things up, which I think has been really, really exciting. So they're willing to change up. And the fact that there's not just one player that you talk about, but any player that's able and willing to be able to pop off in any map, I think it's been really, really exciting. When we're looking at the rankings, we're talking about the players. Marceline has been someone who we've been talking about a lot, but Mimi, I think we've not talked about enough about the other players on this team because they're also willing to pop up and show up, especially when it's needed.
Yeah, Melia in particular is a player who has really impressed me across their recent run in Game Changers. Last 60 days, played 8 agents. Just a testament to how willing this team is to experiment, go around, try out different things, and just fall back on that individual skill. But you go down this line, and there's history in a lot of these players. When we're talking about what happened last year with the run to GCC, EG went there. Their substitute was Scary Shark. Didn't go their way. At that time, Scary Shark playing into that primary duelist role, now completely changing that style around for YFP. And I really think that this is the team that is the hardest to predict, not just in their placement, not just in their comps, but even just down to how well the players will perform on the day. The peak is so high, but they haven't managed to find that consistently every game.
I mean, the peak being high is something that's definitely throwing a little bit of a curveball in what is expected when we're looking at Game Changers 3. Because when we looked at this, it's a Shopify Rebellion and it's a FlyQuest that's potentially going to Berlin. But YFP, they have the opportunity to go for this first upset and potentially for a second. But it all comes down to this lower finals here. And looking at the map picks and bans that we have ahead of us, I think this is going to be crucial. Because when we're looking at a YFP that you don't know necessarily which player's popping off, I think looking ahead at this, it's a little bit interesting here, Ender.
Yeah, I mean, to me, the important thing is just, again, that YFP have never had to play a best of 5 before. And this can sometimes expose you in your overall map pool. Like, in this series, it's fine because you still get a ban, right? You don't have to get double banned out. But, you know, if YFP, if you're going tomorrow, you're playing a permaban as an option. So that's just an important thing to remember between these two teams. I will say, for me personally, I am very scared about Icebox for YFP. I think that is one of FlyQuest's best maps, even though they banned it yesterday. I'm always scared going up against their Icebox comp.
I do think it's interesting that they're the ones picking into that Icebox too, because I agree with you. That feels to me pretty favorable, honestly, to the side of FlyQuest. The one time recently that we saw YFP playing on that map, they were rocking out a Reyna composition into the mix, so it feels like to me you're gambling a little bit on some wild individual performances, but I think you're going to need that all series. If these are really slow-played rounds where FlyQuest get to work the map, figure out the setup, play the way that they want to, I think they're always going to be at advantage. I think this team is more structured. I think they're stronger in those kind of positions, but there's still a chance for YFP to snowball. However, with the maps they're starting on, Ascent Icebox, that reads to me super favorable for Fly.
Yeah, I definitely get behind that. I think Lotus being up 2 is a bit interesting to me. YFP have banned that in a couple of their latest matchups. It's not a permaban for them. Like, they floated it against Shopify. They've floated it before in the past. But that's one where I just don't think they have a ton of recent reps on it. So it's much more of a wild card pick coming in. I wouldn't be surprised if they had some comp switch-up ideas for that one.
I mean, going into our agent select, YFP, they've definitely not shown that they're afraid of switching things up. They had the Jet before. They're going back to the Yoru and this Deadlock here, Mimi. So thoughts ahead of this composition, ahead of Ascent?
I'm excited to watch a game of Ascent. It is a miracle. We have two really fun comps here. I mean, coming out from YFP with the Yoru variant on the Cypher Deadlock, FlyQuest just running normal Cypher Deadlock. We saw that be super successful in NA Tier 2, some success on the global stage as well. It's a really good comp, especially in your post plants on your attacking side, especially harder anchoring these sites on defense. But I think the Yoru is a really interesting variation, and I'm just kind of wondering how Marceline is going to pilot that one. The ult, obviously a big key to pivot, maybe some ideas to teleport in, work off the mid control there.
Yeah, and Marceline did play this Yoru in their match against Oomphies. They actually lost that one in OT. Me personally, I think Yoru is a big upgrade over the Jet, especially when you're playing against those double senties. The clone is super effective at baiting out a lot of the Deadlock and Cypher utility. That said, though, you always got to fear the Dodo Jet.
Yeah, you definitely do. The YFP, last time we saw this composition change, they had a little bit of issues on their attack. So it's time to see if they've learned from their mistakes and how this first map in this best of 5 series is going to be turning out in this lower finals. And it's time now to head over to our first map and go over to our casters in Uber and Wyatt.
Thank you very much, Sierra and the crew. The big 3 in Game Changers NA has been solidified. But now for YFPX, Wyatt, it's all on the table. If they want to represent the region in Berlin, they have to win it all.
It's going to be a tough task for them, but frankly, after seeing them yesterday, how impressed I was by the dynamic compositions that they were playing, the firepower that this roster has. You heard the desk talking about it, and it's so true how it feels like any player on this team could have one game where they fall flat, and on the very next map, they're hitting some of the snappiest 3K crazy flick headshots that you will see in GC. I'm excited to see what they can do today against Fly, a team that have not missed out on a single grand final this year.
And I'm glad Chrissy pointed this out. The first ever best of 5 for YFP, playing the most important game of their Valorant careers. We're off to the pistol now as YFP are on defense. Corrupt getting pinged out there by the recon. Grabnet going to be thrown down. This is going to be a little bit awkward. Dash into the cloud burst there, and FlyQuest are all over it. Not the start YFP were looking for. Had hoped for a lot more off that triple stack.
Absolutely dismantled, and now time in the hands of Fly as well as that obvious man advantage, so they just need to play things nice and safe. Great tripwire for Elaborate. No one caught. Dodo Nut weak. Maybe some spam through, trying to get cheeky with the right clicks. It's a 4v2, but for some reason this feels scary.
What is this for Scary Shark? I mean, you said it, Wyatt. Elaborate, though, has to come back into a side first through the barrier. Second through the door. Third through 4 FlyQuest red players. And 30 HP is just not enough to get that job done. A great start here for FlyQuest, winning an attacking pistol on this ascent map.
All of the actions per minute from the last 2 YFP players had me sweating for a second. There's like no reason, no, genuinely, there's 0 reason they should be able to win that, but they were making me believe somehow. Elaborate was just stalling them so hard over towards tree, but all good. Things settle back down. Fly retain control. They win out the first pistol. Bucky in the hands of Dodo Nut as they look to go B, and it looks like they're heading right into this stack from the defenders.
Sonda hoping to line up that Grabnet here. His FlyQuest red composition more recently adding the deadlock on this map. Here comes Dodo Nut, wastes no time. Tripwire does go off, and Elaborate's able to play off and get another Tripwire to the effect of a kill. Ev, though, they are very aggressively up on this site. Sonda's already made their way downstairs as well, and Corrupt ultimately is going to be overwhelmed. And once again, we have the 2 remaining YFP players stuck on the outside, looking in. And again, this is a conversation that's going to develop over the course of this series, is just how deep does this YFP map pool go? Ender points out, you can be exposed when you move up into best of 5s in terms of just what you have to offer in terms of map pool overall.
Certainly, and with Fly banning Haven immediately, a map where we saw YFP make a sick comeback against Shopify, who are just sat waiting in the grand finals. They had a comeback against Refrag on it yesterday, and funny enough, the last time these 2 teams played, it was in the grand final of an outside tournament, the NRG Neon Invitational, and YFP beat Fly on Haven in a comeback. I mean, they just find a way to win that map every single time, and having that out the pool, yeah, that might just expose them a bit. We'll have to see what the depth is for this team.
Yeah, at least in GC3, YFP have not been able to find a whole lot of success on this ascent map. Yoru, of course, can get past and trigger a lot of that sort of sentinel-heavy composition util. But eventually, when you are stacking up those sentinels, you have to cut up the map with controller util and ultimately take a couple duels here. Head into the gun round now, or close enough for YFP. They've already gone for the Odin Melia, wasting 0 time.
Yeah, immediately wants to go for a play, just spraying that Odin into tiles off the recon. Bit of damage, but nothing of too much significance as the drone is sent off here towards mid. Marcelin so aggressive, but gets double-faced, gunned down by Dodo Nut. First kill into the round, and now an opportunity to stabilize for the attackers.
Now the Corrupt Amelia are in a position to capitalize there. That was a bit of an EG-esque tiles crunch that we saw. Nice to have to play off that Sova util, but as I sense that Marceline may have just forced that a little too much. You'll see Corrupt drifting here over towards mid. Of course, that's covered by a Sonic sensor for now. FlyQuest allocating resources to this A side of the map.
A little bit of damage has been done to a couple Fly players as they gather for the A hit. Dark cover to cause a little bit of delay here. You can see Scary Shark is ready to send that Paranoia out. The second execute comes through. There it is. Going to blind up Dodo Nut. Just sat in the Cloudburst.
Dangerous, but no one goes to spray the Cloudburst down. Scary Shark doesn't want to expose himself until now. That is 30. What is that 4K from Scary Shark? Unreal. That is nuts. FlyQuest at a player advantage hit that A side, and it is a one-woman army.
Oh my god. That is nasty.
Sorry.
Huh? That little jiggle shot on this third. What is that? The reaction time to get the headshot onto Ev is crazy.
That is just
Oh
breathtaking.
my god. And we can reel things back to the narrative about how any player on this team at any given moment will just give you a highlight reel worthy play like that. I mean, if YFP...
That's the lowest rated player on YFP for GC3, by the way. Not that that's a bad thing. They've been great. But that just proves your point even more.
Utterly absurd. If YFP make it through, you know damn well that's going in the top of the day frag movie for tomorrow. It's the very first clip, buddy.
Starman here has at least been able to attract a push into B main. YFP aren't going to stay there. Note the position of the spike here. Ultimately, Starbound, they're going to have to come back through and scoop that up. The deadlock wall in their way. It's going to be a little bit hard to make even further progress. But very quickly, FlyQuest have definitely rattling the cage over at A. Not a full commitment, and there's a sonic sensor on the site. Sonda slows it down a bit.
A little bit awkward with every going deep. Marcel again wants to fight in mid, and this time finds the first kill. Last time went down initially, but now putting her team at a nice advantage as the time is dwindling. It looks like Fly want to go into this B split, but they're going to have to deal with both Sentinels over there. A couple tripwires.
Isolating that tendency to want to fight constantly. Punished a little bit. She will be able to blow through that barrier though. It's a little bit late to CT though. I heard a post up at that angle could be lethal. Now, oh! What is that? I don't even know how those bullets found their targets, but Marcelin is able to find two. YFP now with all the players and FlyQuest with very little time. Starman eventually falls. We've got an even game on our hands.
Just outrageous mechanics from this side. They are so talented at that facet of the game. And though it is really the simplest aspect of the game to look at, FlyQuest, for me in this tournament, aside from Sonder, have really not been in their best mechanical form. And I think that that is one of the fundamental parts of the game that YFP can best them at today. We have seen each player have those electric moments. We keep going on about it. And I haven't seen that for Fly as much. Like, typically, Dodonut is right up there at the top of the overall leaderboard, barely behind Floor. This tournament just hasn't been able to replicate that level of performance. It's just a shooting range here.
Such emphasis being placed here on fighting towards tiles. Marceline without the scope. Able to bring Thea down. However, Dodonut is able to find some Sheriff purchase here, and the blades are drawn. Spike is down and covered here by Corrupt, who has a Gravnet to play off this now. Might loose that as the Neural Theft comes in. Gonna force the deadlock off that angle, and still Dodonut wants to make her way up mid. Trip has to go. Elaborate now is waiting for it. Tailwind's used now. Dodonut down to 48. Some damage coming through the masonry there. Cloudburst to get her out, but the spray is too good, and YFP get to 3.
Oh, a little unlucky there. Things get awkward at the end. Thought Dodo was about to just immediately make me eat my words. Just gets 2 Sheriff headshots after I was talking about Dodo not having a great performance yesterday, not putting up the typical Dodo numbers, but Elaborate shuts down all hope, and a timeout is called here by Coach Jovi, who really has had a massive impact on this team. We have seen countless times in this tournament, out of timeouts, FlyQuest able to turn things around, bring a cool little idea into the fold to win the round. And this is a big one. It's their full buy. They have a Hunter's Fury to play with, inching a bit closer to Saunders' Annihilation too, but more crucial than all of that is the fact that their economy hangs in the balance here.
FlyQuest obviously win the pistol there. It's YFP. We've seen 5 rounds of play here on Ascent. So many of them have been dominated by individuals just doing something a little unreasonable. Scary Sharks also opted for the operator here. Obviously something to bear in mind, but they, the looks of things, would rather play an extremity over towards that A side of the map here. And Marceline again, really just wanting to fight over and over again through mid, will be posted up there.
Operator going to take this line in A main. Certainly looks like there will be a handful of targets for Scary Shark to choose from, as the dark cover will go down in that standard one-way position. Pop out, but Dodonut is just way too fast. Hunter's Fury as well.
You just don't expect the one way to be disrespected like that, but FlyQuest here with a burst of speed. Getting over onto the A side now, and it's up down to Marceline. We'll look to play off this flash. Here's the swing. Starbound full flash by that one. At least there's able to be a trade, though. Good protocols here for FlyQuest. This leaves Melia playing solo here from heaven with that Odin. Spray has to be respected, but Melia is walled in and is booted out the gate.
That is so tough. All the players on Fly were really weak as well. A couple stray Odin bullets could have sent someone to the grave. But look, I'm going to tell you right now, if Donut is playing like this, it's not just what Fly want, it's what they genuinely need to win this game. She's got to be in prime form and already sitting at 10-4. Very nice. That was a bit of an error, though. A bit messy from YFP in that early round. Not able to get the AWP on the line because the dark cover had to be sent out. You know, perhaps if the AWP was in the hands of the Deadlock, would have gotten the kill on that angle. Scary Shark was just too slow to get the weapon back in their hands because they had to put the smoke down.
Playing off your own one way. You don't expect it just to be walked through like that always. FlyQuest, though, with a smidge of disrespect, but gets a huge lead early in that round. Here's the 7th round now, and Scary Shark paying the price for that big investment prior. Just a Bucky.
Portal closed.
Actually, already early. Barrier thrown down there by the Deadlock over towards Tree. Part of the map that Fly really are trying to explore right now. You go, Marceline.
Yeah, just playing forward. Having that gate crash available, so when that drone does come, you're able to just get right out of there. Now the dimensional drift, trying to gain some information. I mean, Aware at least knows that no one is in Fountain, but Fly just want to execute with that all being used.
Yep. Annihilation did come down, but there's nobody really left on B after Dodo hit it real hard. Was pinged, of course, by the recon coming through, but it doesn't matter if you have advanced warning about a jet hit at the site like that. Corrupt trying to jump across the gap here. And we've got two defenders stuck inside CT. And YFP here really have very little to get done here. Scary Shark, though, not necessarily any real reason to save. But this is a very difficult divide to bridge with just a Bucky.
Yeah, just going to be trying their best to get some exit kills. The economy for Fly is still pretty poor, so any damage done will have influence on some of these following rounds. Melia as well wants to hold that B-side exit. I like that.
By Scary Shark.
I like that speed in the round, though, from Fly. With that dimensional drift going in, they just hit the gas, execute quickly onto B, overwhelm the anchors. And there weren't actually any tripwires to contend with. All that Sentinel utility was focused elsewhere on the map, towards mid, and you can even see it still over towards A.
Danger.
That's so... okay. There's at least the one, but I don't know. We're just gonna save that Bucky. Let's... oh, no. Rifle recovered.
Upgraded.
All good. We got the upgrade.
What a tight game this has been so far. FlyQuest finally able to break back in after 3 brutal rounds, kind of back to back. It's allowed them to salvage this economy. YFP, however, it's been a little bit awkward. Previous round, it was a mix of weapons. This round, it's Marceline with a Singer. They have Annihilation if they can play reactively off that. Neural Theft as well. Now earned for Elaborate.
Buys decent enough with those weapons saved that they could win this sort of pseudo-thrifty.
There they are.
Deep Recon gets a ping on the Cypher, but nothing remarkable with that information. Obviously, incredibly standard to just have your Sentinel trip up towards B, whether that's the Cypher, the KJ, play that side of the map. Dark Cover's getting cycled to deny this walk up onto Cat.
Nice is the plan. Another Bucky round, and that is perfect tool to shake someone off that close angle. It has to be a gate crash out for Marceline, but no one's checked Wine just yet. Ev has to be mindful of it to some degree, but Melia gets the drop on them. Now that's an issue for Starbound. They have to find a way to clear this Sova out, and they lose that fight as well. YFP, what a comfortable round to come into, especially with a bit of an awkward, weird buy. 3v2. Oddly enough, though, not yet looking to drop down here with a Bucky. It's awful hard at that range. Marceline mops him up.
I love that little bait setup towards Wine. Worked perfectly. Marceline, the distraction, playing forward. I mean, frankly, a little lucky to be alive. That earlier moment, they had rounded the corner, but I can't remember which player it was. They just like swapped to their knife the second that she peeked. or she definitely would have been dead. But on the retreat, teleporting out, perfect bait setup. Fly not expecting that at all. Melia just finding that pick, shutting down the aggression from A main so the rest of the team can focus on the other side of the split side exec. That's why they just want to go fast. They want to hit A straight off the jump.
These fast hits have looked pretty good for FlyQuest for the most part. And they have easily been able to wander into that A side. Dark cover breaks up the interlopers. Clone dropping down from heaven. Doesn't really provoke a reaction there out of Dodo. Eventually she's going to have to let the silverware fly up in heaven.
And now, we haven't had a lot of these situations with actual full retakes, but this is where that deadlock can really be pivotal.
Big paranoia hits 2 players over towards Jen. Corrupt, though, being careful about it. Again, that deadlock wall is going to be frustrated to try and play through, but Corrupt steps up, even though they're hit by a sonic sensor. They're able to find one. Dodo still with the blades out here. Neural theft, though, for YFP. Now to try and break open this site, but only got 3 players left to work with. 1 in tree, 2 to the heaven side, and Elaborate swings it, finds one. Still, this is threatening. The presence in hell might be a problem, but Dodo is going to be on her own now and still able to take the head off Melia. Raw 1v1, but Scary Shark has not the time nor the vitality to end the round. And FlyQuest salvage what could have been an ugly round.
Dodo really is looking rejuvenated, right back into the elite form that we expect from one of the best duelists that we've had in NA Game Changers for years at this point. Lovely play in that last clutch situation.
16
with the
5.
time dwindling. I just mad. No one else on the team is even positive right now. But listen, they are doing a good job at setting Dodo up when necessary. But obviously, if you don't have your Jet putting up numbers like that, all that utility, you're giving her be damned. And YPR right back on the eco.
These fast hits combined with the deadlock utility in the post plant are going to be hard for YFP to deal with, but there's a pace variation in this round. Quest grouping here towards that B main. Spike held elsewhere. No TP up at there, so it had to be across of the map for her. I'm just trying to draw something out of B for FlyQuest. There's that tailwind into the cyber cave now. Spam going in towards CT. There's a timing here for Dodo. Nut Masterly might be watching it though. No one's watching that? There's a gun barrel spotted. Masterly's going to step out and take this one. It's easy. Even with a classic, it's easy. Huge start for the defenders. FlyQuest, just slow it down and send an individual in that can't be played off.
In the meantime, though, Sandra and Thea have just walked up because the trip from the deadlock doesn't go off when you're silent walking. 3 kills on the rotates, both picked off, and now it's FlyQuest on the dash to the A site. They've got the man advantage. They're going to get the spike down. A couple guns recovered for YFP, but surely that won't be enough. Ev is ready to take this fight on Cat. But Melia will circle all the way around.
I have to know about this. I'm not sure if Ev was actually able to see Melia. She crossed into mid on this wide flank. Time is of the essence, though, for the Sova to make this wrap around. This could be YFP looking to encapsulate the side entirely. But Sonda stands her ground with a Guardian. We've got 2 making the way into heaven. Master Lead is ready for it, though. Able to find 2 to make 3 for the round. And now a 1 versus 2 for the defenders. Eventually finds the head of Thea. Starbound with the neural theft here. Will it be enough to help them? Gotta be Marcelin on the defuse here and at 5 points of health. Marcelin with the ace. Ridiculous round, and YFP break back with some momentum. What an iBuyPower
my
race.
God, man. I mean, both duelists are just showing out right now. 14-8, 16-6. And it all starts with that effort from FlyQuest to get Dodo Nut into the B site, just silently creeping in, but the barrel got spotted. Marcelin found that pick, and because of that was able to even get the rifle that was gifted to her to find 4 more kills later in the round. We keep going back to it, but the individual skill is just outlandish, man.
We're 10 rounds in. Feels like it's all been left out there on this first map at this best of 5. YFP refuse to be upstaged here by FlyQuest, who again need to win this game to secure their advancement to Berlin, to have control over their destiny. Marceline may get more than she bargained for, but she's got a perfect angle. Ev there as well takes the clone out as an opportunity here. Oh, the dominoes fall. Dodo Nut is 1 HP. Not getting out of that one in one piece, that's for sure. And YFP convert on that previous round here into a comfortable anti-eco.
Still, Marcelin just so confident to take these fights in mid.
My thanks.
Even easier, of course, when you have that gun advantage. Last chance here for Fly to try and win a round on their attack side. We really have not had a lot of situations where there's been full retakes. You know, YFP are playing pretty proactively. We're not getting those situations where you'd get the site, your Deadlock just spams Sentinel utility everywhere. They want to use the Hunter's Fury. They want to get into A fast. The site is completely vacant, but do YFP want to get in? Do they want to fight here with some of this util, with a Dimensional Drift going in to get information?
They might want to get ahead of this Deadlock util on the post-plant wide. They're going to try and disrupt. Marceline is out of Dimensional Drift into hell and finds one, but Dodonut is there on the side. Presence coming out from Tree here. Corrupt on the other side of the wall, and Elaborate is safe from the Cocoon, but not from the firing squad that awaited her. Now the 1 versus 2. Spike in the middle of that wall structure. And a crossfire set up here for YFP. Basonda, too much to ask. Melia ends around with 3, and YFP put together 3 of their own.
And that is the pain and suffering that you feel when you try to go for a fast hit against this double Senti comp, and then you run into the side where you're getting walled off. Donut is split into the site. But I love that YFP are so proactive in a situation like this against the opposing Deadlock. They're not letting that spike get down. They're not letting that situation play out that I was speaking of just before that round had began. They're taking the fight to them while the hit is actually coming through, and it's paid off for them massively.
Here.
That was their 7-5 half. FlyQuest a respectable 5 attacking rounds. They really had to work for them. The Marcelino Donut show right now. Let's see if that's going to be the narrative as the stage is set for our second half to begin. And a ping there on the Cypher of Elaborate's going to force them back to having to fight for this. Elaborate able to take Dodo down already. Thea may be feeling a little exposed now. Paranoia definitely going to require a fallback.
That's some really misleading information when the recon there just spots the Cypher rounding the corner back. That barrier's down as well to cut off the CT spawn rotate. Sander wants to get on the line, wants to take the duel. That's a weak target. She might have been able to pick off Marcelin. The confidence just dry swinging. Does get traded out before the dark cover falls, though.
Sander trying to help the players here in Boathouse with the lineup of this Gravnet. Going to get a bit busy here for Evan Thayer right now. The jumps across. Thayer's able to find one through the masonry. Corrupt tries to wrap. And FlyQuest hold it down. Uncomfortable for them with that Deadlock wall thrown out in the middle of that B site. They navigate it well.
Uncomfortable, but YFP just did not get in there with the swiftness that was required. They needed that dark cover onto spawn earlier. They needed to scale towards lane and fight back site way quicker than they did. Like 5 seconds at least faster than they actually ended up doing. That resulted in the round loss for them. FlyQuest with an opportunity to tie things up. Starbound has the outlaw in hand, but all classics for YFP, so it won't be consequential to this next round where they're going to be, you know, choosing between light or heavy armor, excuse me. They'll be able to get that full buy.
Really playfully all bearing towards A-Main. The Sonic Sense are thrown down A side for a fast hit. YFP, though, opting for nothing of the sort. Yeah. Aries, of course. YFP every reason to play this a little bit slower. Elaborate, that looks like they took a pickle. Ev wants to scope it out, but they also don't see very much at all. Not a lot of information being gained by Fly in terms of the B main presence in either of these last couple of rounds. Whoop, that'll do it. Elaborate again. Has to abscond. They're still going for this. The double back for YFP. Adamant that this is where they want to be until they run into the outlaw. Starbound able to take Elaborate, but they'd already a lot of damage coming out from that Ares. Still slow play for YFP, but eventually they've got to go up a gear. And Starbound's able to find Melga through the smoke. A second there for Dodonut now as the scope weapons get involved. Outlaw and Marshall chime in. Marcelin and Scary Shark as the 2 remainers. Oh, they're going to try and make a play for it. That was heard. Ev hears the gate crash TP to logs. And a pretty comfortable wrap up there for Fly.
And even though it is just an anti-eco, I feel like, again, seeing a bit of indecision and awkwardness in the pace of YFP trying to take B main there. Not able to overwhelm Starbound, holding that angle with the Outlaw. You're just kind of one by one, the dominoes falling. Need to see a bit more cohesion and decisiveness when it's going to come down to these actual full buy executes. We have the attack side Odin on Elaborate, gonna try to go for the counter spam B main.
Then a recon the mid thrown out there. No one from YFP. Grouped up close. This bonus for Fly features an Outlaw and the Marshal that we saw last round. An odd assortment of weapons, Ares as well. Trying to explore tree a little bit now. Melia does catch a glimpse of Donut.
Krupp going to have to break this trip in mid at some point. Does just that. Barrier going to go down to cut off that spawn, rotate as well. A lot of pressure mid to B. Lovely headshot. Starbound not able to collect. Only 140 from the Outlaw body shot, and Ev overwhelmed, but gets 2 with the Ares. I mean, you've got to be joking that that just can't be allowed to happen. This should not be a 3 versus 3.
Corrupt, of course. Very low after taking that Outlaw hit. Thankfully, they had the armor. Gonna see the plant go down now, and Corrupt hoping to be able to play off of this Logs position. Again, a push from main could be problematic if they are going to TP across the tripwire to obscure her movements here. Scary Shark has the Guardian. Shouldn't be an issue. This play here, that's big. Thea shows herself here. She tries to cross. Elaborate wants to be there on the off angle, but it's going to be a 1-for-1 anyway. Sonda gets in there. Not aware of the play from Speedway. Not here. How to salvage a round like this? Dealing with the Odin's going to be a tough job. Surely not. 4 bullets left in the chamber. Scary Shark is at 9. It's time. That could be an issue. But Donut steps into the smoke, brimming with confidence. Dispatches the Omen and saves the round for FlyQuest.
Absurd bonus round win. Just simply should not have happened. Ev should have gotten traded out. Getting 2 with the Ares in that position in the middle of the site. Could get swung from stairs, lane, and is able to get 2. This attack side is just not looking cohesive enough from YFP. These executes, you're not feeling that tsunami of presence. Players fighting forward, a wave of utility. It is just this 1-by-1 peeking an angle, players going down. We've really seen that on 3 rounds in a row now. This attack side is just not up to scratch, not looking as good as Fly's.
So no, every piece of util at her disposal is trying to slow up what could have been a fast hit here from YFP. They only have the sheriffs to work with though. It's a bit of an awkward one. They were hoping to rush and overwhelm, but that is exactly what Deadlock will deny. Attacking Deadlock will throw towards tree here.
Shock Dart going out just to break that mid trip. It does go down, so that's going to, at the very least, cause Fly concern towards mid. You can see Starbound just going for the jump spot right now in the defender's spawn.
Definitely pulls Starbound away from Raz. Yeah, timely cam spots 4 players making the move in here, but FlyQuest definitely not in position to be able to fight this as it comes in. However, F is sat there with an Odin, having to spray down 2. Now this leaves YFP in a position where, yes, some weaponry can be salvaged. Melia's able to get an Odin to her name, but eventually the net will close in FlyQuest seem to be interested in taking prisoners yet. Starbound picked off. Melia at least able to spray in that direction, but you notice Dodo not get ahead of that cloudburst anyway. And you're right, Wyatt. Couple of awkward rounds. YFP have not been able to build an economic base here. FlyQuest have been pretty flawless on this defense.
Yeah, at the very least for a YFP, a fair amount of damage done should keep Fly's economy relatively honest. If they had gotten a clean anti-eco there, they would have had just an exorbitant amount of cash. Pretty insurmountable to overcome when you're on that favored side on Ascent, the defense. When you have all that Sentinel utility to play with. When you have Dodonut in the form that she's in today, the necessary form to jump over this hurdle and get to their 3rd straight Game Changers final. she is standing up to the task at hand. She's meeting it.
So far in this half for YFPX, limited forays into mid. We've seen recons thrown there, shocks to clear the trips, but it's never really been tested. It's been used as a device to try and pull these FlyQuest players off of sites. Sonda's been able to react to a lot of like the fast moves over towards the A side of the map. She's had the util to slow it down to force YFP to maybe reconsider. We haven't seen tree tested at length either. Definitely a lot of options here for YFP to discuss, and already obviously that Odin coming into play once more for Melia. Really powerful, I think, in, you know, combination with a lot of these deadlock walls. Just hold on a corner and spray down. YFP absolutely need a win in this round.
Yeah, definitely. You want that Odin to be able to break those little orbs from the barrier mesh.
This is a nice
I mean, hell, you might even find a situation where you can get like a cheeky spam through a wall because Marceline will ping someone with the dimensional drift. It looks like they want to just go for the full B execute. Use that Yoru ultimate to spot out any of the Sentinel utility, any players dug in, entrenched. But they're not. The site has just been vacated. Out of that timeout in Fly, they were expecting a heavy hit like that, just a big execute. If they're willing to play the retake, they've got a Hunter's Fury to do so.
Play off his trip. Oh, that's dirty. Grub getting picked off by that. Ever course with that third shot come through. Melia took some damage. Hunter's Fury now coming out from the attackers, but information on where Fly is set up is minimal, as you can see. That was purely speculation from Melia. Still a post plant secure with 4 players up, but now FlyQuest are starting to surround. A lot rides on Scary Shark here, playing that B main position.
Absolutely. There was a trip watching it. It does get broken, but Scary Shark still going to feel the pressure from multiple angles. Marceline trying to help, but caught in the open.
Now towards the back of the side, Boathouse. Melia and Elaborate trying to hang on. 9 HP with that Odin. It's really not enough. And FlyQuest with another beautiful defensive retake. How they pick YFP apart. On this B side especially. Circling through, getting that B main control.
They really just read them like a book out of that timeout. They were so ready for a big execute to come in with the dimensional drift. Playing off-site. They had a 1 trip set. If they can catch a player, get a kill. That trip was procced and the Hunter's Fury comes through. They find that first. Boom, we're in the 5v4. We wanted to play for a full retake anyway. Now we have the advantage. And like you said, they already had 2 players ready to circle through B main. They hit that retake from all 3 angles. Just perfectly set up, perfectly read out of the timeout.
You're not going to see FlyQuest look to give up the side every round like that, but because they could play off a trip, and of course have a Hunter's Fury to almost guarantee a kill, it's an easy choice for them. YP though, of course, still able to buy into this round. It's a little bit haphazard in terms of armor here and there. Can play off an Annihilation or get also online for the attackers. It's going to be any time on this map. It's going to have to be now. And the default is YP really push up the map. Should allow Scary Shark to double back. Take the spike where it needs to go.
Have to acknowledge the importance of this round economically. YFP have everything riding on it. Again, here goes that barrier to just cut off that spawn, rotate. Waste time for the defenders. Ev does have the Odin at least to try and break it with some haste. The dark cover goes down for B spawn. They're trying to make it look like they're hitting that site while the A execute comes through. What a peek from Donut to find that early advantage.
The wall is finally cleared. Sonda was actually clearing it initially. She doubles back to help out with this push into tree. You see what YFP were trying to do, hoping to peel some players off of that A side to deal with that deadlock barrier. It doesn't work out that way at all. Now YFP are probably just priced into a save, folks.
And on that cross, they just have nothing for tree. They're just out in the open. Donut just jiggle peeks, hits a nice shot, but is able to hit that because there's just nothing to cover that angle. Elaborate was all the way in spawn, going from A main side, so you don't have the cage. Scary Shark could just place a dark cover towards B. YFP just not with the right utility in the right places, and Donut exploits them for it.
I mean, there's a world where I think if Donut doesn't stop YFP in their tracks as they start to execute onto that A side, and that wall really is able to strip the defenders down to just Donut on that side. There's a world where YFP can get in there and actually play a post plant, which is what they're desperate to do with this setup. They don't have the best
Absolutely.
initiator util to play off of, right? Why they have to contact a lot.
If they just had a cage for that cross and got to site, had the annihilation to deal with Thea and Hell, an easy one to hit, could be a totally different round. Fly, though, they want to end this game with some aggression. Donut in deep. The recon is lovely. The grav net in tandem. Oh, but Corrupt doesn't give a damn. The two Sheriff shots are just nasty.
What great reaction from YFP. It's obviously a tiles crunch behind a recon and a grav net for FlyQuest, but YFP have one of their own. Scary Shark has the drop on this. The timing is perfect, and the Sheriff shots have been sublime this round. They are the last defender left. Both Romans with ultimates available now. You see Scary Shark, of course, look to remediate that lack of spike on her person. Get the plant down at A.
Ice cold shots, but a great reactive grav net. Thea forced to break the door, deal with both players in main. Players with good utility for this scenario as well. An easy paranoia that can come down on the spike when it's tapped. Doesn't even matter. Scary Shark just spams through. And they win a round out of absolute thin air. And it was just off the back of Corrupt having this nice reactive grav net that comes down. 2 easy shots because of it, and then that's just obscene. It's just obscene.
Might be one of the most
Second
ridiculous
shot, come on.
rifties we've seen this map wide. Just Sheriffs, 4 kills from those at the very least. Bit of a slow on the momentum for FlyQuest, but economically speaking, they're in decent shape. They're bought up heavily though.
Suddenly, though, a few players with less than 1,000 credits, YFP have a real shot of getting back into this must-win round, obviously. But if they do win it, comeback is on.
I'm thinking of Haven against Refrag. That absurd comeback.
They know how to make comebacks happen. They did it to Refrag, they did it to Shopify, but Donut posted up on the angle, bringing in the operator, not something YFP had to deal with previously. Sonder on the tight angle.
This is how you beat this setup, right? This double sentinel look. Take an operator, contact the extremities. Sonder there wisely just falling back after taking the individual kills. Sonic Sensor going to be set up now. It's going to get a little bit hairy here. The Corrupt is going to fall. Ev is chilling in tree. I just don't know if that's an angle YFP are ready for at all. And map point gets brought up here by Fly. The operator chiming out a second time for Dodonut.
A nice speedy rotate from Fly after finding this pick. Able to overwhelm all these players in tree. I mean, look at the goddamn mini-map in this situation. All of Fly had gotten over there so quickly. The entire team just barreling at them with the numbers advantage that they have, knowing that they can just trade out. Donut is 28-10 right now. Oh my god, man.
You know, it's funny because we talked about it a lot as someone who in the past is putting out performances that are like, you know, close to fluorescent level, like genuinely outsized, genuinely ridiculous, having a little bit more of a muted run. Talk about peaking at the right time. You know, Sonder did so much work for FlyQuest, I think, over the last couple of games with this ridiculous consistency. She was really a big part of what gets them to this point. Must feel nice for her to step back and allow Dodonut here to really take over the game. And that's not an overstatement.
Absolutely. Yesterday against Shopify, 45 rounds in total in their best of 3. Dodonut, 22 kills. Already beating that today with less than half the total rounds played. Just absurd.
Watching this spot.
FlyQuest economy definitely shaky.
Here.
YFP almost getting to them to the point where 1 round is as good as 2 if they can just win it. FlyQuest though only dropping the 1 in this whole half. And it was an absurd thrifty, to be fair.
Wow, what a question. And try and close the game out. Donut on for the 30 bomb.
Scary's now to 55. Already cleaned up by Sonder. Sonder has been so efficient here, playing from tree. Take 1 kill, fall back. Hamstring YFP. And basically deny them the chance here to walk out of this map with a dub. Artis Fury is probing and searching. And there's just nothing to be found. YFP will space out across the map and Elaborate takes the risk of crossing mid to try and set up the tree. The Sonder has been virtually immovable. And Donut combined, there's nobody that can get through this A-hole. FlyQuest look imperious right now, and Melia has it all to do. A 1 versus 3, at least a spike to hand, but the paranoia should lock this up. And Dodonuts, in regulation, what is that, 32 kills?
Yeah, 32 to end the game. Again, just the turnaround from yesterday. One of the rare poor performances from Dodonut makes good on that immediately. Fly, they take their map pick in pretty stunning fashion. That was a great defense, a great display of the double Senti comp that we've started to see come into the fold in NA this year, and really could see the difference in both teams' quality of play on the attack side. That was the definitive aspect of this game. YFP just could not match what FlyQuest were able to do on their attack.
It feels like they tried to break A. YFP tried to deadlock wall to peel people off the sides, split into tree. They tried to go fast A main. Sonder and Dodonut slow it down, stop it in their tracks every single time, whether it's deadlock util or it's an operator kill that comes from grass. There's just nothing that could be done. Ridiculous way to start off this series. Of course, there's much more to cover in this best of 5, and it's a big test, of course, for YFP. Can they bounce back on their map pick? The only way to find out is to stay with us after the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
At Verizon, every phone can be the new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence. Wow, phones are going to be flying to Verizon.
At Verizon, new and existing customers can get iPhone 16 Pro and a new iPad, all on us. Only on Verizon.
I have a wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
lower finals, best of 5, and in the very first map, FlyQuest are able to be closing it out after a pretty close match through and through. Looking back at this ascent here, Ender, I mean, back and forth, we knew YFP, they had that potential, they had that firepower, but it was not enough in the end to try and close it out. FlyQuest being able to string together rounds as soon as we got that side swap.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, like, the side swap came in and it was just clap central all the way to the finish. But especially in that first half and throughout the game, to me, it was just like the Dodonut show. She was absolutely on fire throughout that game, finding so many different moments, clutch moments in the first half especially, to keep FlyQuest in this one, because a lot of these rounds got a little bit messy, but she was able to sort of see through a lot of that and end up winning out in the end. And there was this one round that she ended up having. Obviously here, gets the 3K to secure it, but over here too, look, gets hit by the tripwire. Instead of breaking the trip, kills the Cypher, so the trip goes offline, and then Dodo's still winning out in that clutch. It was just absurd levels of play out of FlyQuest Duelist.
Yeah, Dodo was ridiculous this entire map, and honestly, it seemed like it should have, if anything, been more dominant. You see this round here where they go for this crazy play in through mid, and then just end up going and getting kind of cooked. I feel like FlyQuest overcooked a lot of their anti-eco rounds, and gave some opportunities for YFP to come back in. They were super successful with the Sheriffs to keep this game somewhat competitive, but at the end of the day, in the rifle rounds, FlyQuest really was in control. Dodo does such a great job, especially on defense, at finding the right reposition in the mid-round to get that pick, figure out where they're going to be finishing, and stay active throughout that round. And it's so huge because thus far in Series 3, it's been a little bit of a slower tournament for Dodo. The casters are talking about this, but she's always pretty much been up there, probably number 2 in most people's eyes, beyond Fluorescent for just the best star player that we have in the Game Changer circuit. But here she is, back in peak form, right when it matters most to get that slot in Berlin.
That's the important part, when it matters most, because we can talk till the end of the earth about Dodonut, and being able to perform well, but maybe not to that same standard that we talk about her for some of these maps, definitely something. But being able to really show up when it's important is absolutely massive, especially when we're looking at this lower finals for FlyQuest. They need to be winning out in this best of 5 to move on to that grand finals, and most importantly, secure that spot to Berlin. This FlyQuest, even if it was decently close in terms of the scoreline, Mimi, it was a FlyQuest too that was able to overall just kind of outperform. We've seen issues before for YFP on that attack end when they're pushing on forward. And when we got that side swap, even if a couple of those ideas were a little bit more cohesive, it still just wasn't enough.
Yeah, YFP was really reliant, like you were talking about, some of those eco rounds, some of those clutch plays to stay in this game. But to me, I didn't feel like they had the best game plan to actually deal with the Cypher Deadlock comp they were playing into. A lot of these late rounds, that utility was causing them problems. They were getting caught off guard by Dodonut's off. I just don't feel like their attack side on Ascent has been up to snuff thus far this tournament.
That said, they still had the individual pop-ups. I mean, like, what is that play from Nora? Absolutely ridiculous. And at the same time, you then have Marceline, who comes in here and gets a 1v3, 1v4 ace at the finish, like down on 45 HP, but somehow, even while being pinged out, whatever, is able to move just so slightly there, get that final kill for the ace, and keep YFP in a very close game overall.
Hey, those are the individual pop-offs that I want to see from YFP in this series, because we still have so much Valorant to play, and we're now going to be hopping on into this next map, and I think that is going to be absolutely crucial here for YFP. Because when we've seen these trouble points of Ascent before, all right, it's easy to kind of shove that under the rug. But now we're going to be heading on into Icebox, and if we're talking about this Marceline highlight here, I think that's going to be so interesting with Icebox, because this is where we get to see at least why I feel like to switch things up. But we've gotten to see before that Marceline will go towards that Reyna and enter. I think that could be absolutely massive for the second map.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, this map is just going to be all about the A-site brawls. Like, FlyQuest Red, they usually are playing a comp with, like, no duelist. They're playing a Sage in there, but just tons of utility to fight forward for that space. And they go A the majority of their rounds. And I think YFP are going to have to come in and have good prep to actually know where they can sort of play around that. They're going to have to step forward, past some of that utility to take aggressive fights. But it's not going to be easy because, like, as I've said before, I think that Icebox is one of FlyQuest's most dangerous maps.
Yeah, and I think if they're not able to find those gaps early on and get the fights ahead of time, it has to come down to having really on-point utility when they're going into these set retakes. They're playing a triple flash comp with the Reyna, the KO, the Gecko. They're really heavily indexed into like these flash combinations and getting value out of that. So be it in the retake, be it in the early rounds, I think that a lot of that pressure falls to Marceline when they're going to be investing so much utility into setting them up for success with 3 of those agents on the flashes.
I also have some concerns about YFP if they don't get the ball rolling early on about how they're going to be able to adapt, you know, after a timeout against FlyQuest Red. I think them as a team, they prefer not to take timeouts until they absolutely have to. Like, they used both their timeouts in the second half of that last game. And on the other hand, Jovi with FlyQuest, I think, had a great timeout call after round 5 in the first half of that Ascent game where YFP kept just fighting them over and over into that mid space, which is really not expected with the types of comps that YFP were running. Jovi just said, hey, we're just going to start running a lot more execs. Even though they're playing double Senti on this map, they're fighting for so much space into mid, and the execs started working really, really well for FlyQuest. And I think, too, even when those timeouts were coming in the second half for YFP, I wasn't seeing a substantial enough shift in their playstyle to beat out FlyQuest, and that's going to be something that needs to change for them if they're not getting out to big leads early on.
Hopefully we can see start of that shift going on into the next map of the series as we head into the agent select or that lock-in. We've gotten to see YFP pretty recently on this map, and even if we have an idea of FlyQuest, it's a little bit, but yeah, still gonna be locking in. Donut Sage, love it. She popped off even though it was a bit ago. We got to see some great stuff. YFP, when we're looking at a Marceline who's been popping off throughout game changers though, Mimi, back on the Reyna, I'm excited for that.
Yeah, this is a very different composition they're playing into. Instead of playing that double flash combo with the Gecko KO, they've switched over to the more normal Sova and bringing out the Clove as well, which is pretty uncommon on this map. Normally when you see the second smoke agent, what you're looking at is the one-ways on defense, super powerful on those retakes on your attacking side, being able to commit your Viper utility to different areas and still be able to block off over towards B in these late rounds. But what you're losing here, I think, is not playing Jet, not playing Omen, which would otherwise fill that slot Melia's on, is you don't really have an agent for verticality. And against a team like FlyQuest that has really good util to fight towards A, like you were talking about, Christy, I feel like YFP might struggle to like get active in the early rounds on their defense.
Yeah, it's really hard to actually like step forward into that early space because FlyQuest always like unload 3 or 4 different abilities on default at the start of their round. So really for YFP, what I think it's going to be about is finding opportunities to refight into FlyQuest. You're going to look at Marceline stepping back through their own Viper wall to fight into a FlyQuest as people have util in hands, as they're scaling forward. It's going to be all about finding those tiny windows where YFP can punish FlyQuest, but it's not going to be easy and it's not going to be a consistent thing for them. They're really going to have to shoot well and find those little gaps against FlyQuest game plan.
Hey, it's the lower finals. Nothing should be easy. Nothing should be given. But it's an opportunity now on Icebox, YFP's map pick of choice, to try and tie up this series. So it's time to get underway to see if they have the firepower, the capability to get it done. And back over to your casters, Uber and Wyatt for Icebox.
Quite a change up here for YFP's composition. Previously with Gecko and KO, they were really, quite flash heavy, really trying to combo that, of course, with the fact that Reyna's Leer is still super effective when you want to fast these sites. Complete departure from this game plan, like against a FlyQuest team who, on the attack side, are going to have that Sage that can get them into some of these post-plant situations pretty safely.
Absolutely. Going far away from that very aggro flash synergy comp where you're trying to push through walls, all of that, and going over to the Clove, which we've seen a bit on this map. I remember seeing Superman playing on EG earlier this year with it. It's, we've had those moments. FPX were running this internationally, so certainly not the first time that we're going to be seeing this look. it doesn't have that verticality, something that Mimi mentioned, so you lose some of those options defensively, but I suppose you can get a little bit of verticality when you just ride the rope over to Belt, try and take that early duel, but it just results in a weak Marcelin falling off and keeping her life.
Wallbang pressure is so punishing. Daya just has a walk up mid there and is able to dig Melia out. That leaves YFP with just that Viper. Controller-wise and F confidence brimming with it. They're now going to try and pressure the backside, but of course, Sage Wall means that this plant goes off without a hitch 9 times out of 10. And FlyQuest can ease into this post-plant setup, but they're all committed. No one playing back towards Belts here. This is definitely an all-in kind of fight, and in the blink of an eye, Marcelin's able to find 2. It's up to Dodo Nut here. Can she salvage? Decay down, but back in fighting form. Still in a 1 versus 2.
That is just absurd. There's no good utility at all to get back in for YFP aside from that Viper Wall that is placed for retake intention. But it's Marcelin just finding a timing to walk through it, fight from lower 410.
That's exactly what Ender talked about, Wyatt. These little openings while FlyQuest are winding up some of this util while they're trying to get everything set up. YFP have done a great job of exploiting that opening. And there was not even a plant there to work with, so now Dodo Nut at least is able to cross the map.
They just didn't even try to find a moment to stick the plant down, weren't covering all of the proper angles, and it's exploited by confidence, aggression for YFP, but now it's about closing it out against Dodo Nut, who already dropped a 30 bomb on map 1.
And she could be anywhere at this point. As far as the defenders are concerned, anybody looking up towards Crows, no. Let's elaborate down. Dodo Nut has managed to even it up, and a glimpse of Scary Shark here. No reason to commit! Oh my goodness, talk about giving the way of the Dodo a new meaning. Dirty stuff. 3K and the salvage of the pistol round for FlyQuest.
Everything you do, all of your effort, any nice shots, it's just irrelevant against Dodo Nut at the moment. Obscene. Starts with the trade. Maneuvering top site here in lovely fashion. This little jiggle peek at the end with Scary Shark trying to cross to get to that safe position with the corner rounded to start sticking the spike, try and pressure Donut to have to rush. It just doesn't even matter. What a lovely tap.
What on earth are you supposed to do about that? Early ping here at Marcelin. She will look, of course, having already been lit. More than happy to bring the Owl drone down. And already YFP, a lot of information being gleaned from that B side of the map here. Walking, of course, to some stingers and outlaw for Starbound, and they'll be playing obviously back towards Belts here. What a wrap though from Marceline here. Dangerous! Another head goes rolling. Still good for 2 and yet another round. And once again, leaves FlyQuest in a severely underhanded situation. This time Starbound has to find a way to extricate them. What a huge thrifty this would be. After such a frustrating round, YFP break back and throw the economy into utter chaos.
2 rounds in a row now, we've seen some uncharacteristic sloppy play from Fly getting into the site. Both times, not covering all of the angles, not clearing all of the corners. Players so hyper-focused on fighting screens that not one even looks towards Generator. Very odd, very uncharacteristic of this team.
Marceline uses Generator at the start of the round, White. She gets pinged out by the Owl drone, leaves that position, and then doubles back to it. Fly don't recheck it.
Well, recovered on that prior round from Starbound and now suffers at the hands of it. Early pick. Some sheriffs for Fly, but this should be all but guaranteed for YFP.
They've got everything they need, a number of them able to upgrade to rifles after that thrifty round.
And take a look at Elaborate and Melia, already 3K plus credits.
I mean, they've not had to buy. Guns recovered from the prior round. So many of these one-ways coming down eventually. FlyQuest just had to disrespect it and make the move. Scary Shark forced back a brief amount, but the Phantom hits hard. Now Sonarab at least able to dig her out. Still a player advantage here, and Wingman going to work behind this Sage Wall. FlyQuest hoping for a gainful post-plant scenario. And that wall means that Wingman can at least get it down. Sheriffs are starting to ring out here. YFP do need to find a solution. A lot of util still to hand. Tons to work with. But Marceline still wants to take the fight. One way redeployed here. But FlyQuest already even up the numbers. Now it's two Vandals, though, up against FlyQuest. Donut goes low, decayed down briefly. No idea what's on the left side of her here. Eventually, Melia's going to be revealed. The flick is there, and Sonda now has to stop this, but the stick is there for Corrupt. YFP, almost an ugly situation for them, will still walk away with the round.
I'm not sure if this is a symptom of the pressure of the game or just both teams trying to find their footing on this map. But again, this time it was from YFP. Just messy. And even that, like, Thea's jumping across. You would imagine she's thinking that she'll have a teammate then swinging back yellow, but it doesn't come. There's this delayed wrap then to deal with the player back there from Fly, and then no one from YFP to help. Taking these solo engagements, players fighting forward with no help. A very odd start to this map. Scrappy to say the least, chaotic, but just messy from both teams.
Aldron's going to confirm the Pipes play here of the Reyna. FlyQuest really not committing much over to the B side this time, so plenty to discover for Scary Shark. In the meantime, though, all of this util, including this Thrash now, in the hands of Sonda. Over the top of 14 in the nest would definitely find a little bit of action here. Elaborate's already gone down. Sonda sees everything she needs to. Here comes that Sage Wall yet again. Last time this happened, YFP were able to disrupt and stop the plan. Melia tries to get there, but can't quite see. And is brought down. Oh, okay.
Lovely shot from Dodo. Again, just form is electric.
Of course, crossing this one way for Marceline is dangerous business. But, okay, the ADS up top side for Rev. Eventually, though, Crash to Electric Boogaloo is going to deal with the offending Reyna. This puts Scary Shark squarely on the outside looking in.
To me, it doesn't seem like YFP were really in heavy consideration of dealing with the Thrash on this round. They were playing so close, 4-10, that when it came out, their only option was to try and retreat. So Fly ended up getting the site entirely for free. Then they're playing this retake situation, sort of awkwardly fighting solo was Melia on rafters. And if they were playing from some safer positions there, they could have been in a situation where they could have flooded as a team when the spike was going down after the Thrash expired. But no, they just had to waste all of their time retreating on that low ground. Very awkward. Economy not entirely broken, though. They have a reasonable enough buy. Stinger being the worst of the weapons that they've got.
Through the storm, I fight.
They've got to stay out of this recon range, FlyQuest. That's really all that Corrupt has to play off of with the Hunter's Fury. They have the lineup. Darby on the one inching forward here. Okay, a couple of pings. Corrupt, here we go. Hunter's Fury off of this one here, but a little unsure. Okay, nothing connecting with that Sova ultimate. It comes out early. This is not going to slow FlyQuest down whatsoever. Lastly, not playing in a position to benefit from that one way either.
Oh, a little bit baited as Ev on the wall drop, trying to punish Marceline, who went so forward with the Stinger. Ends up reeling them in. Starbound caught in the open, trying to rotate back as well. Really not respecting the dropped wall.
They do if they are here in mid. Rue's thrown down, though, is going to slow things up. She will just anchor that position for the time being. Could be a rest here for Dodo, but this is a little bit scary. Marceline swings out into it. Sonda's holding that angle comfortably from Crows. Now, player swing puts FlyQuest squarely back in the round, but time becomes of the essence. 35 seconds left to work with, and Thea is the vanguard here. Might have a timing to get past that Clove held position, and this is devastating. There is no way Elaborate's going to be ready for this.
And Melia doesn't go up into kitchen either. Elaborate just looks doomed any moment now. Completely unaware of Thea on that backstab. Time is really dwindling, though, and Elaborate wants to exploit that. Thea gets aggressive, gets caught.
Timing on their activation just a little bit too late. No Sage Wall to work with here. That was used earlier in the round. Still, FlyQuest just have to fight it out. They get a spike plant just in the nick of time. This leaves Scary Shark and Corrupt with it all to do. The Latcher at least here can work from the top of Crows. Scary Shark, though, down to 30 with no util to speak of. Wall, of course, deployed over towards A in the standard location.
At the very least, recon for Corrupt does go out, but doesn't expose anyone.
Now Scary Shark, 30 HP. Slow Warp keeping them out of the sight. Looks like Exits is the plan from here on out. These are long, long odds for the Lone Viper. And FlyQuest are going to walk away with this round. Very back and forth. Very hotly contested. But this is where we start to see that Fly economy get built.
Little mix of luck and intuition from Ev allows them to get that second kill through close smoke. A really crucial one. YFP fighting desperately to deny the spike. It was just at 6 seconds that it was able to get stuck by Fly after the wingman was dealt with. A round of great importance because YFP's economy is now firmly thrown into the dumpster.
See the variation here as well. It's Melian naturally wants to play close to this judge. And Fly are pretty happy, I think, to hammer this A side, at least in these early rounds. And we'll have a push up here, and that's the ping on Corrupt. Starbound, it's just too easy for them.
Marcelin entrenched with that. Sheriff has made magic happen on some of these prior rounds.
Standard stuff here. The wall attempts to be thrown up. I like Marcelin getting ahead of it, though. She is in a place to easily disrupt FlyQuest now, but a double swing will do her in. Elaborate also very, very low playing by screens. YP doing what they can with the weaponry they've been able to amass. This leaves a judge in the hands of Melia to try and get them out of this round. There's a chance to maybe find a different weapon, but pushing her own smoke, the judge definitely feels like the best option. What can be collected? What can be gleaned from this round? Very little outside of the knowledge that Thea was waiting the whole time.
I do like, in a situation like that, that Fly are taking their time planting the spike. YFP have shown such aggression on that A site, so willing to fight even individually, that it's Fly realizing they can exploit that by just keeping the guns out, just fighting together. Like that double swing that you saw back site to deal with Marcelin, deal with Elaborate fighting from screens.
What's the play supposed to be here? Naturally, we see YP wanting to concoct something behind this lockdown. There's a Hunter's Fury in play, by the way, so there's never any guarantee of that. But here's the push-up. We're seeing this on a couple of rounds, mostly from Marcelin, who wants to get on pipes, or even cross that, you know, cross the zip line. But that's being spotted out. There is a recon there to ping that player consistently. But if YFP don't have the option to play forward and really fight with this Rainer Comp, then what are they supposed to do?
In terms of the ultimates here too, it's going to be really hard for YFP in regard to the fact that there's a Hunter's Fury up for FlyQuest. So the most crucial of their ults, their lockdown, which they could try to play for retake for, that's really off the table. That should be dealt with ease by Ev. And the lockdown from Starbound will have nothing to contend with it. You don't really have utility to break it from YFP. When you don't have the KO, you don't have a lineup with that Molly, it can get pretty tough. And last time we saw them struggle to deal with the Thrash. How are they going to play around that now?
Melia still wants to play ahead of this. Pinged out straight away. I mean, that's been happening consistently these last few rounds. The upshot for Melia is that no one was there to capitalize, but you can see FlyQuest poised.
I got you.
Just spray down anybody who steps up through that wall.
It's really not much in the way of map control for YFP. They haven't prodded towards B, and here's just that Hunter's Fury ringing off. It gets the first ping, and it does get the second. Marcelin dealt with as Fly patiently play around this operator too.
With F being proactive with the use of that Hunter's Fury, it does now put the option of a retake behind a lockdown for YFP on the table.
They are just trying to play to this operator as the win con. YFP so willing to fight. Melia in the smoke. This Thrash could be her undo, and it is. I mean, just again, another round playing so close up against this Thrash, allowing it to get as much value as it possibly can.
Very shy from rafters. Rather, looks like from screens. Having two players left in this situation, and at this point, you feel like Elaborate might not feel like there's any real great chance to make use of that lockdown. Starbound has the line with the offer. Elaborate can't walk up here due to that Sage wall. Might be the kind of point where you start wondering about a save. Thrash would seek to divorce you of your weapon, as Dodonut will chase the deadlock down.
The play over on A is just not up to scratch from YFP right now. The Floods are not cohesive. It's far too individualistic. It's an awkward situation where they're not, you know, fighting forward for some of these positions on pipes. Trying to play on some of these elevated spots where the Thrash can't get as much value, trying to fight forward, and simultaneously not playing back, trying to fight for a Flood either. Just in that awkward middle ground, and they're suffering due to it.
And then they don't really have a chance to put any of their theories to the test with all the data that they've collected, YFP. It's going to stack high and low. Doesn't matter where you go. Ev is waiting. With another player up towards pipes. You never expect the third one. Corrupt has to get off that line. Yeah, YFP try and get aggressive, but behind what util is the question. So little of it.
Just wanting to make something happen with this bad buy. Hit headshots. Take advantage of the individual skill that this roster does have. Elaborate. Shots going awry, and will be sent to the grave any second now. The economy out of control for Fly. They're not going to have to save at any point for the rest of this half. YFP have every ult to play with at this point. They've been banking them.
Yeah, exactly. YFP in the again 2 rounds ago might have been it when they see the Hunter's Fury come up. They can play for retake with this setup, right? It does, you know, have some flashes. Doesn't feel great. You'd much rather be embedded, anchored. They've been dug out time and time again by this fantastic Sova util by Ev. We're trying everything. Right there. Even that Pipes group up there and that Thrifty just did not face Fly in the slices.
A couple seconds left. The minimap was looking a little bit odd for the defenders. There was no one towards B. Melia's rotated over there to pick up back yellow as the drone is sent down mid from Corrupt. Spots nothing but that turret. Again, it's FlyQuest just gathered up towards A. They have found so much success here. YFP have not had the answer. There's no reason to just not keep going for it.
Nothing to force. Starband off the line. A has also gone exploring. It's a little bit dangerous. I don't know if they're anticipating the player from yellow. This one might be wrapped up pretty quickly, but Emily's been slow about it. There it is, though. Nice anchoring. This is what we needed to see. Starband, though, in a position to punish it. Marceline perched on the top of screens. Proud as a peacock. We brought down. And here comes that lockdown. Sonda might just want to fight for this. A kill there means maybe access to the lockdown and its ultimate destruction. The FlyQuest for the first time in what feels like an eon are shorthanded.
Denied by some quality anchoring, with positions being mixed up. First time that we've seen Marceline just waiting on an angle there, top screens. Able to find a free one with Fly going for the safe plant. Yeah, trying to walk up. Timing is off with the crosshair. Train for Jen. Starbound still with an opportunity. Up in hand, but the time is getting low.
Yeah, Meldy are also on the wrap here. Starband does not really have a safe location to plant from. Not with Scary Shark ascending the rope here. May as well try, though. And there it is. Scary Shark locks the round up. Yeah, again, great positions here for YFP on that sort of anchoring play. It's something that, like, you know, a team like, you know, towards the end of Americas and into champs at Leviathan were very good at doing, having these, like, really entrenched positions. You can't dig them out. It'd be really, really hard to win these traits. Starbound could not salvage a round.
It was a good variation. Most of the positioning they've had has just been on the ground, trying to play backside, getting overwhelmed. Maybe someone comes late rafters, but that kind of position from screens is great for getting your one and then dropping off, playing for retake. YFP finally stopped the bleeding, but for a moment, and it didn't require their ultimates outside of the one from Elaborate, the lockdown. But they've got that Hunter's Fury. They have the pit to play with still from Scary Shark, who curiously is not opting to use it in the early round.
Tay has been getting very exploratory in rounds like this. And look at that. That is unreal information. What you may not realize is that Melia is still over towards that B side of the map here, but Tay is in a perfect position to cut off the rotate.
Yeah, look at what that audio
got
cue is.
timing, but
yeah, look at what the audio cue is triggered. Hearing those footsteps, there was an immediate rotate from Fly. Melia has to at least get her one, and she does.
And she slowed him down any further. Dizzy, though, coming over the top of yellow. Damage on Melia, but she's able to shrug off the Dizzy blind. Not to be against Sonda. She ain't dead yet, of course. In we go. Sonda ready to deal with it. A second time, the Clove will fall. And the double swing. The spacing's not there for YFP. Thayers Early laid plans pay off.
Look at that beautiful micro adjustment in the movement from Thea just backing up. There was even a slight elevation, just stood out at window, collects the third as well. Patience with the crosshair on the angle, prepared.
Corrupt here, happy to move up. There's a mosh pit thrown down behind them, so it's forward or nothing for them. No idea where Thea is. He could be anywhere through that middle part of the map. And Dodonut finds that swing. Fly get to 7 rounds here, heading into our 11th.
Weapon here.
YFP, again, back to the economic doldrums.
I'm not tired.
The lurk timing from Thea there really was everything. Melia tried her best backside, finding the second even blind up from the dizzy is pretty crazy. But it's Thea early in the round, just getting up into window there, hearing the footsteps rotating towards A, calls for her team to come back. Go for that fast B execute.
I mean,
and then just a beautiful 3K. Playing it really just intelligently more than anything.
Here's the response though. Corrupt just gets shoved down mid. They're actually going to check that poison orb with an Al drone. Because Thaya's just been walking through her own poison orb under tube to window consistently.
You should run.
This is the first time you've really seen YFP try to push all the way out of B with multiple players still on mounts to pick up the angle. Oh, I mean, Marcelin decapitated.
Starman expecting more. They're right. All here comes up. Let's get it out. See this plant over towards that gen side. Corrupt might have been spotted there by Ev, but no reason for Fly not to fall back and play post plant against these pistols. No threat of a flank. No threat of a backstab from YFP. And now they're just trying to break through the wall. Corrupt doing it the old-fashioned way. Gives it a tickle, but expect a lot of spray through these smokes if they even have enough to work with. I like the push-up from Elaborate, though, behind everybody. So focused on what's happening on the sides. Still some time, but it's going to have to be quick moves here. And YFP quickly drop.
And this is the perfect opportunity to go for that safe plant. When you have the weapons advantage and you can just play the spam fest. You have the shock darts, many different mollies, 5 different mollies to choose from to throw on the spike. You're forcing them to run close up with pistols. Textbook from Fly.
Now, what I want to know, with what's left of this half, what YFP with this last round, what they do about that mid-lurk from Thea. Do they commit resources? Do they commit util like Al drones like they did in the previous? Or do they give it up and put themselves at the risk of being heard or caught on a timing or a rotate?
Standing ahead.
Fly have just had no desire to really mix things up. They just continue to favor this A site. Aggression on both sides though. Marcelin catches this timing, dodges around Thea.
I don't know if they have a timer. Noto spotted. You're right. Dismissed away from Marceline. Might not realize that Thea's there waiting. The variation from Thea is she doesn't just plunge down mid this round. Lurk over towards that B side of the map now. Elaborate just sat on that corner, holding the line. Beautifully done. She's able to get off that very comfortably.
This would be a crucial round for YFP to win. At least 4 on the board if they can convert the pistol. If they're within touching distance of that comeback. They can play this for retake. They have the Viper's Pit if the execute comes on to B to get onto the spike as well.
There's no sage for an easy plant either. FlyQuest have to do this behind the Viper wall. No, not even that available to them. Probably lost the 2 worst agents to try and put together their standard plant protocol here.
Corrupt has to be really careful. Alone here as a Sova, the best thing for Fly to do is to try to find that kill. A good decision, though, to just fall back, stay alive. You know you have them encircled. Their hand is forced to go towards B as the time gets lower and lower, but the jiggle peak. Starbound has been opping every round. A move like that, you're going to get caught out.
There's no control of util, though. Snowman is a problem. There are so many YFP players here that are entrenched and need to be ducked out, but they give them the shoulder picks. Scary Shark has to stop this, but she can't see around the corner. And YFP, so much potential in a round like that, they let it slip through their fingertips. And that's a painful one to be booted out the half with. FlyQuest get 9.
Just playing too far away in such an open, long sight line. Offering themselves up in the perfect spot. You want to have the op when you're Starbound.
You have to check this. You need info. That is so devastating. But this is a plant, by the way, that has to be done without a Sage wall, without a Viper wall, none of that stuff. FlyQuest really exposed in trying to, achieve their win condition. And they get away with it. Unreal.
If YFP can just stay entrenched in the site there with a couple more players, they really should be winning that out. But playing too far away. This attack side needs to be stunning from them. The cohesion was just not there on defense. This is their map pick as well. They are known for the comebacks. We've seen them do it against Refrag, Shopify, and even FlyQuest. Last time these teams faced each other, it was a 10-round comeback on attack from YFP that got them over the finish line to win that series 2-1.
Great start. Marceline just cracks that A side open. And thrust down for mid here for FlyQuest. They still want to try and emerge from this part of the map with something, but eventually realize there's nothing to be had. KO here releases able to deal with her opposite number. This is going to provoke that hard A push here from YFP. They're committed now. The retake for FlyQuest is on the table.
Shock dart with significant damage as the molly's thrown onto the spike. Retake wall is up. Fly going to scale off.
Dangerous. Very dangerous. Marceline has to fight the triple face, and even with that overkill, that's just too much. Corrupt here. Nicely done, but Saunders sharp with it. Leaves it up to Melia. This has got to be a pistol round win for YFP to stay in this map. It's got to happen here, but the defuse is being stuck, and there's not a darn thing Melia can say.
And unfortunately for YFP, it's just disconnected on the post plant. They had that opening, but when the retake wall goes up, Marceline is the only one fighting in the site. She's entirely disconnected, swarmed by the retakers. And then they try to run back in through the wall, and in a situation like that, trying to get out of the smoke with the crosshairs on you, you are just doomed. Such a low percentage that you're going to find the kills there. Ender said it on the desk. FlyQuest are fantastic on this map. We've seen it in the results. They beat Shopify twice this year on the map. And for it to be YFP's pick, you would have expected a bit more.
Again, the conversation about map pool depth, the haven of YFP being banned out. They've been great on Abyss. That'll come up if they can at least win one map, but they have to get through Bind if they don't win Icebox. Of course, that's a tall order indeed. Over here, just happy to fall back behind the wall. Sunder playing the long-range game here. He's found her second in this round, and there is just no reason for FlyQuest to take any unnecessary risks.
Just patiently waiting behind the toxic screen, the barrier orb, walls on walls.
We can cycle that Dizzy. Fly can basically keep tabs on YFP's density towards this A site. What we know is that YFP are committed. They've jumped into this both feet first with 40 seconds left. There isn't really another option. So how are they going to dig out these defenders who have better weaponry? Another Dizzy here. And the play off the flash is sublime. Nothing gets through this FlyQuest squad when they're ready to hold A.
Saunders only one orb away from getting the Thrash here too. On the first buy round, on their attempt to win the bonus. So if they can try to fight for one of those orbs, have that for a retake situation, could certainly be enough to close out the game.
Just great composure. There's zero overheat risk here from FlyQuest. Contrast that with what we saw from YFP, who, again, with this Rainer comp, definitely want to push up and try and take some of these early fights towards that A side. Something that FlyQuest really quite comfortably countered. They want to be entrenched. They want to slow things down. They've mastered the pace of this game, and now YFP are marching to the beat of their drum.
Immediately, Thea. Outlaw headshot. It's highlighted by the desk at the top of the day, and has been great individually, and every little thing for Fly. The barrier orb goes up just to get the safe recovery of the Vandal.
Again, there is two outlaws in this game. It's a flashlight comp from YFP. They're going to walk up. They are going to contact the map. Ev sees their head. It's an easy finish. An upgraded weapon as well. Okay, a little bit of vitriol. I'm here for it too.
Ev really seems to be flowing here on this defensive side. The one roster change that Fly have had, bringing in Ev to replace Lace, who had to step away from medical reasons. arguably the best player on their team. Those size 20 shoes to fill. And Ev has really done so.
And that there was YFP's last chance to have probably a decent buy on this map, folks. Now they're forcing all the way. It's a nice little recovery from FlyQuest. And again, pretty comfortable stuff. Those 2 Vandals recovered midway through the round by Fly. Yeah, they were on a bonus, but they didn't look like it at all. Knowing full well that outside of this Viper wall, these attackers have to walk up, contact these sites, and try and play with that longer range weaponry. Brutally punished.
It's just Marceline trying to take a straight up duel, but facing back yellow, facing down the outlaw. You're going to be in so much trouble there. No supportive utility. This might be the last chance for YFP. They bought up everything that they can. They've got a few rifles at least. A few Vandals, that is. Gearing up for the full A exec.
The lead from Marceline at least allows her to position up here towards Belt. What was that outrage? There's no information. Zero. I guess lack of information sometimes can be insightful, but Donut's happy to take the 1-for-1 here. Sonda steps up, but pinged out. Here comes the defending Hunter's Fury. Corrupt. Under threat. The 3 shots ring out. This will be a plant here. Nice little shocky. Corrupt gets caught out, but the plant did go down. 4 versus 3. And note the minimap. No attempt at a rapid for Fly. They want to go full retake. They've got a lot of util to make that happen from behind. Great ping by the Sova. Beautiful recon. The protocols from Fly are airtight, folks. And that is a very comfortable win they've just taken away on this Icebox map. A pick for YFP, hoping it'll give them a silver bullet to extend the series. It was not to be.
In a round like that, I think that final round really encapsulates the story of that game. As you said, airtight protocols, full retake situation, all of the utility is used at the same time. The wave of it, the Dizzy with the recon, everybody popping out of the smoke in that moment. So much to deal with for the attackers. There just wasn't that level of cohesion from YFP. That is where they were just diffed on this map. Their own pick. And now we're going to Bind, where they have been good, but a FlyQuest looking like this, Dodonut looking this good, going to be picking up the Rays. Look, they've made comebacks on maps before. We've seen them do that, but now they have to come back, win 3 in a row in a series. They've never played a BO5 before, and they're up against a FlyQuest that look ready to get into their 3rd straight Game Changers Grand Final.
Yeah, that's a discouraging map loss for YFP, and I'm sure the fatigue is starting to set in. It is a long road to get themselves into that final. And for FlyQuest Red, they see the opportunity to make it to Game Changers Championships on the line here in this next map. That's what we're playing for, folks. That's why you should definitely stick around after these messages as we break down Icebox and look ahead to Bind.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
1, 2, 3. Wow. Boom. What? Wow. Hey.
well, the lower finals here, getting to it, FlyQuest definitely been performing, but things are definitely looking a little dire on the other end of things, as now FlyQuest up 2-0 in the series, and YFP, I mean, Mimi, that was a tough one to lose here on Icebox.
Yeah, it was, and I think it was honestly what you were talking about before this one, Christy, right? They have such a strong A hit for FlyQuest, and I feel like they abused that all throughout the first half. They had really good util patterns to take space into that area of the map, and YFP playing this comp with a lot of these self-sufficient agents that can snowball games, kept trying to make plays, kept trying to play up and get aggressive in this area, and round after round, FlyQuest weeded those players out, got themselves into advantageous post plants, and closed out these rounds.
I think the only really successful rounds for YFP were when they were able to sort of like play backside, play around smokes. I'm thinking of that round 2 in particular. But I think FlyQuest's approach to this entire half was much slower getting into the A site than they had in the past. And as a result, they had a lot more utility to actually hit the site itself. And they sort of fought their way through that initial space with very minimal util, which is a shift in a lot of the patterns I've seen from them in the past.
Yeah, and I mean, well, all the util was working well. The individuals for FlyQuest were stepping up as well. We talked about it after map number 1. Dodonut is still on a tear, and I think the rest of the team helping out around her. Starbound having an excellent map too. This is a FlyQuest who looks really warmed up, who has individuals in good form, and is still just playing back to their fundamentals that have been working all tournament.
Yeah, it's rough out here if you're YFP, the team that not only needs to be winning this, but trying to upset the Shopify Rebellion in these grand finals. To take a loss like this on your map pick of choice here, I mean, when you're looking at this FlyQuest, it's this team that we've talked about kind of nipping at the heels of Shopify Rebellion throughout the season here, Ender, and I mean, even being knocked down to the lower finals, they're making a really good case for themselves right about now.
Yeah, I mean, FlyQuest are still just playing excellent VALORANT like we are expected to see out of them. I think what disappointed me in the second game was YFP's sort of like lackluster response to the same ideas that FlyQuest have been playing on this map for literally months now, right? Like they went for the compositional change, but I still didn't see them finding the openings that I was hoping to see out of them from when they locked that in. And then you look forward into the second half, where we're going into that pistol round, and I think YFP just completely missed the mark on the agents they're playing against. If we can run that round, I think we actually do have the ability to check that one out, because when you're playing against Sage and you're playing against Gecko, what do you want to do? You want to play on site, because if you play off site, especially on pistol rounds, the wingman and the wall will come down and you will not get on site. And look at this, there are 3 players behind this Viper wall right now. The Sage wall goes up on the left side of 410, and then these players have to swing one by one through a Viper wall. There's no one that can actually look at it while Sandra gets on the defuse. And it shocks me that YFP were not able to realize that, especially in the first round of the second half. This is just basic stuff that you have to be able to meet FlyQuest on, or you're going to lose to them. And I think this spells kind of disaster for YFP heading forward in the series.
Yeah, this map was all about YFP trying to get away with some of the same stuff they've been able to get away with throughout this tournament, switching up the composition, trying out different ideas, having individuals pop off to carry them to some really strong wins. The upset over Shopify, the previous upset over FlyQuest. But in the main event, those 2 top dogs, Fly and Shopify, have really locked in and are not letting YFP get away with those same kind of plays they've been able to all tournament. And on the other side, I think you can really see it in who's stepping up for FlyQuest. It is those players that want another chance to go back to GCC. Sonder went to the first one, shocked everyone, making it to the finals in that event. Now stepping up with a new team. Starbound and Thea, who were the upsets last year with EG, now trying to come out as the squad that was consistently in the top 2 this year and do better than going out in the first round. This is the team that was built to make it to events like Game Changers Championship, and now they're just 1 map away. And for a younger YFP roster who doesn't have the same depth, I don't think, in terms of map pool that Fly does, this is a really tough circumstance now, needing to win 3 maps in a row to even keep hope alive.
it's definitely a tough journey ahead of them. And looking ahead at the next map in the series, Bind. This is one where we could definitely see both teams come out to play. The other day, Marceline was having an absolute story of a match here, absolutely popping off. But this is a FlyQuest 2 that we've gotten to see, Ender, on Bind, be able to really come together and individual pop-offs, especially Sonder. I think that she's absolutely played phenomenal on Bind. So it's a tough road ahead for YFP.
100%. I think like Bind as a map FlyQuest feel very good on. Although I will say, yesterday I was seeing a lot of uncharacteristic mistakes out of them. They were still having some good rounds in there, but especially on their defensive side, they were just doing so many contact fights, sort of walking up, waiting to see if anyone's going to come into them, and taking those fights where I really feel the strength of their composition when you've got a Gecko and you've got an Astra and all of these agents that want to fight you with your utility. I think they need to get back to some of the strong team fighting we've seen from them, that we just saw from them on Icebox, because if they don't, I do think that those straight ups, no util backed up fights, that's where YFP absolutely can get themselves back in the game.
And surprisingly, unsurprisingly, YFP make another change to their composition in the agent select tier. Last time we saw them play, they had switched over to a deadlock comp on this map, a close loss to Refrag. Now they've gone back to a previous composition, running the Raze Yoru. For me, this comp is all about, on the attacking side, these fast dives, being able to kind of make up for what the Yoru lacks by only having that TP. You can split from two different angles diving into these sites. But on defense, I do think it is going to rely a little bit on trying to get some of these early fights, denying FlyQuest getting into these post plants where their comp really thrives.
YFP needs someone to wake up on this team. Last map, not a single player hit double digits in the frag department, but this is a team that have had insane comebacks all GC long, and it's been off the backs of individual players. Anyone on this team can drop 30 on a map out of nowhere. They need that now, or it is FlyQuest all the way to the finals.
I mean, throughout this tournament, we've talked about the big three, YFP being in that number 3 spot. But if they want to try and make a case for why they should be in the top 2, or maybe even the top dog here in Game Changer Series 3, we need to see that performance now. They've shown it to us before on Bind, but now a truly do and die situation. The loss here, done here in GC3. So it's time now for Bind, and time to head back over to your casters, Uber and Wyatt, for potentially last map of the series.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, Wyatt, now, obviously we brought the Gecko back into the composition here for YFP, something I know you feel a little bit better about. It's still a double duelist comp. We're still starting on defense, so we're going to need to have some fighting early and often here from YFP, otherwise that post plan is going to choke them out of the game.
I'm really glad to see that they've gone back to running an initiator and not having the deadlock. It did not work against Refrag the other day. They were lacking the ability to re-clear a lot of crucial spaces like Shower and Octagon. And with this comp that they have here, they beat FlyQuest before. They beat them 13-10 when they won the grand finals of the Neon Invitational. So perhaps they can replicate that to begin the comeback into this best-of-5 series. They need to come back in a lot of different ways, though, Mitch. They need it mentally. They need it as far as the individual play that the desk spoke about. They are in a rut after getting blown out on their map pick.
Now, it's Omen over Brim for YFP here, so you are now having access to some of those frustrating one-ways, which can be really effective on the attack side. To break up, like, big, long defensive holds, for example. But FlyQuest very quickly here getting the showers. They've got a lot of this util to play off now. Cybercage maybe pause for thought. Again, Wingman. It's all chasing down. Elaborate in this corner. This is nowhere they're getting out. A triple face. FlyQuest just find the numbers advantage at every single turn in this round. We've got the 2 players now from YFP. Both duelists coming down short. They might not be expecting Corrupt to be here. Oh, Corrupt puts him in the grinder for a time. But there's just not enough left to work with for YFP, and Sonder gets them out of the round.
Made me believe for just a moment, but I'm frustrated, Mitch, because YFP were set up beautifully to fight together in a retake or flood kind of situation. Immediately into the round, you had both of their duelists, the Yoru and Raze, push out of Hookah. They were on this early market flank that Fly weren't expecting at all. They don't have a Sentinel to get that information either. And then you just had Melia kind of rushing into the site to try to help elaborate. Just, it got messy. They were in such a good position, but it feels like players just want to be heroes in some of these moments rather than being patient, rather than working together as a unit. It results in another pistol round loss and an early advantage for Fly.
Corrupt's gate crashes on the A side of the map, so they can't get back to B quickly after being forced through that CT. They're going to have to go via spawn. He's going to whittle down the numbers for YFP on this B side, and in comes Dodonut. Instantly spots Marceline. Spray is good. That Astra util now starting to come into play, but they aren't aware, but they have to maybe guess. Yeah, there's some presence here inside Hookah. Melia with the Bucky. Gets out with one and a brief upgrade to the Stinger here, but must have... Yeah, trading those weapons around a little bit to make sure YFP have something to work with. But Stinger and Bucky to try and retake here? Sorry. That's a lot.
Just going for the attempt on damage, trying to rotate all the way back to their spawn. Hoping that Fly are going to assume that they're playing from Hookah, maybe Long B, and will try to retreat at this area of the map. See if that doesn't end up working out. Yeah, they want to go this way. They dizzy it. Clears a bit. YFP have made a nice adjustment here to deal damage.
Okay, here comes that economic damage from YFP. Rodonut, though, eventually shuts it down. 4K casually. See, not much to say in the negative department about Rodonut over the course of this year. She has been brilliant. 6-1 already here. And now we're going to head into the bonus and Fly have to make some upgrades here, or at least work with a little bit less. They did end up offering up some of those weapons towards the end of this round. But again, another decisive, fast hit from FlyQuest. Backed up with the Astra util as well to shake some of the defenders loose from those positions and forcing the Yoru out of the action so early on the round.
The catalyst of a bonus round win here for Fly could be Dodonut already being one orb away from the Showstopper. Well, there's the orb, and they've got the Showstopper. Trailblazer gaining space towards Octagon. Dodonut is on fire, and Sonder typically will step up and take over as the Gecko on bind too. That duo is lethal. Sonder dropped 21 on the prior map, and matter of fact, of all 11 North American Game Changer Series Saunders has participated in, she is statistically playing her best in this one.
Rashford past Million. Are they aware of the Omen playing close? They are now! Marceline across that A site gets sniped out by the Showstopper. Now into heaven. We'll get the setup for YFP, but Elaborate's in a position here to throw a spanner into the works. Just the one is probably not enough here. There's also an Astra Star set up over towards that spawn side, but no one... Yeah, really work with that. It's just Starbound holding the line. The spacing for YFP, such that Scary Shark couldn't immediately get the trade, but eventually, belatedly, she's able to find one. Post plant now and zero information about Hookah, Octagon, Elbow. Scary Shark is flying blind.
This is going to be really challenging on tap, going to get swung from two different angles.
And the Astra util. Overpulse does hit. Scary Shark shakes off the concussion, but not the lethal bullet wound. Another 4K for Donut, by the way. Was that 10 kills in 3 rounds? I'm thinking that's about it.
I mean, it's just... Donut taking over this entire series today. There's that Showstopper finding a kill that would not have been found otherwise. It really does feel to me like YFP are succumbing to the pressure of this series. They've never been this deep in a tournament before. None of these players, even individually, have been this deep in a Game Changers tournament before. And in rounds like that, a moment like that, again with Melia pushing forward, it just feels like individually they want to be heroes, but they need to take a deep breath and work together as a unit.
3 Buckies. What up for YFP here? You notice across the map, they're playing those close angles too in Hookah. Marceline over towards Lamps. Shoulder peeks here from Scary Shark. Spots out just the sky. A full default setup here for FlyQuest is now. They slowly know, they know there should be a lot of threatening angles set up here on this anti-eco round. So meticulousness is the order of the day.
It's just a pure contact, walking up here with the Outlaw, not using that Viper wall to get the space. I mean, at this point, YFP, they've rotated 3 players, though. They could maybe make something happen close range with the Buckies, trying to get into the smoke, but Melia caught out immediately, and Thea on the shower swing. And seeing all those shotguns,
I mean,
I think they're just going to ignore lamps here.
It's just dreadful in a post plant, Wyatt. The fact that Flycast gets a sneak up onto A without YFP really knowing about it. And get that plant down without the wingman, by the way. There's really not much YFP can do. What, you're going to try and jump peek this corner here? F challenges it. Maybe regrets it there.
Yeah, just a little bit. Maybe we're getting a little bit silly. Guys, you haven't won the game yet. Just a little reminder.
These are great strides towards such a result, though. Getting a great start. 4 rounds to none. Kick us off would be massive. And Reggie Marceline has to hope for something on the exit side of things. Through the TP, Corrupt not getting out in time. This post plant setup here for FlyQuest is going to become a real nuisance because why have they hit these sites hard and with confidence? YFP have to play ahead of this stuff. That's what Corrupt's been trying to do. But every time they try and cross that B long over to the TP side to set up a crossfire, they're just sprayed down.
They play this round really nicely against the bonus round weapons. You've been recovering that Vandal at the end, and it's got their economy in a very strong position, FlyQuest. Not too close to the ultimates, though, in comparison to YFP. Try to get a round win here off the back of them, the dimensional drift.
Starbound here keeping 3 players very interested on the defense side of this A side, but ends up swinging into a high-low. They expect Thayer to be here as well, of course. That Astra element here to FlyQuest means they can work both sides of the map a little bit more than otherwise. I think they're just holding an angle here. That was a clone in that direction. Corrupt here is already over on the B side trying to interrupt this plant. They've got to play ahead of it. YFP understand their win condition now. Can Corrupt execute? Some are not ready for that, but Corrupt can't quite find the shots. Hookah will be occupied now as well by YFP, and there's no plant just yet. This is what they have to do. Delay, fight in the site, and get ahead of the post plant util. Casto not here. Say it ain't so. That would be unreasonable. 1 versus 4 at 65 points of health. Eventually, the util takes hold. And YFP get on the board.
They made a great decision there, just stacking up in Hookah with a couple players. Fly really pressing through long with the majority of them. So they just retain that space there. It's a great position to fight players coming into sight from long, that Hookah angle, then having someone come from spawn, setting up a crossfire on site as they did. It was a pretty perfectly played round, and it also begun with just that shutdown on Starbound, who was trying to get adventurous, lurking towards A again.
Showers lean here for FlyQuest. 3 of those players behind this Astra Star here looking to creep up. There's plenty to do to play off that flash, but they're too quick. How do they see Corrupt around the corner? YFP caught with utility hand. An egg on their face now. Wingman plant and everybody from that YFP squad are a long way away from this action. So full post plant setup here. Not even a scratch on FlyQuest Red.
It's just a complete dismantling. The teleport even used just to get a Vandal back to have a better weapon to save. I'm not mad at that. I think that's probably the best play you could make with the teleport, to be honest.
You gotta respect that approach from FlyQuest, right? To, or rather from YFP at least, to control the extremities a little bit. Don't let anyone get up within striking distance of the site. But both your duelists there, you committed so many resources, towards Shower. And you get unraveled in a second.
After just trying to survive, one of the players with low credits on Fly, YFP's damage is, you know, relatively important if they can string some rounds together just to get an earlier eco. Explosivity could be on for round 7. There's Ev 1 away from the Seekers, Dodonut 2 away from the Showstopper, Marceline 1 away from the Showstopper, Scary Shark 1 away from the Thrash. Could see some serious contention for the Alt Orbs here.
Well, we have to see this double duelist composition, White, do something on defense, right? Maybe instead of just maybe double holding that corner inside Shower, maybe be the ones to be proactive to try and create that opportunity. Towards B long, a lot being cleared, and there's a sense of FlyQuest. No, YFP would love to play for some orb control. Given how close they are to some of those key ultimates, they'll be denied it on both fronts here. All the way up short they've gotten, so they do want to pressure this part of the map.
And look at short YFP. Both duelists now going for this adventure, taking advantage of the lack of Sentinel on Fly, working all the way through Market. They could set up for a really good retake here, YFP. From multiple angles, Starbound down.
However, they're getting caught out, hoping to play forward on the site, and they know. No Melu is sat here as well. Figuring they have to get ahead of the Cosmic Divide to stop a post-plant scenario. Somehow Melu gets away with one. That is absurd. Fully blinded, if I'm not mistaken. Eventually, here's the plant. Corrupt look, flash themselves out, and Marceline has found the showstopper connection. This is YFP much more adequately playing towards their strength as a comp on defense.
Yeah, some very good proactivity. Just pushing through through Market with some confidence from those two duelists. And then you get that retake coming from Hookah, Long, Elbow, Spawn. That is a nightmare for Fly trying to get the spike down. Also, Melia, huh? How do you get that kill? That was a great dizzy through the window from Saunder. I mean, Melia just needs to go down there. Just simply cannot be allowed to get stupid kills like that, but does. And now we've got the operator in her hands. Mixing it up, bringing something new into the fold to try and deny B-Long, where Fly has been getting control with relative ease.
That's really going to put FlyQuest on notice as well. Their lack of sight with it. Cover early, flanks with trips. Means they might not be able to abandon parts of the map so recklessly as they did previously. They're only going to fall back on this. All of that B-Long control now goes over to Fly. They can really just insert Dodonut here. And they're one step closer to hitting this B site fast. No early action here from YFP. They haven't really been able to put anything together. Mostly being reactive, mostly falling back for now. Like that spot from Marceline, but she's crouched and walking across. Starbound takes the frag. And now there's confusion here for YFP. Where are they going to be? Corrupt caught out there on the B side, and in they come. Dodonut wastes absolutely no time. The Seekers confirm another player back towards that elbow side, which should be no surprise to the attackers. And they've got that late flank covered too.
The Dizzy is good, but that kill just drew such a fast rotate from YFP, completely vacating the site. Free plant for Fly. Man advantage.
And Starbound is in zero hurry here. See what they can find. With full post plant set up now for this FlyQuest comp. This is the exact situation that YFP are desperately trying to avert. Okay, there's some Hookah presence taken down. Melly with the operator playing out of spawns, able to find one, but Thea is there. Are they expecting a second wave? No way. No chance. Thea's able to find two, and Scary Shark has to step in. Not bad to exit around with 2 kills, but this is not enough for YFP.
Again, it feels like they're just being scrambled. I do believe the pressure is getting to them. Just that one kill from Starbound, the Viper towards A short, and you could see on the minimap, it drew an instant rotate of all the players over on B. It was just Corrupt left in the site. Also on the retreat. They gave it up. If they were a bit more steadfast, fighting together there, a little bit more patient, they might have been able to lock that site down with 3 people anchoring. I think this is a great time for the timeout, honestly. The nerves need to be calmed. We need to take a deep breath and relax here. They are on the verge of getting knocked out in 3rd place. FlyQuest on the verge of guaranteeing their spot at Berlin with a win on this map, taking the series down.
And in the previous round, like you said, Starbound was able to find a kill on Marceline. Pulling so many players from YFP, but it's really not out of the ordinary to see that solo Viper lurking towards the A side of the map. It gets even harder, of course, because Fly's comp has an Astra. So they could have a player in showers at any time and still be able to do their work over at B in terms of getting control of Octagon, getting their team into the B side. Without these early explorations, you really can't tell. And that's what YFP need to do. Make these pop plays. Combine some sort of flash utility if they've got it. With the duelist coming up.
They've tried to go for a couple of those bait setups with the Yoru flashes, but they've just been dismantled. And now you have the gate crash over towards B, thrown down by Corrupt, because being pressured, Fly want to take the space damage onto Melia. didn't want to break the boombot, didn't want to reveal that she actually has a judge in that position. And is now forced out. Gets spawned. Oh wait, that was the cologne actually then glowing out. Gets that info.
Hits him every time. Starbound here. Still able to win that fight out against Corrupt. I'm not sure that should be happening. Marcelina is at least able to trade that out. Elaborate dubbing back here from Showers. FlyQuest also opted to give that part of the map up here, and this is a site for YFP that is covered by traps.
Right there.
Sure, they can smoke off lamps, but they have to clear through this stuff. Here's Sonda, lived by that. No opportunity prior for Elaborate to come forward. Eventually they do. They're traded out. And with a showstopper in hand, Dodonut is put to sleep.
Marcelin just needs to be patient. Wait for the teammates to get here. Fight together. You have the man advantage. They need to lock this round up.
Marcelin trying to play off the cue there from the boss. Still not able to get there now. Thea in a 1 versus 1. Post plant 2. Blast pack. Knocks them awry. She's still got enough ammo to work with here. She might even have a claiming. Yes, she does. Thea. 3 in the round. And the deck feels stacked against YFP.
So aware that rotation back sight. Just knowing that there would be that slow walk towards the spike. This moment, though, from Ev is a really crucial one. Just hearing the audio cue of the reload, realizing they could pop flash through there and take a clean fight against one person, and then it set up for Thea to get another. Just realizing in that split second that there was something, the smallest thing to capitalize off of, and they do.
YFP, of course, with his Omen, they can control that corner that Ev's looking at with a one-way. Ev seems to be tipped off that somebody has crossed it. This is going to confirm. Melody just has to full smoke it and imply maybe a cross back over towards B. In the meantime, though, this completely uninhabited hookah part of the map is going to be free pickings for FlyQuest.
Toxin screen down.
YFP wanted to go for that bait setup towards Shower. Again, they had 3 players stacked there. Yoru ready to flash. The pressure will be coming to Melia. Wow, they want to go for this aggressive teleport play as well. Getting active around the map. I mean, look, they're through Market. They're in the teleporter. YFP, they're everywhere.
That's beautiful from Melia. Taking one there is probably enough. Now here comes that aggression. Sonda had nowhere to go. Spike dropped inside hookah, and it's crawling with YFP players now. How do you dig them out? Smoke over towards the spawn side here. They just take the challenge. It looked like
30 seconds.
one of the YFP players tries to challenge that smoke, push through it through spawn, which is feels like objectively the correct decision, but someone on FlyQuest is ready for it. And maybe the weaponry just letting YFP down here wide. It's just Elaborate with it all to do.
Brutal to lose that out. Elaborate just double peaked. Long range, no options with the Frenzy. Not going to win that duel even if they got a shot off. Pretty tragic for YFP. It's the rounds where they are getting active, are throwing these aggressive maneuvers at Fly, taking a lot of map control, flanking them actively, trying to make them second guess what's going on, feeling a lot of that pressure, not knowing where an enemy could be coming from. That is when they've found some success. Those are the rounds that they have won. Frankly, they probably should have won that one too. But at this point, it may just be too little too late. FlyQuest really are on point today. Every facet of the game is hitting.
And BO5 or no, there's no reason not to expect YFP to play a close game here. They have in the past. In fact, this recent meeting between these two teams was a YFP win. And yet they have not looked themselves today. Not the YFP that's gotten them here. The YFP that came back against Refrag in such a stunning fashion. And it ended up taking this series.
This does feel like an experience difference. The FlyQuest players have been here before, but here is that aggression. Here is that flanking from the double duelist comp. Corrupt may be able to find the timing, getting up long.
Okay, Scary Shark actually gets out of that alive. Hit heavily by the paint shells during the detainment. Okay, they run into Corrupt. Not ready for the Yoru here to be in this position. Dodonut and Thea against 5. The latter still over to the A side of the map. A route that's being watched by Melia in spawn. And she's just gotten off that line. 33 seconds is not a lot to work with. Melia's now giving herself away. This should be easy pickings for Thea. Now from here, you double up. Surely. Plenty of stars also wired to work this B site. Here they go.
Yeah, try and get out. Smokes are down, but 13 seconds. I mean, this is impossible.
Elaborate. Not able to catch. Spike's too far away from them here. But Marceline's going to go down. 5 seconds left in the round and just not enough to work with. Wait a minute. We're awful close, but not close enough. FlyQuest have to recover and a long run back to get the spike. We'll give the round to YFP.
It seems like YFP are recognizing how to win these rounds. Again, it's that aggression. I think they're going to regret not having an appetite for more of it earlier in this half. Playing more passively with bait setups that weren't really being triggered, weren't finding any value. It's the aggression, it's the flanks, it's the exploiting the lack of Sentinel and the mobility that you have with the Yoru that are getting them the round wins. Listen, if they can get this fourth, I don't think this game is over yet. They're starting to come to life just a bit.
LUV knows the TP cancel towards 4, and that's to respond to a potential fast hit. It wouldn't be out of the ordinary for FlyQuest from what we've seen in the first part of this half. However, they've slowed the pace down a lot now. Look at this. They've dragged a couple players into hookah. Starbound has heard all of this. And now they're out of there. Heading over to A, which is not held at all. Starbound ready to catch the double back from Scary Shark. YFP have had enough time at least to get some form of foothold on the site here. Gonna be Corrupt here from Heaven, eventually getting taken down. Just 1-for-1s, and Fly have the numbers here. Showstopper not hitting, not the way that Marceline needed it to. Took Donut low, and Melder again, a thorn in the side of FlyQuest, but a spike is down. Backside, crawling with FlyQuest red players. And they're gonna play from Heaven and from Vents.
A big neural theft, but when the site is flipped, trying to retake is a nightmare on Bind A.
Donut takes that solo. Just an individual peek. So here's the tickle. They are the one left on the side, and Marceline baits the swing. Okay, YFP. Able to avoid complete capsizing on that defense side. I'd say 4 rounds is a salvage.
I definitely agree. Respect to being able to retake in that situation. It is so low percentage to see teams win out a bind retake when the attackers flip the site and are able to play from spawn and Heaven. That neural theft really was the linchpin of the success, though. The information garnered off that, beyond crucial. And it always feels so silly to say it, Mitch. The pistol round. It's important. The pistol round is important. I can't believe it. Who would have thought?
And honestly, I think over on Icebox, it just didn't play out well for YFP in general.
Careful here.
FlyQuest's pistols have been good. It's actually the odd thrifty that happens, you know, in round 2 of a half that has tripped them up a couple of times.
Time to jump.
Let's see what YFP have for us now with this Yoru composition. As talked about on the desk. Mimi mentioned it. Diving deep into these sites. Hit them quickly. Requires a certain level of execution. Corrupt over to TP forward. That was a line that was watched by Marceline, so they will get into showers here. Over on the B side, though, it's a little bit messy, a little muddy. Here it is, Sonna getting involved. Wingman doing his duty. And Corrupt able to strafe away from Thea, now leaving Starbound alone.
On both extremities, it's FlyQuest defensively trying to do something active to result in picks. But it's YFP just posted up on the angles, winning the duels. After what is, they have a very cool shower take with that deep Yoru flash, gate crash in off of it, and then the swing as well from the other duelist, Marceline. Regardless, though, Starbound has been quality so far in this game. 1v3 is going to be tough. I mean, Corrupt just silver platter. Here's my life.
That looked like a shoulder peek that went horribly wrong. Elaborate is not ready for this angle. It's more of a time issue. Nicely done. Little swings there from Elaborate to take the round for YFP. An important pistol to win. And this is the beginning of the conditioning with this Yoru comp, right? These dives into showers. You can also imply that by throwing a clone out there. Even running with the clone. And then just, you know, gate crashing away from here. It's something that way at the start of this year. Think back with me. Sentinels were playing like Yoru on this map, and they were using 10s to like imply like heavy action in showers. And then he'd TP out, his clone would expire, leaving the one lurk player there. And it was pulling early rotations off. Now, it's obviously something you can do on both sides of the map here.
YFP investing a lot here on round 2. 3 rifles, light armors.
tentatively exploring the route towards Hookah here. Hearing much of this?
I got you.
They might have to contend with the stack, the nade, the flash going in through Marcelin. So much danger. At least gets one, and Scary Shark on the angle, the support.
Scary Shark's able to walk away with 18 health there, but you have to be rattled after that kind of fight. Elaborate, though, has been very, very good to win these out. For that last round as well. FlyQuest just try and mix it up a little bit here. Go for something with a bit of variation. Ev will not be exiting the round with that stolen Vandal. YFP now get within 2 rounds of FlyQuest after a very difficult first half.
Difficult first half, but a string of rounds and some momentum for the team that had 0 coming into this map. After the destruction that was inflicted upon them on their own pick, Icebox, before this. Here is some momentum for them, though. 4 in a row now. Fly on the full buy. Opportunity now for YFP to firmly get back in the game with a bonus round win. They have that outlaw and a whole lot of targets to one-shot. It's just going to be Thea, the only light armored player for Fly.
Here's that conditioning.
Wait a moment.
Right? Your Rook clone in shower, followed up by Corrupt themselves. The gate crash set to get them out quickly to the spike location. Doesn't really keep FlyQuest as interested in A as we maybe thought, but that's just they are rounding now to get back up to heaven.
YFP have some good map control here. Pressed up all the way into Hookah is Scary Shark. Information from the Dimensional Drift now over towards A. And a lurk opening from Labyrinth. Look at this from Scary Shark. Just, oh my god. I mean, feels like should have gotten the lineup. YFP just have the entire map, it feels like. They're in the walls.
They're giving themselves the staging ground for a comeback now. Starbound goes down. Still want to try and execute on this round. They are positioned in tower for so much of this round. Eventually stops the spike from crossing. But eventually Corrupt can just watch this. Theo's going to get involved again, though. This could be a problem. Every player that's tried to go back for the spike so far caught out by that heaven position.
30 seconds left.
Now we have a 2 versus 2.
Spike planted.
If wants to step up, there's a chance to put a crossfire together. But you have to worry about Lamp, so Corrupt is going to be there. Thea started them off in this round, gave them a chance. But Corrupt's going to bring them down for a 3rd. And YFP continue to claw these rounds back.
And sadly for Thea, that light armor, her undoing. With Corrupt confident on that angle. I mean, I thought Scary Shark was getting to there for sure. That was a big kill for Corrupt to find, too. Didn't actually have anyone to support that duel towards spawn. So if they went down there, the defender would have been able to slip away. FlyQuest, though. Economy broken. Coach Jovi calling the timeout. It's time to stabilize. It's been 5 in a row for YFP.
If FlyQuest would have to start thinking about a Chow's position, obviously. Corrupt is really doing what they can here to use that as catnip to keep them playing over towards that A side. And also, like you mentioned, Scary Shark is getting up into Hookah. Uncontested. The fact that she's able to drop down and almost find 2 in that situation could have gone even worse for FlyQuest. Perhaps just, giving up so much of the map, maybe playing too passive. It's unclear. FlyQuest obviously not wanting to walk into trap plays early in the round, which is fine, but they leave themselves without really any map control to speak of as we hit the mid-round.
See what the idea is out of the timeout here. We're nearing some ultimates. So this next full gun round Jovi is preparing them for could have a couple of them in play. Both initiator ultimates are what they're nearing. They've got the stack over towards B side now, and it looks like they have no intention of giving up Hookah for free like they did on the last round. Starbound is on that tight angle. Marcelin with an opportunity to take the fight. Shots exchanged, shots missed.
Hookah, they're not fully given up here. Like we're still perched up on that ledge. And with 2 players below us, sort of watch across into the B side. Nothing though, keeping them very busy. This allows the exploration now up towards B long. And guess what? There's no one to watch the push to the side here from Octagon. Starbound gets 1. Now Elaborate gets activated here to catch this rotate out, and it is a comfortable 2-piece for the Cypher. Very
aware
nice
that-
early round here for YFP. Very meticulous. You're knowing they're going up against Wyatt, a bit of a half buy, which is always going to bring hijinks.
Definitely, and baiting out. That's the second time FlyQuest have gone for that big hookah re-clear with all that utility flying in there. They tried to do that on their eco round post losing the pistol. They go for it again. So they're definitely instilling some fear in YFP that play with the flash going in, with the nade going in, could come at any given moment. So, you know, solo players should feel reasonably scared in that position in the future.
This is it. It's an even game. And as we chart a broader course over the rest of this series, next map is Abyss. One that YFP have been spectacular on. In fact, in Series 3, they haven't lost once on that Abyss map, whereas Fly don't play it. Haven't played it. They've avoided it entirely so far. So there's a route here to a decided map. YFP have truly found their second win, truly found their footing here on Bind.
Absolutely. They looked incredible on Abyss yesterday. Absolutely crushed Refrag to win out that series. Gathered up now towards A, though. YFP looks like they're ready for the full execute. They've got the Thrash to create a lot of that space, maybe getting through lamps.
Thrash won't see a whole lot. Won't be recoverable for Scary Shark for the near future. Again, this is what happens. You're running into a Sentinel now, FlyQuest. So there is contingencies for this kind of thing. They're trying to go on an early wrap here. They've got to break the trips. That is definitely going to activate Scary Shark now, who's in a great place to punish this cross. And Corrupt can also get there if they need to. They allow instead that gate crash to expire, but there will be a lot of presence here for YFP in the post part, and they know what's coming. Can they just execute their way out of this? Big smoke to slow things up, and Ev watching the backside here. And it's going to be FlyQuest coming in. A player down, though. Seeker's trying to connect. Marceline got to get caught out of it. And now it's Ev giving it a tickle. Corrupt flashing through this smoke. Now has to go for it after the second one, but a double face is there now. Melia can get YFP into the lead. Ev has to challenge. Look for the fight through the masonry. The shorty's not enough. And Ev doesn't have the time to get the defuse either way. YFP get away with murder.
YFP played that in an excellent fashion in the post plant. That dark cover coming down onto short, cutting off the big flank. And like you called out, it's the difference in these compositions when you have that cipher, when you can lay the double trips in market, get the information on the flankers. You had Scary Shark positioned for that passively, for that late reflank when the retakers were on short, and they actually read that. Ev was prepared, which was nice. But then they're getting fought by these players holding lamps with that dark cover down. Corrupt fighting from shower. Good positioning. They're starting to play together. They seem so disjointed, so disconnected. And after a timeout that they had called in the first half, it seems like they've calmed down. They're starting to play as a unit again.
I think if I'm not mistaken, Dodonut's gone about 6 rounds without a frag. The one player that was really leading the charge for FlyQuest on that attack side.
Yeah, ended that first half 15 for 7, Dodonut.
Now she's 16. One frag in the half, not exactly what FlyQuest would be writing home about. They're really good. They're so ready for it. Very aware. Down to 15 though, so definitely does need to abscond, but still. Things have been slowed down. What a swing from Starbound. Okay. Potential to recover that rifle as well. Ev backs away from the showstopper, still goes low, and Starbound will be punished eventually by Elaborate. Player advantage, yes, for YFP. But still no plant. And the threat of a backstab from 3 directions here.
Spike planted.
That rifle, a juicy piece of bait for Elaborate to find the trade. And Melia weak, but on the reflank, catches out Sonder. Teleports again to safety. Paranoia, they're aware of Dodonut's positioning for sure.
And they're watching this Ev swing. Elaborate knows no need to challenge this. Force a full commitment from the sky. And there's the cleanup. YFP. I don't know how many rounds in a row they've won. A very large number of them.
Might be 7 in a row now? 8 in a row now? Yeah, 8 in a row. I mean, name a more iconic duo, a YFP and second half comebacks. They are on a tear.
What a map to do it on. This is huge. Just as FlyQuest stars start to blink out. Just as they start to lose a bit of momentum themselves. YFP now firmly in the lead with an economy that looks unbreakable. With even an operator in hand for Scary Shark, just in case there's a defensive push up here.
Look at this, they're ready to use the thresh. They're ready for a bait setup. It doesn't even matter. They just start walking forward, FlyQuest. You can see Sonder had the thrash in hands ready, then they decide, no, let's just go for a stroll. Find the opening. Melia on the cross goes low and starbound, sends Marcelin 6 feet under.
That's on an individual level that FlyQuest have begun to stabilize. Rodonut would love to join them. McCrupp gets the kill, gets out over towards that spike position. The YFP still have some time to burn. Now down to a minute in the round. Elaborate being the most far forward of these YFP players is looking to get embedded here, just outside of lamps.
I'm not sure if they got spotted or that was just something of a predictive shot coming backside from Sonder. But regardless, Elaborate taking that space towards the lamps, getting some control. They have to recover the spike though, and that is an issue. Melia does not have the ultimate. If she did, that would make things a little bit easier.
What are we selling here exactly?
30 seconds.
Oh, and there is. Now we are getting the ultimate.
My ultimate is ready.
And that's really on account of FlyQuest really not pushing up in the showers whatsoever. So we're all good for the plant here. 20 seconds left of the round. Melia is going to recover. And get that spike down. Still 4 players for FlyQuest to play with, but they are all at the back of the map. They have consistently, round after round, given all of this map control up. So here comes Thrash first of all. Sonder trying to get an idea of what the setup is. Won't see anything until those last couple of moments. Now they know they're over towards lamps. Cosmic Divide getting thrown down. Now YFP have to act. They have to play through this, but Elaborate might have a timing through the backside there. He's able to win it out with the help of Starbound. And finally, FlyQuest finally get themselves back on the board.
Finally going for something in the early round that is a little a tinge more aggressive than they had on the prior. On all those previous rounds, sometimes some passive kind of trap setups towards B long, but ultimately they were being exposed in the map control game, and it's just that silent push forward, finding that first kill and falling back, able to play around the Thrash as a retake tool. A comprehensively good round from FlyQuest to finally put a bandage over the wound of those 8 rounds that they had lost in a row.
And every Game Changer series this year, FlyQuest have appeared to stand in YFP's way and ultimately hand them a loss. And for so much of this game, it was looking like it'd be the same here. Rodonut though holds her nerve. She knows no one's just walking around the corner like that. Forced off the line though by the Dizzy. Scary Shark, but of course, would love to do this again.
Scary Shark looking like Scared Shark. Try not to get on that angle.
She's good. Nova Pulse here. Corrupt's able to get the kill, and there's no chance to recover. No trade at all. Donut caught out by Scary Shark. And YFP really putting it together in these early rounds. It has been stellar.
Toxin screen down.
Wall's about to come down. Awkward now as Marceline is spotted, but Starbound finds such a crucial kill here. It's going to have to be a bounce back towards the A side, no doubt about it. And now it falls to Sonder to stop the stream of YFP players looking for the A plant.
Yeah, Sonder can get this line on heaven. There's no dark cover for Melia, but looks like she'll opt to play it a little bit more passively. The wingman is out in the open, just going to get broken. Offers time for the team to rotate. Look at Thea as well. Coming from market, this is going to be a 3-pronged retake.
That is an odd location to send wingman there, just out in the open. Triple gets cleared by Mosh Pit, but the bomb was already heading over to the default spot. Thea here with a little bit set up. She can obviously cover that cubby corner with an Nova Pulse. Comes Thrash the second time around. Thea's able to wrap in here. All of a sudden, FlyQuest looks like they might have something to say about this. Until Melia finds 2. Under extreme duress earlier, having to move away from that Mosh Pit now. She has triple on lock. And has put Thea in the unenviable position of having a 1v2 to take the round. The spray comes in and Thea just does not have the flick. YFP clearly wanted more.
A sickening flick from Melia. The speed on the snap for that second headshot. That was so sick. To close out the round. But what is this fight here? The gate. Now the gate crash deep from Corrupt. Likes to try and time a deep Yoru flash with the gate crash to fight. mid stun, being dropped on top of their head, and still finds it. And then Donut was forced back by the util. Couldn't get the trade. Scary Shark picks up the angle. These setups that FlyQuest have been going for, trying to, fight off of someone taking contact and then you trigger all of your flashes, the util, they just haven't been working. They've been getting dismantled or ultimately ignored, with players just pressing up on other parts of the map, flanking around them, like we saw Scary Shark do earlier in this half, I think on round 15, where they had pushed all the way through Hookah and just simply walked around the octagon setup. Fly using the second timeout.
Yeah, YFP still with one to hand. Of course, no need to take a break for them over this half. They have been lights out. Was that 9 rounds of the last 10 they've managed to win? Oh, they were 8-2 down before this all happened. FlyQuest, though, have not been able to make much happen on this second half. The star player, Dodonut, has been quiet. Very quiet. 2 kills over the last, 8 rounds.
Yeah, in the second half, 2 kills, 8 deaths for Dodo. 15-7 in the first half. Has gone silent. Has been shut down. Is the active player in the trap setups is the one swinging, but when they're not working, she's just going down with getting no value.
Oh, that is clever from Marceline. Could have been very, very ugly for the Rays, but very carefully, very conservatively just jiggles that corner and gets the info that she was looking for. Now, Starbound won't have a whole lot to do from this spot for the rest of this round.
Mid-round re-clear. Fly want to get some map control back, gain some space, and then at the very least force YFP to have to use their sparse initiator utility to try and retake those areas. As you can see, the wingman is Shower trying to retake that, but this is just scrappy fight on short. Dizzy and Showstopper. Combination to take down Marcelin, who's desperate for some help, and it just wasn't there. Things get messy for YFP.
But now the issue of the judge player inside Hookah becomes pertinent again. I don't think YFP feel like they can clear that. So they all have to funnel through main. Of course, which some of that Astra util is going to be able to slow them down. The timing of the guiding light is excellent. Ev plays off their own flash to perfection. Now, as Elaborate tries to get around the corner, there's yet another one for the Sky player. Ugly, looking ugly. Will it be Millionaire again to try and save things to YFP? Starbound, still waiting inside Hookah with the judge. And sometimes revenge is a dish best served cold.
Fly just do a great job controlling the map on that round. Starbound not giving up Hookah. The terrifying thought of challenging Hookah when you know there's a player there with a judge. You really lose all interest in taking that space. And then the fight towards short, it just gets messy. The YFP players just weren't really posted up to help each other in a significant way. Marcelin is just tragically blinded, caught in the corner. Their economy has been strong up until this point, but it could get broken here. Both sides, in fact. This could be the round for the game.
Krupp gets in there with the dimensional drift, so probably sees a lot of this short setup. Gonna make half a stunner to get out of here, but no one looks. Still, they're able to find him. It's just Starbound and F now left. The dimensional drift really lays the plans. The FlyQuest bear on this A side. Now Starbound and Ev, with at least a rifle amongst the two of them, have to dig themselves out of this hole.
An elaborate down means the trips are down. Free access towards market. Just walking up. Melia is ready for this. One of the 2 players that have an actual amount of HP, but with the poison cloud up and then the dark cover next to it, time to save. The Fly economy was bad coming into this round. It was must win for both teams. They want the guns to try to get this game into overtime. They know this is hopeless.
Yeah, it's just too much to ask to recover the round in this fashion.
I mean, yeah, to try to recover. I mean, the round, we were but 1 bullet from Dodonut away from that just being a winnable 2v2. Dodonut had all the targets in the world in front of her. 2 of them down to 10 HP, just gets 1. There was so much damage coming through.
Sonder as well was in a great spot, one that wasn't being checked even though the Dizzy clearly goes off there. And there was a dimensional drift from the aura that does reveal a fair bit of what's happening over on the A side, but not the fact that a judge play was tucked in that spot. FlyQuest here have got to try and get out of this game now, try and force it overtime. In a round where they've got a Guardian and a Stinger to work with. YFP, they are cashed up, armed to the teeth, and brimming with confidence.
Starbound not opting to use that Viper's Pit early into the round, just content, once again, resolute in this hold of Hookah. An area of the map that YFP were exposing easily early in this half, but no longer the case.
FlyQuest have just been moving it up routinely, Wyatt. Haven't wanted to fight for it. Been worried about the double duelist pairing. The explosive pops from YFP have just completely dissuaded them, turned them off that part of the map entirely. With Thrash, these are, I mean, a loosely held A site would be an understatement now, as it's really just there set up in heaven, which is currently smoked off. Full retake now required for FlyQuest to salvage this map.
Labber couldn't find the timing on that deep flank towards B. YFP went around the world to get Scary Shark both orbs to have this Thrash, and now it's going to have to really pay off. Even the odds here, Scary Shark tries to take that angle on bench, but dealt with for it.
Someone's there.
Hey, there was a ping from Dizzy there as he went over. Okay, Flash going now in towards Lance to try and pave the way. The tickle there from Em, but Mildred's been amazing, incredible in these post plants, and Corrupt always playing from short late in the round. It's Thea V2 to save the map for FlyQuest Red, but time is not on her side. Numbers not favoring her, but perhaps luck will. Beautifully done. Nothing lucky about that. Very, very nice. Unfortunately, time is something we've mentioned already, and it doesn't help them. 0.08 seconds left in the round, and FlyQuest not able to get the defuse.
Again, just YFP and another mental comeback. They've done it to Shopify in a second half, winning 10 rounds. They did it to Refrag yesterday to still just be in this tournament. They should have lost Haven yesterday, but they don't, because they are just so, just the mental fortitude is so strong with this team. And suddenly, we have a series on our hands. Next map, we're going to Abyss, which, as you mentioned during that game, not a map that FlyQuest play, and we have seen YFP, the level of play that they have on that map is very high quality. They crushed Refrag on it yesterday, so all of a sudden, it's looking like we might be getting a 5-mapper. It's possible.
I'm not going to get ahead of myself, but that looked like a true second wind there for YFP, Wyatt. An amazing bounce back after, an oppressive half, which followed an oppressive 2 maps for them. Beautiful. Now we've got a real game on our hands, folks, so stick around. We'll have another map to come, but before that, we're going to discuss with our desk just how YFP pulled it off. A massive comeback on Bind, 2 rounds to 8 down to come back and win it.
Red Bull gives you wings.
And if you're wondering why I move the way I do, I just feel so good, I just feel so good, I just feel so good.
as none other than A Evil Cat Mimi would say, what an epic comeback coming out from YFP here, looking over at mine. I mean,
that's my name for sure.
That do be your name. But looking at this series, I mean, we're in the lower finals. This is best of 5. And for Bind, it was a map that kind of looked a little bit scary for YFP and YFP fans out there. And coming right down to the wire ender, they're able to start stringing this comeback together and ultimately sending us to a map 4.
Yeah, it was kind of a crazy string of rounds there where they just kept finding these like crazy situations. Like somehow Corrupt was able to sneak all the way up behind players on B long. Corrupt definitely having a very strong second half as well. But I think the big thing for YFP was just completely shutting down Dodo now.
Yeah, I mean, Dodo, first half, second half, completely different story. But this YFP team, I think, did a really good job finding these opening picks. FlyQuest was going for, honestly, a lot of aggressive looks, especially when they were anchoring over towards A, kept trying to get that opening fight down short, and YFP was starting these rounds off so well. And this is so reminiscent of what we've seen time and again this tournament for YFP. You think back to the game that even got them here. They were down big time on Haven. They rallied 7 rounds in a row to stay in the series. Map 3 there, they stomped to get down to this lower final. This is really a position where YFP is comfortable. And I think this now puts Fly in a pretty scary position for the rest of this series.
Yeah, I think if we're talking about similarities that we've seen from the teams in the past too, like I think FlyQuest ran into very similar issues on their defense side of Bind that they ran into yesterday against Shopify, and YFP exploited that. FlyQuest have been in this habit of really overfighting for A short control, in my opinion, when I think if they just focused more on playing for more favorable crossfires and showers and playing to deny the plant instead of fighting so far up, their comp would have a lot more going for it. But I think they just get stuck in these gunfights where they don't have all the utility coming in to combo and support with it. And YFP have proven they have the talent to face off against Fly head to head.
Yeah, when we're talking about the big 3, I mean, YFP, they have shown throughout this tournament, throughout the main series and this lower bracket run that they can shoot when it's called for it. Even if at the beginning of the series, it didn't necessarily look like they're going to put too much of a fight up. I mean, they slowly started countering Donut. They started popping off Mimi, and they'll find themselves going to Abyss.
Yeah, and let's be real here. I mean, I think a lot of people keep mentioning the big 3 and including YFP in that. And quite frankly, I didn't believe that there was a big 3 in Game Changers. Because all year, it has been a big 2. It's been FlyQuest, Shopify. No one else has contested them. YFP being a contender is something new. This core has really only found their form, found this final form here in GC3, and really started to push these top teams. Getting an upset over Shopify in the qualifiers. Getting an upset over Fly in the qualifiers. And now they finally have a chance to showcase it here on that main stage. This series looked like it was over after the first half of Bind, but that comeback has really opened things back up towards a pretty favorable back half of the map pool and a real chance to come back here and make the finals.
When we've talked about Bind in the past as well for YFP, we've talked so much about Marceline, and even just Marceline throughout the series, but someone we've always talked about as a Marceline and has been Corrupt, and Corrupt showed up in this series, and the perfect time as well, being able to directly counter here FlyQuest and pop off. And when we're looking at the dire time, I mean, Mimi, the difference between the first 2 maps in this series and this one was night and day.
Yeah, it's looking like a Wikipedia page list of Chicago mayors with the amount of corruption on map 3 of this one.
What?
They were out of control. You're not familiar with Chicago corruption, Christy?
Yeah, love it, big fan.
They love doing it. But yeah, I mean, corruption was out of this world. Looked great on the Euro. When you're talking about like Fly taking a lot of those kind of disadvantageous fights down short, I think round after round it was corruption that was, what am I calling them? Corrupt. Who was getting those rounds.
You're obsessed
and
with Chicago, Mimi.
No, I'm not.
It's crazy. But honestly, like, YFP just needed someone in the server to wake up because it was completely dead for them in the second map. And you can see there, Corrupt has 2 tough maps and then instantly shows up. And this has been sort of the calling card of YFP throughout all the qualifiers, throughout the main event, is that map to map, you have a different person that is capable of just stepping up and carrying the team. This map, it was Corrupt. The next one, it could be a completely different player, but you know YFP have the players to step up when it counts. And frankly, when their backs are against the wall, when you know they're 1 or 2 rounds away from risking losing the entire thing, that is when YFP have looked their best consistently.
And even when we're looking at the map ahead, that prospect, that idea gets especially terrifying looking at Abyss next up as our map number 4. Because for YFP, this is not only their pick, but it was such a close series yesterday up against Refrag until we got to Abyss. And then all of a sudden, Mimi, it was a YFP that was running away with the game. It was so much confidence. And for FlyQuest, we haven't seen them here for a little bit.
And in that game against Refrag, it came with the exact same setup. A massive comeback on the map before. There it was Haven against Refrag. Here, it was on Bind against FlyQuest that then pushed into another map where they went and stomped. And the real question is if that history will repeat itself again for YFP. And I think they're really well postured to do so. They're 5-0 on this map right now. And I think play this Harbor composition super well. We didn't see a ton of teams in VCT pick this up, but I thought those that did looked really good on it. On defense especially, those Harbor walls are so impressive to threaten walk-ups in mid and to set you up for super successful retakes as well.
Yeah, whereas FlyQuest, they're rocking double duelist, so no Cypher, no passive info, which is a huge weakness in this comp. Now, they have the ability to go take a lot of fights, to dive with 2 players into a site, which I think can be really interesting, especially over towards that B side of the map. But this is a team that has not played a single map of Abyss in Game Changers. They have 3 games played with this same comp just a month ago, so they're not strangers to it, but they have not tested up against the other competition in this tournament, and proving they can run this map to a high level right before a potential best of 5 tomorrow against Shopify would be huge for them in their chances.
This first half is everything for FlyQuest, though. If they're coming out of this half with the worst scoreline, playing no Senti on defense against a Harbor comp, I think spells disaster. YFP have a real chance to fight back into this series.
YFP have proven how strong they are on Abyss, but it's an opportunity for FlyQuest to show and prove that they're capable of closing those going to the finals. Map 4 ahead, Abyss, and back over now to your casters, Uber and Wyatt, for the call.
You really couldn't have a better stage set for a comeback, or at least a map 5 explosive into this series than what we have now. We've just seen a massive comeback from YFP. We're on a map that they're very familiar with, one that hasn't been great, or at least very well demonstrated by FlyQuest Red, and they're playing a no Sentinel comp on this map, much like they did on Bind, Wyatt. I guess, you know, and a factor that kind of hurt them at times on that map, here, I mean, their ability to control mid definitely will be in question.
Luckily for them, I think they're starting on attack. They can build some of that momentum. Mimi just said, and I agree, that they need to come out kind of guns blazing on this first half, stop the momentum from YFP, get back into this. And if they started on defense, I think it's much less likely, excuse me, that would be possible. This FlyQuest, or rather the YFP team, sorry, with this Harbor, their attack side yesterday was incredibly impressive. They completely destroyed Refrag with it.
Look what this Harbor wall has done. It has definitely kept FlyQuest at bay in mid, but they also have a wall they can throw mid with the Viper, which is a rarer addition on this map. That can threaten a walk up, that can give them some semblance of map control. This one way here has to be disrespected now because, well, time is frankly of the essence. Halfway into the round now, and that is a nice little snake bite that's going to force Elaborate back into security. This will allow Fly to have full control of this A site with the exception tower, where at least the smoke will keep them back for now.
They will have decent utility to get back in. They're fighting forward though, or Fly, and they lose the first because of it. They've got a code to get onto the spike and try to defuse.
It's going to be run and gun here as much as possible. YFP going to try and come out of security here. Ev has to reload, awkward timing, but Melia doesn't connect either. And they're in a 1v2. Harbor wall there for YFP. Got them within striking distance, but look at the blue X's. They never really get to the site for real.
That was a good decision from Fly to try and fight that actively, meet them at the chokes. If they played more passive and allowed YFP to get in, they knew that they would be doomed due to the harbor utility. When that high tide cycles back up to cut off the choke, spamming down a cove on a pistol round is not a fun prospect. There would have just been so much good retake utility to deal with, so they nullify it by just playing aggro. Really good decision.
And flying on this attack side, not unlike what we saw on Bind. They really want to get a good buffer, and 8 rounds wasn't enough on Bind. So what can they get for themselves here? Is that cove thrown up? Going to slow things down. High tide also behind YFP, or rather FlyQuest, but they're still up to pull out of this A side.
I do want to note, as this half goes on, how much YFP will attempt to flank the FlyQuest players because of that lack of Sentinel. We saw them do it a lot on Bind. Those were the rounds that they were winning on defense on Bind, but Bind and Abyss, completely two different beasts. Bind is a tiny map in comparison to this, much easier to flank.
And Astra Util is a bit of a problem here for YFP. They are grouped up as 3 here, though, but the Stingers are going to go to work. Just elaborate there. And now off the side, it's Corrupted and Scary Shark that need to try and get involved, but FlyQuest have taken so little damage here. And again, that pace, that decisiveness that they've been able to swing over to B, bounce off that A site, and get so deep should pave the way for a pretty comfortable anti-eco.
Time to jump off the map. There's no other option. Just take a step back.
Lothar
I hate
will
to say it.
lose it.
just take a step back. Sorry. Let's get on to round 3.
Can't believe they're letting the round go like this.
I appreciate that.
Yep, no, I'm good with it too.
Corrupt. Thank you.
And there it is, FlyQuest. Won their first couple of rounds. Now YFP chance to buy in. And really, we've seen that the Viper Wall thrown up in mid for FlyQuest hasn't been really used for a whole lot. They've tested A, swung back over towards the B side after, exchanging blows a little bit. This Viper Wall definitely is something that is going to have a role on this attack side for FlyQuest, even if it's just conditioning.
Yeah, definitely. It just threatens that the attackers could be pushed up towards the box. It makes it easy to break vent doors so the A players feel like they could be getting hit by a split execute at any time.
Is High Tide maybe to deny that sort of vent door break easily? Still, here we go, up mid. FlyQuest getting in there. There is a cam, though, about them. One left there earlier by Elaborate. And then I don't see Starbound, but does it? It's CF. Well, they're going to know now, at least. Idea is that this forces Marceline off the line. Eventually it does, even though she lingered for a time. So now got to be able to flash themselves in towards tower on the A site. So there has to be an A main hit now for FlyQuest. They've got to commit. So they do, but it's Corrupted Marceline. Feel like the stars from the previous map for YFP that at least get in their way. At least slow them down, but that is 2 Vandals picked up by the attackers now as the post-plant begins.
Honestly, 2 for 2 wasn't bad in that position, given they were surrounded on all sides.
No. Okay. We just go for it. Starbound, though, as the second wave comes through and finds both of those kills. So 1 versus 1. Elaborate sticking it. How good is that snake bite? Good enough. Elaborate just gets back on the spike and completes the defuse.
I do really like how FlyQuest played that round. I mean, we were highlighting the toxic screen from the Viper cutting off mid. They get all of that map control because of it very proactively with that dash and gate crash all the way to top mid if you're looking at it from the attacker side. And then when they realized those YFP players were both in A main, like, wait, we can just split these guys from multiple angles, hit them from vent, hit them from their spawn, hit them from the front. They were all over them, so
Stay safe.
Frankly, YFP going 2 for 2 there was about as good as you could ask. Dodo Nuts picked up the operator now on attack, by the way, and is ready to fight towards mid.
What are they expecting? Like a contact push-up from the defenders here in mid? They really are guarding the other side of this Viper wall. It makes perfect sense. Definitely concerned that Fly could flash themselves through. To allow the attackers to take the level of map control they did in the previous round, surely a second time would be lethal. So instead, we're playing at long range here. YFP definitely down for the challenge. And they're just going to lead Dodo Nut towards the mid side with the op. She'll eventually drift over towards the B side as well.
They want to pivot to B, but they're going to get beat by YFP, and they have to deal with Elaborate just rat set up on site.
Flash Corrupt backed out of that course, the neural theft here going to reveal all of FlyQuest's plans. And here come YFP. Looking to fight on coast now. And yeah, beautifully put together. You got to love YFP on this map. They've got such a good plan to stop any sort of push up mid. And the rat play for the Cypher from Elaborate was just something else.
That is just the distance you have to cover on Abyss coming into play. Just look at the minimap. When you're an attacker down mid, look at how much further you have to run to get up into the B site versus being a defender. They just beat them there with ease. Fly were in no position to try and fight those anchors on the site. They were too entrenched.
Okay, another variation of the high tide there. Towards mid, something the Starbound is going to just circumvent. Going to be a fast hit towards this site now. Third enough flashed on the way in, but still ready to... Oh, we hate to see those. Oh, the Reckoning also deployed, and this is going to completely ruin the push. Oh, buddy. Rodonite is just looking on from a distance, hoping that someone shows. I'm sorry, but they're not coming. They're not coming. Oh, what a slow, crushing descent. With the Blade Storm, no less. You need slow-mo when you have this.
a tragic fate. You really do hate to see that.
I mean, nothing is going right here for FlyQuest right now. Like a decent start. Win that pistol, fair play, but get broken back on the anti-eco pretty much straight away, and YFP just really look very comfortable working this map. Okay, Starbound in the post plant. We're online for it. They're going to back off this. They've actually earned a Viper's Pit now as well. If they salvage this round, I tell you what, that would be completely unreasonable.
I know. Sorry? Well, we just get those 2 picks out of nowhere, I suppose. Ready to fight for more and gets it. Oh my god, scoped in. Burst fire, every bullet connecting. Okay. Faye is weak. They know her position.
We are doing it. 3 in a round for Starbound. Eventually brought down. Damage already done. No, Faye now has to try and clutch this. Has the Astra util. Log in hand, but Elaborate is healthy and has a better weapon. Time is of the essence and there isn't enough. Unreal stuff from FlyQuest. Starbound saves the day after it all comes crumbling down at the start of the round.
There's just no way they lose that. They were playing it so safe. Just ready to retake the double spray down. And Melia, a little bit afraid to just go for the full swing, went for the paranoia, but it allowed Starbound to escape with their life. Not feeling confident enough to just go for the trade with immediacy. What a tragedy. YFP's economy could have really gotten out of control there with a round win with the amount of players they had alive, and now they're at risk of it getting cracked.
Early Hunter's Fury here for Corrupt. It's a sniff of Sonda there.
Right here.
And FlyQuest are playing pretty far back, at least in terms of that A side of the map. Eventually that high tide is going to come down, giving Fly the option to make their way through mid, or at least just bang out that vent door. That's more of a default setup for them now.
They sent the clone up mid past the wall, just fake footsteps, but it does end up getting broken. Regardless, though, YFP do have to keep their eyes on that. They don't have a trip for mid, so they need to just hard watch it with the Vandals out.
Next?
Gate Crash goes deep, but here. Oh, and there we go. The Dimensional Drift comes through. Two players spotted, actually.
Okay, Ev here.
Oh, good TP.
Much the same as we saw from Corrupt at the start of the round. Here's Masterling, though, trying to play from the back of the site. FlyQuest getting at least over the top of his back corner of the site. Masterling's able to deal with the spike carrier, though. That is big.
Spike down,
and now it's just Ev. Do we see another government bailout of the economy here? Ev printing money, apparently. And again, it's Elaborate who goes to go for 1-for-1, but there's no plant just yet. FlyQuest don't manage to do it 2 rounds in a row. YFP, a sigh of relief, breathe.
God. I'm taking a sigh of relief. I was sweating bullets there for a second. 2 rounds in a row. Specifically, it's just the snap onto the player right there onto Corrupt in that position is just mental. Regardless of all that, though, regardless of sickening clutch attempts, I mean, what really ends up mattering the most is that YFP have just been fantastic at anchoring the B site. There's players that are playing around the back, just biding their time, staying alive, have been doing a great job.
We've got to be clear here. This double duelist setup from FlyQuest, they've really hoping to build some momentum on this attack side of the map. They really need to create a little bit of a buffer, because what we saw on defense from Bayer was far from convincing. Really weren't able to make it work, whereas YFP had decent pops here and there on bind. So that harbor mid control right now is where most of that util is being used, but once we get over to the attack side, I think we've seen it on a couple of sites here, really being able to take that map control. It's going to be quite a nuisance for FlyQuest to deal with. They know it too. They really know these next couple rounds have to be big ones for them. Right now, they're planning on something for round 8, as this is just going to be a, well, pistol buyout.
The harbor really is so strong in the hands of YFP. I was so impressed by how they were using the early high tides on attack to gain map control, to throw off the defenders. And that's going to be even more of a concern for Fly on the side swap, because they don't have a sentinel to gain passive info. They're going to be worried about every high tide that players could be pushed up behind it. There's no cam to watch over it. There's no trips to just give information. It's going to be really tough, which is why I do feel that this attack half has to be really strong for them to get over the finish line on this map.
Corrupt here, really just very passively trying to maintain some level of mid presence, and Fly, for whatever reason, have to pull out those vents with the exception of Starbound. It's really a question of what they're going to be able to hear from that spot. We're heading now over towards main.
They want to just go for this A pop with Starbound making a late play through vent, cause a distraction, hopefully get a pick. And
not much familiar to see there, even though she had the line. Marceline, what has happened there? Okay, can we bounce back from that? Nova Pulse going to come down on top of Corrupt. It's going to stun them briefly, but FlyQuest still need to get that spike, still need to get through this choke here. And with Corrupt winning that fight in tower, a crucial fight at that, YFP are able to exit the round mostly intact.
I have questions that need answering.
Yeah,
such as,
there.
Huh? What happened? What exactly occurred? And also, that must have happened right at the beginning of the round, because you imagine they were just slowly drifting down the whole time. So what did they do? I mean,
we may never know.
Okay. No, we simply may never know.
Okay. Well, let's chalk that one up to some sort of statistical anomaly. Well, I'd say that, but it's already happened to a Jet in this game, so.
Scanning ahead.
Maybe the cat stepped on the keyboard. It's always possible.
You watch it fighting.
I heard that gate crash inside A main. YFP know it's about to get hairy on the side. Look at that. Tower's been cut off, but Marceline, beautifully done. What discipline as well to see the clone go past and instead go to work on the rest of FlyQuest. Devastating impact from the Jet. And I think you've redeemed yourself with an iBuyPower race.
Yeah, that makes up for falling off the map on the previous round. Second ace of the VO5, by the way, for Marceline. No one can trade on to her. Dodonut struggling after the dash in to find her footing with the spray down. It's transferred onto as well.
This goes here.
Oh, buddy, that was electric. Okay. YFP now starting to build a buffer of their own. 2 rounds to their favor. And these A-side hits for FlyQuest, even ones that are backed up with like an Astral Divide, still haven't been good enough. Getting completely unraveled by an off-angle held by an individual. That's got to get in your head, no doubt about it.
Just a full A execute again. This time it's not held as strongly. Marceline backside, and it's just the tripwire to allow Elaborate to get a free one. Passive positions, long range with the superior weapons. Making it look all too easy. Starbound revealed by the Neural Theft 2. The attempt to flank deep mid, get into a position for a backstab. Totally nullified.
Yeah, maybe too aggressive there from Elaborate, and they're lucky they weren't caught by failure. That one way ended up becoming something that benefited FlyQuest in that moment. Hey, sometimes you got to go for the play. YP, though, by and large, no real reason to hurry. That neural theft completely forced Fly out of that site because the spray down from tower would have been inevitable. Hot hand from Thea, eventually finishing off the Cypher. And here they come. FlyQuest have to walk up here, but Melia has that off angle. She's been instrumental, but Starbound might be in a position to get Fly a cheeky one. Still fully healthy. Having to go up against the Vandal of Scary Shark, and with very limited information about the surroundings, Starbound is going for the clutch.
Starbound really has been low-key, very high impact in this series. Not always topping the board, but the kills that they do find have been instrumental. It's irrelevant, though, in a situation like that. Too many angles to watch. Could be coming from heaven, either spawn side. Valiant effort. But Scary Shark cleans things up. With that kill in the defuse, gets the Reckoning activated as well.
Lightstorm, Reckoning both up here for YFP. Yeah, but we knew this when we headed over to this map. YFP look really, really good on it. And moments of individual brilliance here. Again, you are using sheriffs, bulldogs, whatever you can to try and get yourself around here. The economy of FlyQuest has long since been compromised. There's at least around here that they can buy into, maybe earn themselves. And ultimately, like a Hunter's Fury, something that could be a difference maker.
Here.
It's going to be so dangerous for them, even if they do get the spike down, though. Could get immediately flooded upon with the Reckoning from Scary Shark, or just a full set-piece retake could have them in danger. You know, ideally, you would want to get Starbound to plant the spike just to get that Viper's Pit so you have something for the post-plan.
Now, cat's out the bag. FlyQuest knows there's an operator in mid, but Dodo not holding time. That turns off all the Cypher util over at A. YFP were hoping to play for retake on A and play off those trips. Now that's not an option. Now it's open for the taking.
And look at Scary Shark's positioning right now. The way just
selling it,
chilling so far forward. Oh my god! And just speaking out of out the back of the box as well, right as the gate crash went off.
Scary Shark is there. They must be able to see maybe that there's not a full commitment there from FlyQuest, that maybe Sonder is trying to sell something. All they can do is hear. They hear a clone. They hear a Yoru. They think, okay, they're probably here. So FlyQuest get that A site for free in the end. Nice fake soul over there, and Sonder's waiting for Scary Shark to make their way through vents. What a big round to bring back.
Oh my god, that's even my favorite. Thea as well.
Here we go. Sonder going to make use of this ultimate now. FlyQuest really investing deeply in this round, but Marcelin's going to round the corner with the Blade Storm. Danger for Starbound. Ev as well. At least able to shut that down. Now it's up to Corrupt. Fighting tooth and nail on the site. 4 bullets in the chamber. Forced away by the grab well. Now out of time, and FlyQuest get a hard fought round.
That was a very cool post-plant setup from FlyQuest. I love that fight that was being taken by Sonder in the vent. Thea allowed Sonder to get that kill. We saw on Thea's point of view. She could have killed Scary Shark 5 different times in that situation, but let Sonder just watch the angle, get the free kill, teleport away, and then was able to just go for this late flank. It only ended up getting the last player, sure, but I think it would have been the nail in the coffin regardless. That was very cool from FlyQuest.
It came at just the right time as well. Really helped stabilize that economy that was fledgling at that point. We really not see FlyQuest outside of the first part of this game, first part of this half. Really look to test the B site. This time, though, they have truly sent Dodonut and Sonder both up mid. And with this angle being picked up late by Elaborate, they're going to be overwhelmed with threat of doing so. Nova Pulse doesn't quite hit them, but Elaborate really cleverly just gets off that angle. A little bit afraid of trying to take the fight against 2 duels, and I can't blame them, but they win it out. And they're here, ready to fight on the B side. Taya's able to find an entry kill. She makes her way around that cyber cage, but that's 3 for Elaborate now, and they show no signs of slowing down. 4 kills for the Cypher, and Starbound in a 1v3. Grim tidings for FlyQuest fans.
That is actually a miraculous from Elaborate. They were surrounded on all sides, as is Starbound, not able to recreate the magic.
Here.
That was goddamn nuts. Elaborate's getting double swung, both duelists through the cage. And in the meantime, Melia, who needed to fight forward with the op, keep that presence on the B main players just whiffs, goes down, and Elaborate is just able to win out 3 subsequent duels, and then the 4th. That is outlandish. I mean, I remember on the desk, Ender was asking for some of these YFP players to come to life because back on Icebox, they just weren't shooting. And now you have Elaborate and Marcelin on this map, Corrupt on the last. Again, this is a team with sick firepower across the board. At any given moment, someone on this team is just going to make a highlight reel play like that happen.
So far for the first best of 5, YFP looking pretty good, especially after a slow start. Rat getting thrown up here, very annoying for the attackers to deal with.
Yeah, big investment to take mid control with the high tide as well, forcing everybody back from Fly.
Okay, well, Hunter's Furying this. Interesting. Corrupt finds the tag on Ev. Gonna be a counter Hunter Fury coming their way. All right. Gonna be Starbound at least dealing with Marceling. She was embedded for someone to play off of, especially with that one-way active.
You want to fight
The FlyQuest have an advantage now. Astra ult going to be deployed. That is going to cut off Tower. The Corrupt fighting retreat is able to deal with Dodo out there. And what the shot? Unreal Ev going down to that. That is not right. Fly down to 3.
I mean, can someone explain how that even got a kill? That looked like the most limp shot Torrent's made. How does that find someone?
They are here, just can't get the better of Corrupt there. They are waiting on the line. Now, the Spike is headed over to B, so we've had a rotation pulled here quite effectively by Fly. Double back here, though, by Elaborate. But they are just a step ahead this game in general. Starbound fires an application for this Viper's Pit. Elaborate says, well, I think they have the good weaponry for this, but doesn't find a second shot. Starbound deals with a Cypher, and now it's only Scary Shark. Sonda able to play from afar. Man, Fly. Look at what they have to do to mimic a fraction of YFP's power. Say it ain't so. That's the Viper down. The curtain, the wall, gonna drop. Sonda, are they ready for this? They are. 3 for the Yoru, and FlyQuest exit that first half with 5 rounds to their name. Could have been a lot worse based on how some of those rounds were going.
If you just look at the scoreboard, not too bad, but I really think they're going to struggle here on defense without the Cypher against this Harbor comp that is excellent at taking map control, excellent at feigning presence deep in mid, forcing defenders to have to pick those angles up consistently because the high tide is just going to get thrown there early and then cycled elsewhere for the full execute. This is going to be dangerous for Fly. It's going to require some very cerebral play to try to win this Abyss map, get into the grand finals for the 3rd time straight. YFP are in a good position here to get us to map 5.
And wouldn't that be something? For YFP's first best of 5. Taking FlyQuest all the way. FlyQuest, obviously, with the loss here, they have to hope the Shopify Rebellion deal with YFP. Otherwise, they're not going to Berlin.
And bear in mind, this wall, you are going to see this consistently throughout the half. And immediately on the pistol, they're taking advantage of it to actually fully push up and go for this crazy mid-to-B hit with 4 players. Think of the fear that that'll instill later. I mean, Starbound is going to instill some fear and Elaborate. That's a crazy opening.
Okay, FlyQuest now playing for the attacker's side. In a post plant, not terrible. I mean, YFP are boxed in by and large, and Sonda opts for timing there. Does get decent amount of damage. YFP give as good as they get, though. Starbound going to be lit in this position. Corrupt may opt to push it, but takes a hit through the corner. Sheriffs are dangerous. Pistol won by Fly. We still have game.
That initial shot from Starbound onto Elaborate was so high impact. I said it before, but Starbound, this game is topping the scoreboard. But across the series, it's just a player that finds so many high impact kills. And being able to just nullify the one player that was going to be pressuring from B main, that thorn in the side when the brunt of the hit came from mid. So crucial.
Right here.
YFP opting for something a little different now. Same wall, of course, thrown up in mid. Gonna see that every round. This time trending more towards that A direction. Astra util here. Marceling lit, caught by it. Someone thinks twice about trying to pick that angle. Probably the right decision here. Good damage done by Fly. Marceline goes low, and Donut has the timing to do a scary shark as they try and amble up mid.
Multiple scoped weapons. Super long range map. You can really extract the most value out of them here.
They're waiting on this. There is another layer, of course, behind them. Is Faye is going to be there for the trade at worst. Marceline having a crack at it, but very much alone in that endeavor.
Revealing area.
We're going to see Amelia attempt to cross behind that dark cover. They'll be seen as well. There's a little bit of a gap in that smoke. And I tell you what, the Outlaw and Marshall combo went to work for FlyQuest there.
That's about as clean as it gets, carrying over every weapon, pure bonus round. Fly able to fully tie up the game now at 7 apiece. A team that was constructed to be able to beat Shopify, take that #1 spot in NA Game Changers. They've come so close. And now it's YFP on their heels, a team that's only been playing together with this roster for a couple months at this point. Just this amalgamation of upcoming talented players from various other rosters that have kind of been around that main event scene, but together as a unit have really reached this new peak. Trying to get a big upset win against one of the best Game Changers teams just in the world.
There's a gap in that wall. It's not one that FlyQuest can really use because it's narrow area to fire through. It's more what they can see than what they can shoot. Salvan still has the Outlaw in hand, but isn't ready for Elaborate.
Weapon.
Okay, gate crash though. Headed over towards that side of the map, so Sonda can move into reinforce pretty quickly. But Flyer making this really slow mid-exploration happen while B is just being ransacked.
It's going to be so tough for them here with the Stingers. There's just not going to be good angles, not going to be good places to fight from. I mean, the best opportunity might be fighting Melia here. This is out as close range as they might get offered a duel. Ghost, certainly no Vandal.
All right, Fire's gun rounds go. This one has been pretty darn clean for YFP. Essentially neutralizing Fly at every part of the map. And yeah, that push up mid. FlyQuest Red does nothing for them. Scary Sharks ready for it there. Have at least able to get this Outlaw ticking over a little bit, but now they'll be led out there in towards heaven. No chance already dropped towards the spike, excuse me, to get a defuse. Look how out in the open and exposed that position would be. So, good start to the half for FlyQuest. And now a reminder that YFP are the team that's at home here on a bit.
Yeah, both teams going flawless for flawless. YFP now, though, they have to be concerned that an operator is going to come into play. They need to be playing around this. It would be foolish if they don't. Fly's economy, obviously, more than good enough to purchase one, given they had that prior flawless round. It looked like it was Dodo Nut picking it up. Expected maybe to see Starbound with the operator holding that line from heaven onto B. They've got to be ready for this op, though.
Yeah, I think Fly, you can see how much they've prioritized just having those scope weapons. Here we go. That's messy stuff. FlyQuest able to get away from it, though. Both sides flash. Marceline really wants to get in here. The tailwind used now. It's messy. A lot of util over the side. Cove also thrown down. Cascade. They are waiting inside the Cove. Puts them to bed. Now the Spike's loose ahead of Melia. And there's every bit of utility in the book here available to slow this Omen down. Oh, that flick was otherworldly, but Melia's not able to quite connect, and it's up to Elaborate, who in fairness has been on fire on this map. But a 1v3 with the Spike not to hand, that's perhaps a little outlandish.
A little bit. Not entirely out of the question. Damage would still be valuable for Elaborate to get. The YFP economy, not too bad given they also had that flawless. Flies is in a much worse position.
Oh, wait. I think Santa heard that, but they are checking the corner. This time now.
30 seconds left.
The jig is most likely up here for Elaborate. Just doing some extra due diligence towards the end of the round. I'm hoping to hold onto the Vandal going into the next one here. So this map remains really close. FlyQuest have definitely demonstrated why a little bit more comfort on this defense side. then you mentioned, right, like, you know, YFP definitely have to be aware of the op. Now they're going to have to play around it.
Certainly. Both teams really messed up their early round plans there. Sonder trying to flash out of the star. Self-blinds. They try to retreat. And then because of the self-blind and the awkward positioning, YFP felt like they needed to capitalize off that, but they just weren't ready to actually have a holistic sight hit, like a whole hit. They just rushed it in awkwardly with Marcelin in, but then no follow-up, and then the Cove, but no one's ready to get in it. So Thea just beats them to getting inside the Cove, finds free kills. It was very awkward. It seemed like they knew that there was a timing they could capitalize off of, but they just weren't ready to do it as a team, and it just ended up becoming a bit of a mess, which Fly take full advantage of. Thea took full advantage of, really. It just comes down to her. Another one of the players on FlyQuest that just has a knack for finding those moments to get the high-impact kills.
And we've definitely liked what we saw from YFP on that first half. You'll notice a lot of those defense rounds, they strung together beautifully. And we can see what the purpose of the Harbor is here on the attack side as well, to give them a foothold on some of these sites to try and get a plant. But you're right, there's a lot going on, a lot of utility being thrown down. And maybe YFP's protocols start to fray at the edges a little bit once we get into those more frenzied parts of the game. And again, they also have to realize that they're still at risk of losing the series here. They still need to take this map pick and win it.
3 players for FlyQuest stacked up towards B. The operator from Dodo trained on that main line.
Revealing area.
Look at that defensive Viper wall over to B side. Be handy in a pinch, handy for a retake if needed. Full default look here for YFP. Can they dig FlyQuest out of these spots? I don't think they're looking to get much info up mid this round. Perhaps a heavy B lean against what will be 3 players.
And this line in heaven will certainly be smoked off. Elaborate peaks before it can come down. That's just a mistake that cannot be afforded right now.
What? Marceline down to 5 through the smoke. I'm not sure how that was seen. A 6th sense for it, apparently. Okay. I'm going to go down. Scary Shark trying to make this happen. Marceline still wants to be relevant in this round, even at 5 HP. Ev is low. Some of that span that came through the walls a bit of a problem. Now we're even in numbers. Starband, though, here can really make things tough. Corrupt can't handle 2. And Marceline, who tried to pull herself off of the site after taking that leg shot, presumably, is going to try and get ahead of this. And Starbound is going to be lying in wait. Another 3 kills for Starbound, who's been the shining light for FlyQuest Red on this map, and they get themselves into the lead.
All I know is that's going to be one frustrated coach out of the timeout, just swinging over, in Nest, right into the offline heaven before there's a smoke down. Oh, that is just a mistake that frankly shouldn't be happening again. Maybe it's coming down to the nerves at this stage, but everything like that adds up in such a significant way. And then FlyQuest really pounce on the opportunity with that fast retake, flooding in together, putting themselves in the lead.
Permit me some self-indulgence, but man, this has been a good series. This is really, really delivered. And now we head to this round 18, where both teams have those Hunters Furies online. But YFP obviously down to, well, Nico round. Gonna have to work in with the Marshall in some way, shape, or form. They've already pretty early gotten themselves through vent here, but this surely has to have been made very clear to FlyQuest.
It's the standard opening from YFP using that high tide to try to pressure towards the lead. Elaborate goes down opposite side of the map. What is that shot from Corrupt? Bit of damage onto Thea with the shock dart and forces her back right into the waiting arms of the players that took advantage of the early high tide mid by getting into vent. They've split into the site.
Attempt here to disrupt the plant. It works. Buys a little bit of time at least for FlyQuest. Oh, Scary Shark.
Spike down A.
Not her day, apparently. Recon was also to follow this one up. FlyQuest don't have full control of this part of the map here. Starbound would need to play off pings or just commit. Down the rope. The audacity of it. Gets the drop on 2. Starbound. They have just unraveled this now for YFP. Still a post plant though. There's still defuse required. Melia will spray. That's going to give away their position. How does Starbound navigate this? Got to stick it. There's going to be spam either way. They think they hear footsteps. Maybe you stick this. Might be no choice here for Melia, but to commit, the spray is good. Ooh. I tell you what, it takes some serious self-confidence to stay off the side in a situation like that, and a great round to bring back for YFP.
They set up for a great A split, but it would not have happened if Corrupt didn't hit that initial sheriff shot. The reaction time on that, the swing onto Dodonut was just insane. Finding that opening and then creating a situation where the other site anchor was doomed via having to look at 2 different angles, getting swarmed by both, and suddenly Fly's economy in the bin.
It's terrible. Hero rifle for FlyQuest. Starbound holding it down over at B. They managed to get themselves some light armor.
Interesting, this time Fly. They want to push up into mid, but Corrupt already sauntered down. Dodonut just trying to spam and pray for a trade, but it won't come.
That's the risk as well of just walking up mid like that. There's going to be a cascade that comes through.
They've been trying to ego past the wall, which I'm not mad at. They're trying to make that presence known. They waited out the recon that time as well. They don't want to allow that wall to dictate too much of the game, which does make sense. But still, it's just going to be tough to play against when you don't have a Sentinel, regardless of how you play around it.
Dodonut gets out, but can't set the same rep. They have trying to play that corner. No, this one will be over in a short moment. Starbound, I think, like 24 frags after 18 rounds. Pretty insane performance from them. I mean, in the set on the desk is like any one of these FlyQuest players can turn up and take over the game. We've seen that. Saw it from Dodonut earlier. Then Starbound. Who else do they have in reserve? I'm not sure if Starbound is going to be enough at this rate. This is going to be a round that puts YFP up by 1. Starbound might look to do a little trolling here, though. We take that. One weapon dragged in the cold dead grasp of Corrupt. However, 5-0's on their way.
I mean, YFP can kind of hunt, but not really. Melia has a lot of money, but no one else does. Fly are going to get their buy regardless. Scary Shark wants to fight though, and it does get traded. Scary Shark wanted to fight though regardless. Everyone else has their ult, and they were trying to get her as close as possible. She found that pick, then they threw her the spike. She's like, all right, I'm down to take the fight. If I win it, I get an orb. If I die, I get an orb. And now they're one-off reckoning. So it's potential for a 5 ultimate round to win what is going to be one of the last full buy rounds of the game.
Yeah.
So we'll see if they try to fight over one of these early orbs.
It's a great point. Yeah, Scary Shark with reckoning here would be incredible for YFP. Again, make no mistake, this round here, round 20, one of the most important, maybe the most important of the map. FlyQuest have been able to make it close. But YFP have a chance to really shut that economy down. Operate for Dodonut here. Standard exploration into mid for YFP. No walk-ups from the defenders.
Interesting, and that's a cascade sent actually into A heaven to make it seem like they could be pressuring towards Vent. Meanwhile, yeah, it's been Marcelin containing towards B. Dodonut had the op over on that side of the map, but has rotated off that cascade. Look at how it's dragged the defensive rotates, and now all of a sudden it's just Starbound on B. They've been fantastic. They need to at least get one. They're in a wide open position here.
Could be a problem. Look about breaking the crosshair placement. Multiple tools to that effect have now been used by YFP, and Starbound is alone with not really far to go. And that felt like a foregone conclusion. YFP spend big. With only one ultimate now left to make sure they get onto this site. Now we have to talk about the retake. Ev's already been able to find a shock dart kill on Scary Shark, and Dodonut able to post up here. Will the timing favor her? There should be some controller util as well. Yep, available here for FlyQuest to try and go for the retake. This is a really bad wall for YFP to have to deal with. They've got to find a way to break through. They've got to play coast, but Donut's already headed over there. Sonda flash through the wall, destroys Melia. And a round that we thought YFP would carry out over their shoulder, instead blows up in their face.
But that was just YFP making the crucial error of not keeping track of that Thea ultimate. Far too many players off-site. They needed to be in there playing crossfires together. The numbers were even. They had a man advantage until that shock dart came through to kill Scary Shark, who was intending on planting the spike to get the Reckoning available. Still, though, big error from YFP. After FlyQuest over-rotated, they really gave them a chance to win that gun round, propel themselves towards winning the game. That would have been FlyQuest's economy completely destroyed.
This map just got a whole lot more interesting. Someone's been able to buy Corrupt, the Bulldog at least. The YFP's economy now hangs in the balance. Whereas FlyQuest, not so much. Should still be able to make something of this next round if they were to lose this one. Melly is embedded over towards those vents here, but it's going to be a bit of a throwdown now at A main. Marceline sees Sonda, but could be a double swing here to try and punt it to death position. Okay, Reckoning comes out. Donut falls. Who's going to help Sonda? They have to dimensional drift to get out of this, and now they'll make sure they relay this positioning to the rest of FlyQuest.
Sandra's just trying to escape. It doesn't actually have a gate crash, though. Just has to go out of the dimensional drift. Melia's over in the vent, so there could be an engagement in mid there.
Spot they are playing close in A main as well. This Sonda position is a head scratcher. But they did get out of trouble. They might also now find themselves in a position to catch a rotate. So much has to do with this Sonda and elaborate encounter. Content placement good, decent for Sonda, but well, elaborate had the operator. Now you can bounce back across the map, especially with this information. FlyQuest here, I mean, very unfavored to win the round from here on out. Starbound is going to be had for dinner. Easy one for Melia. And they still commit towards this A site, and fair enough. They win the trades.
Yeah, a good trade from Elaborate. Was worried there when Melia was just keen on taking an extra fight that wasn't really necessary. What a shot from Ev.
Not, you are not doing it. Absolutely not. Blood pressure, already concern of mine.
Yeah, right. Listen, I respect the effort. I was sweating bullets there for a moment.
Sometimes you gotta believe in a bit of magic. Sometimes you gotta follow your doctor's advice. And yeah, I guess that Sondra Elaborate moment there. You know, the fact that the Cypher ended up with the operator. Not the first time I saw that. I think Elaborate with the operator yesterday was a pretty big component of what gets YFP into this game in the first place. And you definitely call a timeout here. You can half buy. I guess you're being pretty careful about this. We'll see what the weaponry ends up actually being. But, you know, the attackers have an op to play with. You know, they've been through most of their big ultimates. They came sort of a couple rounds ago. That round that FlyQuest were actually able to win, which... that's a result that can have implications over the rest of regulation.
And this is Jovi calling the timeout, thinking of something to do on this bonus round here, unless they opt for the crazy force. But it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. Just have some kind of cheeky strat to try to win this bonus round, but the intention is clearly to play for overtime. Really impressed by Elaborate Cypher play on this map, specifically on attack. We saw it yesterday against Refrag, was just decimating on the flanks, picking off rotating players. That kill onto Sonder, that engagement was the round deciding engagement, and it was the very first one.
FlyQuest here still, like much of this map, have to feel like they're playing from behind. Couple Bulldogs and a Stinger. And maybe Hunter's Fury. There's that mid-presence from Marceline. Just asserting herself. None of that Harbor util being used there yet.
Yeah, didn't actually use the initial high tide. Sends it out delayed.
But see,
uncommon.
They have an op, so this is a wall that says, oh no, we do want you to peek this. Just from only one angle.
Yeah, early into this round, they just Took some main control so Elaborate can just post up, contain with the ops, and press a repush. And work other areas of the map. They've worked mid, they've got Corrupt into vents now.
They don't know about this stack yet, Wyatt, and they haven't found a lot of information elsewhere.
Now this could be so dangerous.
I think ultimately they have to walk into this. They're not going to have another recon.
30
FlyQuest
seconds
have
left.
no reason to really pick out. They're all inside this high tide. FlyQuest are entrenched, ready to fight.
Look at the mini-map though. Look at the map. Marcelin has already rotated over to B where Melia was containing as well. They had a contingency if a stack was there. Time is dwindling, but they are going to get the spike down for free. The rest of the team is rotated off. Lovely calling from YFP and Elaborate in the position where you'll typically find him, playing towards mid with this operator, cutting off the rotates.
Okay, a little bit awkward for Elaborate, not what they were looking for, but that is some killer mid-rounding from YFP. Now with the better weaponry, they're going to sit and hatch an egg on this B site. Note the Harbor's position. Ready for a push down mid. That is definitely online. It is Marceline for 3. What is they supposed to do? She's been gifted an opportunity to salvage a weapon here, but Melia might have it out of her grasp in no time. That could have gone so horribly wrong for YFP, but they sniff it out and they make the right call with the late B rotate.
That was truly a picture-perfect round from YFP, containing both sides of the map, working mid, realizing that A was the stacked site, and then even at the end there, look at that high-low to deny players coming back in from the B link, and in the meantime, Melia had the dark cover up in B tower heaven, just hiding in that. They had everything down pat in that round. Perfectly played, and now in position to get us onto map 5. Wouldn't have thought this was possible after seeing them get blown out on Icebox. Their map pick early in the series. And they might run it all the way back unless Fly can deny them here, try to get the game to overtime.
And this might be obvious, but Wyatt, they've looked the better team constantly over the last couple of maps. There's been no luck, no good fortune about it. Hey, Ev, what a timing to take, and the spray down is good for 2. Somehow, both of them headshots. FlyQuest not done yet. They're not giving up the ghost here. And Ev just stakes their claim to mid. Says, this is my turf. Elaborate says, understood. Have a nice day. I'm going to go over here now.
That was a nice adjustment into this round. Playing back mid, but being ready to fight if YFP did actually push up.
Hop off the map. And so
bit of an adjustment out of the timeout. The amount of times we have seen Jovi call a timeout for FlyQuest and then they win the round after that. I mean, obviously they didn't win the last one, but that was not their full buy. Then they win the full buy out of Jovi's timeout. Much higher success rate than loss rate, I'll tell you that. It's had such a massive impact on the team's success this year.
I tell you what, just this switch up in attitude from Evan that round is so palpable. On map point, just takes these like aggro fight in mid. It's just so hard to anticipate that from a team that, you know, feels like they probably have an advantage and feels like they just need to land the plane to win the map. That quality in a player, you really just can't distill. Quite a special little turn of play there, and Ev keeps FlyQuest in this game now. The last timeout for YFP being called.
Ev really has been so consistent for Fly. There were definitely questions. I remember posing them myself early on when we were watching this tournament. You know, it was playing well in the qualifying process to get to the main event. You know, first game of the main event was good, but it was against the lower tier competition of the top 8. Was wondering how will they fare as the tournament goes on, filling the shoes of Lace, trying to get to their first final in Game Changers, trying to go on a deep run, trying to make it to Berlin, and they have absolutely shown out. A really talented player that FlyQuest have added to this roster.
All right, round 24. This is for overtime. All respectively for the map. YFP trying to take us into a 5th map decider, which would be Lotus. And FlyQuest still have hopes of ending the series here before it gets too far out of hand.
Very slow early on from YFP, gaining control of A. Mid, though, they haven't been able to navigate up, so they're currently not threatening an A split. Ev is keeping that monitored, as is Sonder, had sent down the clone, is Jiggle peeking as well. The A site is light, though, and if this full exec comes through, Thay is just going to have to play to live, and then Fly will have to set up for a retake with that Hunter's Fury that they've got.
Actually, pretty quickly pinging the back of the site here, expecting that there's just not a lot of resistance, and they know it now that no one's trying to challenge him on the cross. Maybe playing for a Hunter's Fury. Ev waits it out, trying to stall as much time as possible. Sonder is entrenched here. She's had a quieter game, but is in a really important spot. It's pivotal, in fact, to Fly's ability to unravel this on the retake. And that judge might find value. Marceline is pushed all the way up towards security.
Oh, that don't cover.
Okay. And Stez has a shorty of her own. There's Corrupt, though, able to trade it out. Starbound showing the barrel of the gun, but Melia has too many angles to cover. Now it's going to be elaborate to try and stay in this, to try and win it for YFP. The 1 versus 1. Map 5 on the line. Starbound gives it a tickle. Doesn't commit. And there it is. Elaborate wins it out to take this lower final to a map 5.
That was Elaborate, just completely taking over the map. Has consistently displayed such a high level of Cypher play on Abyss. Was crucial in beating Refrag yesterday. The lurk on this map, containing and gaining map control in certain spaces, but then also just cutting off rotates at some of those ideal times as well. Massively important, and somehow we've gotten to a map 5. I mean, again, would have never expected this after seeing map 2, Icebox, where YFP were just absolutely crushed. We have seen them make huge comebacks on individual maps before. They have never played a VO5 in the history of their team, which is only a couple months, by the way, up against one of the best Game Changers teams in NA that have been constructed to be a Shopify beating team, a team that can compete on the global stage, and they might just beat them and make it to their first grand final ever. It is just mental, the situation that we've wound up in, Mitch.
Yeah, we need to hard reset, I think, after a break. Look back on that Abyss map and, of course, start talking about Lotus, our decided map in this series. Winner goes on to face Shopify Rebellion in the finals of Game Changers Series 3. Stick around because it, frankly, doesn't get any better than this.
Don't forget why.
Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce, desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente.
Don't forget why.
Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce, desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente.
based off how the beginning of this series went, I did not know if we would get to this point, but officially, in a nail-biter of a series, 13-11, YFP to take the win, send us into map 5 here in the lower finals. I mean, Mimi, through and through. FlyQuest, favorites coming into this, but YFP close behind and pushing them to all the way to the end of this thing.
YFP have only been together for a couple months in this iteration. This is their first ever best of 5 they've played in one of these events. And now they've won 2 back-to-back maps to push us all the way. This team has shown so much tenacity throughout this event, a comeback to even get here, and a really incredible showing as well on Abyss. They were in control in that second half, that attacking side, I think really abusing the gaps in the Sentinelist comp that FlyQuest was running, and really pushing this one all the way, Christy.
And being super clutch too, right? Melia absolutely toying with Starbound when that ult came out to win out. That was an eco round. Again, YFP have so consistently been able to win on these eco rounds, and that's ultimately what pushes them over the edge. It's what destroys FlyQuest's economy. It's what puts more and more pressure on them. YFP continued to play these rounds out in a very slow, deliberate pace, activating Ella's operator play through mid, which seemed very effective, and consistently on these sites, whenever there was just a million smokes being put down, YFP were finding the angles to come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, elaborate second half operator, you mentioned it, constantly finding space in mid. I think if you contrast these two teams' defensive side, it's a really clear picture. For YFP, they had this harbor utility to condition fights down mid, to take space there and threaten these walk-ups. They were constantly forcing FlyQuest to have to re-clear the space and make sure they had full control of the map. Whereas for FlyQuest, they were constantly just concerned with trying to anchor down these sites. YFP was finding a lot of gaps. They were getting players embedded and coming up with those late round clutch moments to keep this game alive.
I also think that YFP did a really good job calling around Dodonut's operator. I mean, you look at the screen right there. The duelists, the double duels of FlyQuest, the bottom fraggers, 12 kills and 10 kills apiece between Dodo and Sonder. And that was really what they needed to find, those opening kills on defense with the Jet and the Yoru fighting aggressively to get an advantage. I think the fall off ever since Dodonut's second half of Bind has been immense. I believe she's only found 17 kills in the last 3 halves that she's played, and so much of it has come down to YFP fighting super well together and also just avoiding her early in rounds. Dodo's been really frustrated to find those early kills, and it's definitely caused YFP to have the upper hand.
And that is dangerous when you're looking now in the series, because with closing out that map, we're now headed into map 5. Lower finals. And to reiterate the stakes here, FlyQuest, if they can win out this final map as we're now heading into Lotus, they secure a spot to the Game Changers Championships in Berlin. But YFP, they have to win this and then get the upset in the Grand Finals Ender. And at the beginning of the series, I didn't know if they had it in the tank, but as this goes on, they're kind of heating up more and more. Is this possible?
It's really hard to say because Lotus is such a question mark, I think, for this YFP team. The only time they've played this since the qualifiers for Series 2 was in the qualifier they ended up winning against Oompies here. And that game went 2018. It was a giga overtime. They've only played it the one time in the last 5 months, which is just crazy to think about. Whereas FlyQuest Red, they have a lot of reps on this map. Recently, they've been dipping into mostly the Gecko and the KO that they were playing back in the last qual, but they also only have the one game up against, or sorry, I was looking at the wrong thing. They've been playing the Deadlock recently as Solo Senti, which I think is a really strange one here that YFP will definitely have to have a good prep into.
I mean, it's even weirder for a team in North America because they're kind of China build. They're running the like double ball smokes with Clove and Omen that FPX was popularizing earlier in this year, which is a really cool comp, right? Like you have a lot of ideas on your attack side, especially for segmenting off different areas and being able to kind of take these very small fights to scale in. There's a lot of interesting ideas with one-ways, things like that, but playing it without that Cypher or that Killjoy, I do think makes your defense harder. We saw in the last map how much FlyQuest struggled with leaving some of those gaps open, and I think it's even more difficult on Lotus to play a comp like this successfully, even though it does have those benefits.
Especially to going up against a YFP. Now, they got that momentum in the series as well. So if all of a sudden they're going to be able to find gaps in this defensive hold of FlyQuest, and I mean, YFP coming into this, they're a team that we talked a lot about. They can come out here and they can shoot. So if they're taking that momentum and then also have an advantage into this composition ender, I think this is really, really scary. From FlyQuest, we have seen throughout that they're more than capable of shooting back, but I think it was a little bit lackluster in that last map. And we need to see that turnaround now to close out this lower finals for either of our teams.
Yeah, I mean, even if you're just looking at the maps that FlyQuest won, Dodonut is putting up obscene numbers and everyone else is kind of, you know, metered out. Obviously, when Dodonut is getting 30+ kills, it's hard to find a lot. But the fact of the matter is, if Dodonut isn't putting up those numbers, more players need to step up. Starbound had a phenomenal game on the Viper, but even then, Starbound, the last 2 times they pressed ult in a clutch situation, lost that fight. There was the ult round back on Bind, Starbound ulted up in numbers, and they lost that too. So even after a great game like that, you've still got these questions in the back of your mind saying, if I had just played those rounds better, we wouldn't even be on this final map.
It was different teams, but last year we came into a lower final with almost exactly the same stakes here, right? A squad who had been dominant all year, who had the points to make it, but lost out at the last second in that lower final. E.g., the squad that Theo was leading went on to win the finals and make it all the way to Berlin. FlyQuest have done a lot this year, but their spot is not assured unless they win today. And they are gambling that chance on a new composition. They're the team going back in to this solo deadlock comp, the double smokes coming out. I'm really excited to see what they have here because their year's on the line.
FlyQuest Red, an opportunity to control their own destiny, get into that grand final, secure the spot. YFP, the upset, an opportunity to play again, try and see if they can steal it away. It is time for Lotus, final map of the best of 5, and time to head back over to your casters, Uber and Wyatt.
Well, Wyatt, this series has delivered to about as a great an extent as we could ask for, maybe even more, but we only get one more map of YFP versus FlyQuest Red. For YFP, this is only a part of the run that they'd have to make, right? But for now, they are laser focused on winning this series. And it will be the second consecutive time they managed to do so. In their first best of 5 as a team, they are threatening FlyQuest Red with a reverse sweep.
This would be the greatest result of this team's run so far, and a run that's only been a couple months against a FlyQuest that have been grinding all year long to make it to Berlin, to compete in grand finals, to win tournaments. And it's this young upstart team, this group of great players that has come together to make it all the way to their first lower final and potentially their first grand final on top of that if they can get the job done here.
Pretty standard one-way here as FlyQuest come up on that attack side. Sheriff is Scary Shark, so they're more than happy to try and play off of it. They come off second best when it comes to the trade. There's a ponderous start to the round, but FlyQuest have already managed to get Sonda into rubble and up on that A side.
A very deep position. Pressuring Shuri as well, opening the door, feigning some presence there, which Marcelin has to be weary of. You can see in the minimap that she's picked up that angle while the rest of FlyQuest just focus on containing elsewhere. Towards Mound right now. Towards B main as well.
Player has paranoia, so this will be a util assisted hit to B. And the timing's pretty good, frankly, with that Viper wall. Sonda's also making their way up as well. They would be seen from sight. Marceline holding an angle to capture. Great timing though. Corrupt, but the door opening emerges here. Finds the opener in this game. And YFP now fall back again towards that B site. Sonda is the cat amongst the pigeons, but Marceline could be anywhere. Now revealing herself at risk of going into a 1 versus 2. The blast pack doesn't help shift them. It gets taken down. But Ev was picked up by Corrupt. Now inside that smoke.
Retrieved. Sondergaard
Don't
has
have
that
to
full
fight.
HP.
Just runs over it. That is huge. That overheal is a big difference maker. Little pick me up actually, and a pistol round goes a long way. Now we're even on those numbers. Coming in from that top side. Scary Shark is going to have a double, if not triple face down to deal with, and they handle it with style, no less. Star Mentalist can upgrade to a Sheriff here in that post plant, but the line isn't great for them, and both YFP players are in and around this A side. They'll reveal themselves with that cyber cage. Moving back and forth through it, and they cannot stop the defuse. YFP picking up where they left off.
That is just all on Scary Shark, finding that two-piece with the Sheriff, and even a bit of damage onto Starbound. Extra cherry on top. I like how FlyQuest were playing that, though, flipping the map, getting aggressive towards Heaven, trying to isolate one player, trade them out, and then retaining that position. That would have been a nightmare for the retakers if they go 1-for-1 there. Scary Shark just absolutely pops off to win that pistol round.
I mean, YFP on the defense side, really happy for whatever they can get. Pistol round, perfect start for them here. We're stacked up over towards Mound here for FlyQuest. This time, no one from YFP looking to move up to challenge the one-way. It's just going to be Elaborate playing off the angle with the Guardian.
That early haunt got the ping on Sonder as well, and now Scary Shark has full control over towards A, allowing some YFP players to drift more towards this C side. The Executors are going to come in. The Paranoia connects up to both defenders.
C's on 3. Everyone decayed down, but YFP don't have a prior opportunity to put damage down. Now Elaborate, so meticulous, so careful, so effective. Still a 15 health to work with now, and FlyQuest get completely gutted on this push in. Pretty lifeless start to the map for them. YFP now moving into the bonus with a head of steam.
That's just perfect utility. Nothing else to really say. You have Scary Shark take full presence of A side all the while with the scoped weapon. But that C's connecting onto 3 players. I mean, come on, the hit is just over at that point. You're delaying to get more rotates in. It set up Elaborate for a very easy kill when those players were revealed. It's just that easy, flawless, everything retained. Starbound on the light armor, in danger of the potential one-shot from that Outlaw.
YFP have only gotten better over this series. They're looking sharper than ever. And we are, what, 4 hours into the series? Well, you're not quick enough this time. Dodonut's able to find the head.
I mean, that is a real factor, right? 4 hours in, the fatigue, being Fly, who were up 2 maps. The second one dominant.
What is that? Corrupt has no coverage whatsoever there.
Outlaw goes wide as well. Yeah, that is really odd. Just wandering toxic screen. I mean, perhaps if it dropped and there could have been a double face or something, but very light. YFP have just been absolutely dismantled.
Yeah, odd round. Really strange. But we're just talking about the fatigue starting to creep in, and there's could be a reason there that Corrupt looking over towards the CT side, no one covering them from rubble. Either way, we let that one go now, and you can see that FlyQuest have canvassed the site in a number of pieces of utility. Again, this is a deadlock composition. This is one that really wants to get in onto the sites and make those retakes virtually impossible.
Elaborate, just chilling with the Guardian, maybe going to get an exit.
And I think that the teachable moment there for YFP is, I mean, look where the first 2 kills happen. One is a player pushing out of B. The other one is, playing over towards, this grassy area here. They know that they don't want to allow there to be a plant whatsoever. They want to really play ahead of that util as much as they possibly can. They have to be stacked up to fight at that. Yeah. It's questionable, that.
Regardless, though, now we do have the full buy from YFP. We have the Odin as well. Potent on this map, fighting towards tree. These walls over on C as well. Spamming through, like, the little tiny wall, denying a spike plant. Pretty easy to do.
FlyQuest here. Might be looking to test B in a faster manner. They're drawing a lot of attention over towards Upper, though. No need to rush. Still a minute 20 to play with. Scary Shark is starting to get in a position there towards Waterfall to have a crossfire on the cross into C. And again, there's some mild lurk pressure here from Sonda, but she hasn't been overly exploratory towards the A side. Not like we saw in the pistol anyway, which by this point she's already opened the tree door.
Fly are doing a nice job prodding around different areas of the map, making this pressure towards C with the Prowler. Press up very close on Fuse while giving themselves options. Donut finds the timing, feels the confidence, the ability to get that pick. And now again, options. They could split into B. They could pivot into a full A execute.
Oh, they are ready to pounce upon this. Melia is about to be an extremely endangered species. Into the site we go. Everyone from FlyQuest is here. And again, it's the post plant you're trying to avoid. It's the post plant you're going to be put in again. Marceline set up to go towards drop. Again, sonic sensors everywhere. And a barrier that cuts off the stairs approach route. And Sonda yet still wanted to move up the rope. Maybe to catch a timing on the Odin player. But Elaborate has to take this gun out of there and hope to get out alive. They don't manage to do it. And Scary Shark again is to sit this one out. Beautifully done by FlyQuest. Again, the oppressive power wide of this post plant setup, they really put on full display.
Absolutely. Deadlock. We always go on and on about it, but it's just so strong in those situations, so difficult to retake against. I am very impressed with Fly so far. They're doing a great job at working the map.
Alright, gotta be that. FlyQuest here. Starting to work the map a little bit. Able to glean plenty of information about what was happening at C and B, apparently. Remember, they drew 3 players to that B site early in the round with this push from Donut. A name that we haven't been really uttering a whole lot over the last couple of maps. Why? At least not really in a positive context. What a time for them to come alive again in this series towards the tail end.
Look for no
Sonder as well. As I mentioned previously, this is the 11th Game Changers tournament that Sonder has participated in North America and has been putting up the best stats she ever has. Stepping up here on the final map to try and get them into their 3rd straight grand final.
Honestly, so much of that happened when Donut over the last few series just wasn't looking to be herself. Not at her best. We saw flashes of that in this series, that's for sure. First few maps were ridiculous from Donut. 32 in regulation earlier on. What a catch on towards Marceline. That is beautiful. GravNet catches out 2 players. The solo deadlock going to work on YFP, and FlyQuest are just stepping up and taking every single fight.
That is beautiful. The GravNet really does get so much value on attack, especially when you're trying to re-clear into rubble. Just those sort of predictable positions do get nullified by it. And then comboing, I mean, there with the showstopper, but a nade would have worked just as well. Or any blind, really, any amount of utility just makes getting that kill so easy. Both of them in that round, that is, but nicely handled, nicely dealt with.
A lot of these attacking rounds starting to come together for FlyQuest. Again, we need to see a pretty brutal end of this half. Don't want to see a capitulation like we did. I think you're back to Bind. That was a huge lead the FlyQuest has built up, and they were not able to maintain it or convert it. They lost, goodness me, 10 rounds in a row, I want to say. Maybe a little less, but it was that bad.
This is no problem.
So here we go. Heading into round 6. FlyQuest with an economy that has really been untouched so far. A chance for YFP to buy up and disrupt it.
And what you're touching on there is just so important. The ability to mentally stay in this series. A series that you could easily convince yourself
This is no problem.
you should have won already. You should already be done with this. Getting a nice little dinner with the team. A little rest to get ready for the finals tomorrow. But no, you're on map 5 now, and you're still competing because of that sick comeback that YFP pulled off 3 maps ago. You have to stay mentally in this game, and it looks like FlyQuest have. Operator now in the hands of Scary Shark. Great first kill. GravNet irrelevant. I mean, I almost ate my words there, but does retreat with 30 HP nonetheless.
That's enough. Paranoia catching Sonder, also lit by that trap. Elaborate, though, knows they can't fire on that. So, FlyQuest into the site. No catch off the Annihilation. Elaborate able to avoid it now, getting back into Waterfall. That should be walled off, yes. Elaborate pinched on the wrong side of it, though. Gonna have to fight Sonder in a few moments, who's been the standout for FlyQuest so far this map. Nightfall here, the decay, an issue if you want to try and take a fight. There's that ultimate being activated for Sonder. Can they turn this into a recovery? Melia downs them yet again. Now or even. Melia with no frags up until this round has done well to keep YFP in it. But it's up to Scary Shark with an operator. 2 players stacked up. I've seen this go horribly wrong in my time. But Thea completes a round.
I felt like, listen, there was a chance. There was a chance we were going to see exactly what you thought we were possibly going to see. What we didn't. That was some real proactivity from FlyQuest, fighting towards Waterfall, something you have to do when you're fighting on that C site, when you have the spike down. You know, most rounds you're going to want to play actively, take the fight towards Halls or towards Waterfall, as they did. And then Sonder was able to get a safe retreat, come back to life, play the round as a 6v5, and all the while it was Thea over on Ben that gets right here, that nice peek up top. While the YFP players had been in the midst of dealing with Sonder resurrection.
And in fairness, Sonder does go down twice in quick succession. The round starts, of course, with, you know, a pretty decent position there. I think it was Marceline able to find a pick and even able to get away despite being caught inside a grav net. That's something you've got to be aware of. That is something the Deadlock is going to try and throw at you. Those early trap plays from the attack side. They get away with 30 HP, and then there's a cross into that C site. And there's a trip that lights up. I think it was Sonder, but Elaborate is not in a position to do much about it. FlyQuest do want to play fast and loose here on some of these rounds. But on others, they're working the map. They're finding the weakest held site and then just inundating it with players.
As you mentioned, it was the 4v5. They got that early pick, and they've taken the op, given it to Starbound. Frequent user of the operator, even from this Sentinel role. Not sure, might have gotten spotted out by Scary Shark, going to retreat off the angle regardless as the Poison Cloud goes up and the Prowler clears out. Close mound. Adventurous are YFP right now on this. Taking some jiggle peeks, trying to find something to shoot at with one of these sheriffs.
Sonder doing everything that she can to get eyes on this part of the map. Corrupt almost looks like they had a thought about trending back towards Baby Door and watching a push onto A. Think about this from the defender's perspective. Very limited information here. Marceline probably gets a look at Dodonut there. 57 seconds left. Plenty to work with, but there's no true foothold over on A for Sonder yet.
Wants to take this fight against Melia. Melia actually has the hero rifle, but just falls off the angle. That timing is crazy. Saunders walking in, going to get the free kill. What a disaster. How unlucky. Oh my god, what is that?
That is a collat headshot from Elaborate. A tripwire already coming up big, but there's a heck of a lot of work to do after the fact. Excuse me, Marceline now has to come in from, well, the next county over with a Bucky. Yeah, even the Sheriff looks like a more attractive option here. I swear, this series has had some of the most uncanny moments from individuals doing things that frankly nobody has any business doing.
The talent in the server really is mental as far as the individual mechanical play goes. Credit to Sonder here, though. Again, just elusive on these lurks has been so tricky to deal with. Keeps finding the timing windows to work up when solo on Rubble. And on that one, variation prior was just procking the door, opening it, causing that distraction, but not actually pushing through that aggressively. Picks the perfect round to do so, though. What a great opening, a free opening.
Credit though, where it's Sonder did draw another player over the stairs. It wasn't just Melia in the end. Paranoia you can suffer as a defender on this map, you just don't know. Now though, I think it's pretty clear what the plan is. Straight down through the box, Melia goes very low. Sonder absolutely tearing heads off shoulders. And now back into the site, Marceline has to fall. Elaborate will be tested. And found wanting. As Evers able to run them over. FlyQuest going to 6-2 here. This is exactly what you need to see from FlyQuest on the attack side.
They have been utterly dominant in the map control game. Fighting over rubble there, they are the ones with all of the confidence fighting forward, and you're just seeing from their point of view such a passive YFP playing behind the wall, trying to set up some kind of crossfire, and then it's initially just stood in the door. Thea gets that free span kill, but they're overwhelmed. They're overwhelmed by the utility that FlyQuest have to throw at them when they're in those more entrenched positions. They're not trying to fight actively and stop them at the choke. And they could. They have the utility to do it. They have the C's, they have the nade, they have mollies. They can try to fight forward. Now, can it be tough going up against what Fly have? Yes, but just being stood in those positions where you're going to get caught by grav nets from the opposite side, etc., is just not ideal. Look at how they're getting run over here. Look at the scaling as a team from Fly. It's just relentless.
What are they supposed to do about this lurk presence from Sonda? Because it's basically Schrodinger's team on the A side of the map. YFP don't know what is going on there until it seems to be too late. Sonda's so happy with this. She's laughing all the way to the bank. Yes, everybody come here. Come, shoot me. Try and fight me. One all the way from another ultimate on that clove, by the way. Elaborate marked up by that Prowler. Amongst it, Elaborate also trying to take some shots at the people caught in the tripwires, but it's tough. The weaponry isn't good for YFP either. They have to play from halls. Waterfall's cut off, so there's really only one avenue of approach here outside a very long, wide flank now unfolding for Marceline.
Just standard deadlock hit onto the C site. Standard barrier to cut off Waterfall, and it's so tough to play Ben against this composition. You're either getting hit by a C's or a grav net, and then the nade comes in. Elaborate's just doomed. Sonder on the late flank. She has taken over this game. 16-5. Dominant. Dominant and controlling parts of the map on her own. Heads up flank in that round. Winning the duels against rifles as well. Just doing everything correctly. All the shots connecting.
Can YFP win their first gun round of this map? The problem is for FlyQuest is that the rounds that they've been winning, which is most of them, they have not been taking a lot of casualties. They've been very clean. This economy is fully maxed out. Sonda, you think that maybe there's a time to be had there. I don't think there's anyone to play off of this Clove ultimate, so Sonda will be down a second time. I haven't really seen that be a big difference maker in this game, that Clove ult, but still, plenty of time for that to emerge as Thea tries to TP towards spawn side. Now, Elaborate is going to have to fight off the side or 1v3 in it. Eventually, Starbound will find it.
Tough situation now. FlyQuest trying to find a moment to get the spike down. They should be able to. The barrier mesh still intact, cutting off the angle from Waterfall. That is the dangerous one. Showstopper gonna force Donut into a good position, actually. Starbound picks up the angle. Doable suddenly.
He's trying to get through. Starbound going to be forced off the line, but Donut is here. Ensconced. In shadow. Entrenched in the sights. And they cut down like the Dark Knight. What? Absolute filth. Still Donut now. Paint shells deployed. Or to deploy. Corrupt doesn't have much choice to try and get ahead of them. Oh my word. That is ungodly.
Just simply should not be winnable at all in the 2 versus 4. YFP handled everything perfectly. Sonder denied towards A, realizing that they were going to go for that big split play when the Omen uses the ultimate to teleport all the way behind flank here. No, Elaborate ready. Finds that easy kill. They're so set up to win this, but it's all Dodo Nut. Was so heads up getting onto the boxes when the ultimate came in from Marcelin to be able to dodge that rocket. Excellent play. You called it earlier, but Dodo Nut stepping up. Scary Shark. Instant kill. Confident.
Has the 8-2 buff been activated for YFP?
It is. Listen, I will never count them out of a game. I simply will not count them out. You'd be a fool to do so.
It's like 9-3, but on steroids.
I mean, this team has made so many second half comebacks happen where they win 10 rounds. They've done it multiple times in this tournament already. Cannot doubt them.
Nice little timing there from Scary Shark. Just as Fly we're looking to get off the starter's block. What is Sonda hoping to dig up here? We have a double. The timing! Oh, not another one. Marceline surely takes this. Oh, can you imagine? Trigger discipline, though. Marceline. Cool autumn breeze. Still over on the seaside. Things not shaping up well for YFP. They haven't managed to cut off this. Yeah, pushed up here through Waterfall and Dodonut. Clean with the flick. All up to Marceline now. Phantom in hand. 25 points of armor. And a big hill to climb.
Some weak players that could get spammed down. They are in danger already with the paranoia out, though. Another player taking contact as soon as they see Marceline. She will be blinded up.
There's paranoia. Just like we drew it up. Dark cover to keep Marceline out of the sight. Man, 6 paint shell combo also. Yeah. That's a lot of post-plant utility for FlyQuest.
They're not playing games. And they have repositions on the top of the box into the crossfire. Yeah, just time to save that weapon. FlyQuest are not messing around. They're not taking a silly duel when they don't need to. They want to win this game. They want to make it to the 3rd straight Game Changers final this year. Get another crack at Shopify. They were so close in Series 2. Losing that Series 3-2. They want to try to get some revenge. And even more importantly than that, the win here just gets them to Berlin. It gets them to the Game Changers Championship. What these teams have been working for all year long.
Now the question has to be asked. Can YFP win any gun rounds on this defense side? We know the way that Lotus tends to tilt. However, this has been, for their standards, the standard they've set in this series, pretty abysmal.
Here's that combo with the instant grab net. Out goes up. Nelia has to break the Prowler. Annihilation comes through and it does capture Nelia. Doomed. Marceline desperate to save her teammate, but cannot. A free opening pick.
Oh, that's about as bad as things could have gone to start this round.
Look at Scary Shark. Pushed up into Pillar while all the action was happening towards C.
They're suspicious. FlyQuest are. But are they suspicious enough?
They know it's possible.
No way! I mean, you've got to hand it to them. Like, really, dotting their I's and crossing their T's of FlyQuest and checking that position. Now, Labra still is on that A side with the trips to play with too. Corrupto has made their way out. Deals with Starbound. No spike loose there. And the timing favors Sonda. Already in the side when Corrupt tries to join in. Here's the Nightfall. Prowler to follow it up. Sonda gonna be overwhelmed if they're not careful. Corruptos go down. F has the off angle and the spike still to hand. Now where do we go from here? Labra doesn't have a corpse, so no chance for that neural theft.
30 seconds left.
And here comes the Prowler to check some of this Cypher YouTube, but Labra's gonna be there. Now the corpse has been found. And Marceline gets YFP a gun round. 9-3 half though for FlyQuest.
Finally finding a gun round, and really, it was just individuals going for fights. It wasn't anything more than that. Corrupt just tries to find a timing to walk out of B after Scary Shark had gone 1-for-1 on their own individual play, pushing up. They just win the duels. They're able to trade things out in the end. And again, YFP, 3 rounds. That can be enough. They have made several 10-round winning comebacks on second halves in this tournament, which is mental to say, but it is a fact. This is doable. And as always, Mitch, it's just so stupid to say, but they need to win this pistol round. As obvious as that is, it must be said.
In general, YFP, last couple of pistols have gone pretty well for them. Win the pistol at the start of Lotus too. Maybe even more damning, of course, is that fact, considering that the rest of the half they really weren't able to find too much. But we put that behind us now, as must YFP. A spot in the grand finals of Game Changers Series 3 on the line for FlyQuest. Qualification directly to Berlin, regardless of the result of that final, if they win.
Toxin screen down.
Fly have taken full control of Rubble by just simply contacting forward 3-player re-clear, and now stacked up in case YFP try to re-clear. They're just going to be ready to fight it. That won't be the case as the time is dwindling and YFP concert their efforts over towards the C and B side. Silent still.
Lion trying to position themselves for as fast a flank to see if possible in the event that we do get a commitment. Here it comes. Sonic sensor removed. Starbound felt like they had the timing there. They did not.
30 seconds left.
And now they're going to have to contend with this 3-person reflank, though. They've got the cam watching it. It does get broken. Elaborate on the angle. Going to need some assistance, though. Cage just for protection.
Sonda, what's the plan here? Try and get some waterfall presence. That's where YFP is stacked right now. They are wisely playing out of the danger zone. Paranoia thrown in. Who's going to double up here with the Omen? Sonda is there, but really can't leave a mark. Still a full health squad of YFP. Very nicely conducted pistol round. Much of this coming from the fact that they make the right choice in terms of sight. Good enough 1v3. A little paint chill action. Okay. Catching on to Marceline. No time for the defuse though, and eventually the spray through the wall will claim them.
They did maneuver the map very well there, especially in that post plant. That cam being up towards Mound from Elaborate really gave them the crucial info to make that maneuver though. Spotting out the flanking players, so they felt the need to just push forward. They know that they can fight the weaker side as a group, trade that out, and then retain the map control towards Waterfall. Force Fly to have to fight into them. That was nicely done. They've claimed the necessary pistol. We'll see if they can get a clean flawless against an all classic. I was going to say buy, but that's not a buy. Just they all have classics. That's what you get when you play the game. There's no buying at all.
Toxins going up.
And of course now YFP have available to them this Lurking Viper, the interesting wall. Not the kind that we normally see thrown out. This one obviously makes B a little susceptible to a fast hit or a flood.
4 toxins going up.
Comes the wall here for Scary Joe. Just having to try and keep as many people here as possible. Okay. Sometimes you're going to throw caution to the wind. And she'll stowed away. And that leaves it open, ready for Marceline to pursue that Prowler in. Now, YFP is starting to feel like A might be even more of a tantalizing prospect, but this B side, as Elaborate has just discovered, is open.
Nice kill onto Ev, creating the pressure there. And again, this is YFP maneuvering on the map in pretty competent fashion. Controlling C, containing towards B, and obviously now Elaborate pushing all the way. Going to get caught by Starbound, but ultimately, it doesn't matter. It is just the Ghost, and Elaborate's going to play pretty aggressively with it on a round like this.
Yeah, again, that player obviously with the Ghost getting to be a bit more exploratory. Getting all the way into B. Starbound eventually makes their entrance onto the C side, but there's really not anything left to do in this round. So to play for an exit, Melia steps inside, says, pardon me, that's mine.
Cover going out.
And as one might expect, the anti-eco does not yield great results to Flyer Quest.
It's really just YFP in this moment, that re-clear towards Rubble, fighting off the Prowler, finding that entry, and then pivoting back to the other side of the map where they had their lurkers containing. It's very simple, and they drew all the flies, rotates over to A off that pressure in the mid-round. For ultimately a pretty flawless round to some extent. They kept the important guns. Not buying up too much into this one though. They've actually just got the Ghost on Corrupt. So not going too crazy.
Sense for YFP, in fact, it's probably really quite a few rounds that need to ration their economy through. Fly quests always looking much more fragile. Okay, so a lot of neutral set up over on the C side. An early warning system, of course, within this barrier. That eventually is removed, though. Gravnet also. Another form of stall here. YFP now grouped up a little bit, but kind of surrounded on both sides. Util on the hands of Sondra, and somehow they win that trade. I do not know how she gets away with it. Donut hears all of this. Might be expecting a full commit to B, especially given that they are still at large over on the A side of the map. But Donut ducks out of the smoke.
What are these timings? How are these players surviving? Actual 9 lives. They should not. They should be deceased. Crazy situation. I like how YFP played it for the most part as well. You know, finding that deadlock utility early into the round, breaking it while there was still about 1 minute 15 seconds on the clock. That is great to do. And then they're ready for that B fight as well. Crazy that they didn't come out on top.
You've got to be getting suspicious now.
Shadows traveling.
Here comes the commit to B. Leaves the A side completely open, and so now it has to be a full retake from FlyQuest. With, in fairness, smokes to work with. Sonda can't really assist too much from where she ended up being killed. And that window is now rapidly closing anyway.
Thea does have a couple dark covers to place. Crucially, yeah, the one that just went out for Tree, cutting this angle off where 2 players from YFP are still. So they're going to need to be ready to swing for Melia on site. Swing together, play together.
This is going to get extremely messy right about now. Donut crosses, gives it another tickle with the Guardian. 1 shot was all it took for Scary Shark, and the rest of YFP get involved. All 3 remaining players get a frag. And bye-bye gun round for FlyQuest.
Yeah, it's simple, but it's executed to a T. They played to the win con. On tap, everybody swing. That's it. And win the duels. And they did it. They did exactly that. Economy, crush for Fly. They'll be able to get a couple decent, you know, the tier 2 weapons here and there to try to make something happen after this timeout. The Jovi's calling to try and halt this YFP comeback early. And before it becomes fully fledged for the millionth time in this tournament.
Yeah. It's just been a narrative that we've been more than happy to peddle out again and again. YFP and these comebacks has been something special now.
I'll keep peddling that narrative as long as they keep peddling the comebacks.
It's not editorializing if it's true.
Yeah, when they stop, I'll shut up. But what they keep doing, they did it in this series. Like, I'll shut up when they stop just pulling comebacks out of nowhere every goddamn game.
FlyQuest have 1 more gun round remaining here before YFP are fully caught up to them. So they're deliberating here, of course, in the round prior. Talking about maybe the ultimates they're trying to generate, maybe which individuals they're hoping to at least try and trade for one another. Again, more ult orbs for them. So YFP is starting to approach a critical mass of those as well, Wyatt. Round 17 could be
I must wait a moment.
A series-defining one.
A lot of utility from Corrupt being sent over towards A right now with the dark cover obscuring that view from stairs or from sight. I mean, look at all the utility that's gone already. Haunt, Seize, and a Prowler. Just to make a bit of presence known over on A. And you have Thea with the Sheriff just jiggle peeking. This doesn't see anything currently. Well, spotted someone.
Yep.
Saw that now, actually.
Here. Only for a split second, though. So this A side, yeah, very weakly held again. It's not the first time in this series FlyQuest have tried to gamble on a stack. And it's not the first time that YFP have sniffed it out and ended up making the right decision. Again, great mid-rounding. Plenty of time for this plant. And theoretically in a position to disrupt this, but very unlikely that they're going to get too much done there. Starman really trying to attract some attention. They do not know about Ev on this. They do not know this fade is there.
Silence.
And there it is. That's the punish for it. Melia, a long way away from the site here. Ev not really in a position to go for a full stick defuse, though. He's got a weapon upgrade. Scary Shark going down. 2 more to deal with. That's 1. Marceline, Melia down. And now it's up to the 1 versus 1. Spycam Dart does catch on, but the Nightfall also reveals the location of the Cypher. Oh my god, Ev, what is that? That is unreal. The iBuyPower ace clutch for Ev. What an important round for FlyQuest to finally win. Nothing makes sense in this series.
That is stunning from Ev. What the hell, man? Just surviving on site, wrapping around. Corrupt unaware. Drops the Vandal. What is the shot on Marceline? And what just the predictive spam headshot. Wallbang onto Elaborate. Oh my word. that might just be the round that gets Fly into the grand finals. The new addition to this team, as we mentioned before, coming up like that.
Cast a bit of Valorant in my time. Never have I seen a series that has been like this, so filled with these ridiculous aces, individual moments, the clutches. That is crazy. All right, YFP in onto the B site now. A bit of a frightening prospect, I'd like to think, especially against the showstopper, but hey.
Spike planted.
They're going to go for it anyway. They're not very much ready for that. Dave also slowly started to come alive again. Wake from hibernation. Sonda goes in, but hey, there's a good reason for that. Ultimate available. Sonda back in the game, but Ever's been brought down. Donut Showstopper doesn't seem to have found any purchase, but Starbound from the other side finds an op. The Annihilation? No, Scary Shark somehow able to avoid it. Now still has to throw down. Starbound removed. Still a 1 versus 2, and Donut Spray is enough to get the job done. That's a hectic round, and YFP feeling their fingers start to slip from the cliff face.
Hectic as hell, and somehow within that chaos, Fly really retained their composure. Waiting over here at the baby door, Dodo Nut on that tight angle.
Spike planted.
Able to get that kill onto Marcelin. Crucial right there. Gaining access to that choke point to try and get back in. Another sick round win. A clutch like that on the prior round too, that gives your team plus 500 morale. All of a sudden, everyone is ready to shoot like you just watched your teammate do. Play with that confidence that it can genuinely instill in you, seeing one of your teammates make a play like that. Fantastic retake. Credits to the effort from Scary Shark as well, getting the Viper's Pit in there. That shot on the Starbound was pretty nasty too. Timeout call by YFP as we head into a round where they have the showstopper to play with. A crucial ultimate on Lotus, attack side specifically. How you can really burst into the C site with it especially.
This is the last timeout, of course, for YFP. Yeah, we saw the showstopper just now, right? I think Dodo Nut a couple rounds ago maybe threw it over onto that B site, but it's definitely very important when we start to move the fight to those parts of the map. And frankly, Wyatt, right? Marcelin can just rip that and force all the C defenders back into halls.
Listening.
In theory.
Yeah, it is possible, right? You just get into that C site, make Starbound just retreat. And so long as you deal with that deadlock utility, you get it for free. You can play the round out from there.
It's a big asterisk though, isn't it?
At least at the moment though, it's going to be YFP prodding towards Mound and Rubble as well. Omelia contains a potential B push.
Standard play around the low for the Scary Shark. Really wants to be the only player showing. Whilst the rest of YFP starts to filter out over towards Rubble's side. But they've got a cross here. Do it. Raw, okay. Thayer actually spots the raise. So now knows it's at least 2 players here. This should be enough to drag somebody into Baby Door. Somebody else, rather. Prowler also looks like it caught onto Elaborate there.
It's been quiet from YFP, working up towards this smoke. When it fades, they're going to be ready to pop. The dark cover is looking like it's going to come towards stairs to cut off this angle that they is holding.
Sonda alone then. Against the showstopper, not able to get clear of it. Okay. Limping, hurt, yes, but still alive. This will allow YFP, though, to get into the site properly. Now the Ultra Starbound being able to get value out of that operator. Looking a little bit slimmer. And a fall back towards Tree.
This could be the round for the game. The economy, terrible for YFP if they lose this.
They're all coming. They're all flooding into the side. Back from upper. Marcelin has to go huge here. Starbound's operator gets involved, and now Scary Shark emerges. Knows they need to stop this, but Ev is there. Ev is there again. That's the Tree presence cleared out. One from upper on the flank in mid-air. Sonda cartwheels into action and rips Corrupt's head off. And that is going to be one of the last few nails in the coffin. Dodo Nut will end the round, get the defuse, and take Fly to series points.
I mean, what the heck? What is that from Sonder? Leaping down the rope, finds that kill. I mean, it's just no longer in the hands of YFP or Fly. It is just in the hands of luck, the developers of Valorant, in a moment like that, to get them over the finish line, to get them into the grand final. That is just so crazy. With the spike down, the buy is not ideal for YFP, but it's enough to get them some rifles to work with.
Slow and steady. Cypher cam to Mound to make sure no one playing up points, no one on the other side of it, but Starbound is just happy to hold the line. Oh, buddy! The Sonic Sensor makes it an easy kill. Now what from YFP? Who is supposed to step up here? Melio at least has gotten over to Waterfall. There is a Sonic Sensor on the side properly, and Sonder sitting on the other side of the smoke right now, but a shorty.
And this, it's feeling near impossible. They're going to get the spike down. Look at how passive Fly are playing. They want to just play for the full retake. Sonder makes it even more dire for YFP. You can see the desperation from their players. They know that they're on the cusp of defeat. They're trying to make something happen so desperately. And look at the patience, the discipline from Fly. They're ready to make it to the final.
Sonder knows they don't have to overextend for this at all. And for the third time this year, it'll be a Game Changers North America final between Spotify Rebellion and FlyQuest Red.
And at this point, it's just a matter of will FlyQuest tomorrow be good enough to finally beat Shopify for the first time this year. They played them in the grand finals of Series 1. They didn't win a map. Series 2, they won 2 maps. It required Floor to drop 40 to win that game. Can they finally best them tomorrow? That is the question. They showed up today when it mattered. But you have to just give so much credit to YFP. This team that has only been competing together for a couple months at this point. They pushed one of the best teams, one of the top 2 teams we've had all year, to their absolute limit. Really fantastic showing from them.
And a best of 5, a full 5 maps is going to take any more newly formed team to their limit. Hell, even the veterans like your FlyQuest Reds of the world are going to be feeling the fatigue after a game like that. They almost made it. They really have the depth. This YFPX team, of course, after being together so recently, coming together so recently. And now there's definitely a conversation for a big 3 in North America, which is, if anything, a great result to take out of this game for YFP. Man, crazy stuff. We've got a lot to talk about in this series. That's all from myself and White there for the time being. Of course, we'll check back in with our experts here to wrap up the day in just a moment.
What a series, what a game. And in the end, in this lower finals, it's going to be FlyQuest Red to not just win this series, but Mimi, with that, they have officially qualified for the championships in Berlin.
It's so cool to see the progress for this FlyQuest Red team. From last year, the core of the roster, Coach Jovi, Thea, then a fresh IGL, and Starbound making a massive upset happen to qualify with EG. To now forming a team that has had real chances to beat Shopify throughout this year and making an honest run through the lower bracket again to get another chance at an international event. And in doing so as well, you know, that was a close game. They almost let it slip away. It came down to the wire, but the players stepped up when they needed to, and the experience really showed through to keep them in it.
Well, how perfect is it on top of all that, that it's Ev, the new player on the roster, that comes up so clutch. I mean, this is one of the craziest plays I've seen. A full eco for FlyQuest after losing their bonus. Ev is in a 1v4 situation, gets 3 kills within less than 2 or 3 seconds, and then after landing that ultimate, seeing the blood trail on the ground, knowing that Ella is playing on that corner, getting the spam instead of going for the tap, I mean, that was just a thing of beauty, and it was smooth sailing. After that, before this round, I thought it was a comeback. I thought YFP were doing it, but Ev completely shut down YFP and got FlyQuest where they needed to be.
And for that to be the turning moment in this 5-map series, one that truly went the distance, was absolutely crazy. And for FlyQuest to be able to close out after that. And throughout this, we really did get to see everyone step up in individual moments. But someone who we talked about earlier, and Mimi, being able to see the transformation from earlier maps into this one as well. Obviously, that was an ace. That was a clutch that changed the tides. But for earlier on, even, Sonder was someone who was really popping off, who we really need to talk about.
Yeah, Sonder had an excellent step up to close out this series after a rough couple of maps, and I think that means a lot for her too. When we talk about the miracle that Thea and the gang pulled off with the EG, Sonder was really the victim of that with that old Shopify roster. They lost in the lower finals, they had all the points to make it, but then EG went on to win, and she missed out on Game Changer Championship after being in the top 2 in the first ever GCC. Now getting a chance to go back to Berlin for the second time in her career in Game Changers is really special. And to perform like this on map 5 to earn it as well means all the much more.
Yeah, so cool to see her to get to go back, but also in a fashion like this, right? What Sonder was doing on the attacking side with her A-lurks was absolutely unbelievable. I mean, FlyQuest went on a 9-round win streak, and so much of it was just off the back of how well Sonder took those fights in the A space. It was really impressive to see.
So much. I mean, Sonder has been someone that throughout Game Changers for the longest time, we've really been able to see the skill and be able to see the testament, and to earn it in such a way, maybe it's just been so impressive. And just, again, huge congratulations to not only Sonder, but the entire team for the qualification.
Yeah, I mean, FlyQuest really earned this one. It's their 3rd grand final against Shopify Rebellion. They're coming in really good form. They still have a lot to play for there, but they have the qualification out the way.
And now, FlyQuest, moving on. They still have a match to play tomorrow, but we can have some little victories right now. And we have our Verizon post-match interview, an opportunity to talk to them. And on the line, we have Donut. Hello. First off, congratulations. Sorry about the timing on that one, but huge congratulations. You're qualified for Berlin. How are you feeling?
Honestly, like, I know I'm chill right now, but I'm so happy. Like, I don't know. I didn't think I would like be crying or whatever, because after we won, I was like chilling, and then after that, it like all hit me. It's like I actually never thought like I would make it this far or something like that in my career.
I mean, can you expand on that a little bit? Because like when we're looking back at your career and you as a player, you're someone who we've talked about at length. So to hear that you didn't think that you could make it this far, I mean, that seems crazy to me.
I mean, individually, I know I have like the potential to do well and be great, but with this team, I'm like super confident in all of the players, and I'm just super grateful to be on this team.
Being able to see this roster come together and everything. The team in the back, let's go. I love it, the vibes. I mean, y'all had to work for it. That is for sure. So you're talking about maybe not feeling like this could have been a height that you reached. And this was a series that really tested the team, all 5 maps. And I want to know too, like kind of behind the scenes and the vibes for the entire team, is your roster to be able to come together and close it out.
Well, even though we won the first 2 maps, we told each other to like not put our foot off the gas and just keep going, keep going. There was like some mistake on like the last, the 3rd and 4th map, but we all got up, reset, and then just really like talked about what we want, which is to go to champs, and how much we worked hard for this moment. So yeah.
I mean, I want to talk about Turning Point too, because up 2 in the series, losing the next 2 maps, we then get to see this Lotus where Ev gets this clutch in the ace, and on the desk, we were talking about this being the turning point. Behind the scenes, do you think that was the turning point too for this match? Like, to be able to actually close this out?
I honestly think that ace, like, got us all hyped, and like the momentum, it was just insane. Like, yeah, I would agree. It really helped us like just win out.
I definitely want to make sure you can go celebrate with the team, but I have one final question. You are qualified, which is so exciting. I know that is the biggest thing looking forward to this. You do have this grand finals up against Shopify Rebellion tomorrow, a team that you've played against a lot of times, and I want to know how you're feeling going into that best of 5 series.
Honestly, now that we're qualified to Berlin, we're still gonna try tomorrow and like just, I guess, go for seeding. But at the end of the day, we made it to Berlin, and we're just gonna have fun tomorrow and play against our goats, our buddies.
Donut, sincerely, congratulations and best of luck for tomorrow. And congratulations to the entire team. Go have fun, okay?
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah. For us, back over to the analyst desk. I mean, Mimi, for someone who we've talked about so much, talking like initially at the beginning about like, hey, going to Berlin, something that maybe didn't initially think like this could happen. I mean, it's crazy, but FlyQuest, so deserved. It's so exciting. I know there's one more match, but yeah, it's for the seeding, it's for the money, but they've accomplished what they came out here to do.
They really have. This was the goal all year for FlyQuest to make it there, and I think they're going to have the chip on their shoulders, considering it was a first-round loss last time. I mean, the field looks strong with what Team Liquid Brazil has managed to do, with how G2 Gozen is playing, so getting that opportunity to go out and play against international competition is going to be so incredible for this team. I think especially for the players who haven't been before, Dodonut and Ev, it has to mean the world. But looking at the circuit points here, we know Shopify and FlyQuest are locked in, but unfortunately that means YFP are just falling short of that mark, and it really is heartbreaking for them. They were so close to pulling off this comeback for an almost brand new team. They had an insane run here at GC3.
I think ultimately when they'll look back at this year, they will realize that while they weren't able to go to Berlin, they proved not just to themselves, but to everyone else that they can hang in there with the best teams in North America. Literally, Shopify and FlyQuest, every single final they have qualified to, and you know, they've gone on to be number 1 and number 2. But from YFP, from beating Shopify in the second open qualifier, which is just completely unheard of, to having that insane comeback run against them in that first map they played in the main event, to 2 very close games, and pushing FlyQuest to the limit on 5 maps today, almost coming away with the reverse sweep. Like, this team is so clearly right there on the brink of being the best here in North America.
Yeah, they're really close, and I mean, the individual players on this team massively showed up today. Marceline playing 4 different agents across this series, having great moments throughout. You had that clutch we already talked about earlier from so many of these different players on this roster. And, you know, all of these folks are pretty new to this level of GC. None of these players are the names that you saw up at the top with the Shopifys of the past, with the teams that were there in earlier years. I think that YFP is really proof of, like, the next generation of GC players that are being developed in Valorant from the beginning and starting to really push it to the top teams in the region.
Yeah, I mean, literally a year ago, I was coaching Elaborate on Teddy Tactics, and we were getting round of 24'd. And now she's just on the 3rd best team in America. Like, it is just wild to see the progression that this team has made, and also the fight from them as well. Like, not a single series was easy for them. Like, every single game is going the distance, right? Against Shopify, it's 2-1, right? Then they go lower bracket, almost lose versus Oomphies, have to come back in a crazy map too to win the series. Same thing yesterday against Refrag, and then again today. All 5 maps in their first ever best of 5. I really do think YFP have so much to be proud of here in this tournament this year.
I really hope they look back at this run and they are proud of what they're able to put on together, but looking now forward, there is still going to be one match here that we have here in Game Changers, and that's going to be the grand final. Shopify Rebellion going up against FlyQuest. This was our upper finals, and when we came into this, these were the 2 teams maybe that we talked about. Sure, these 2 have locked in their spot, but there's seeding, there's money, there's pride. Dota and I had talked about going into this and having fun. Shopify Rebellion, you know, is a team that's always going to be trying to win it out, and I think this is going to be so much fun, especially to see if this FlyQuest Red roster can push Shopify even a little bit more than they did last time.
Yeah, Shopify Core missed out on the hat trick last year. They lost the final Game Changers title at home before going on to win in Brazil then. So I'm sure they're looking to go all 3 in NA, then go to Berlin and try and win out there as well. But for FlyQuest Red, a real opportunity to pull off an upset, build up some confidence going into the international event. They already beat Shopify for the first time this year, so it's definitely not impossible, but it's always going to be tough against that squad.
I also have some breaking news here. Ev just dropped the comms from the 1v5 on Twitter at EVS2X. Go check it out. That was one of the craziest plays ever.
All right, well, I need to go check that out. So we're going to wrap this up. Grand finals tomorrow here in GC Series 3. You're not going to want to miss it. So make sure you tune in. But that's unfortunately it from us today. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Check out that clip, and we'll see you tomorrow.
I'm watching it right now.